she's here.
Okay.
Preeti ma'am is actually on mute right now. We are going live into.
Good
We are
morning,
going
ma'am.
live into.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Hello, Preeti.
Hello,
How are
ma'am.
you? Looking very pretty today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nice.
Ma'am, we are going live. So kindly,
Yes,
everybody, I would request you to please mute your mics.
Yeah.
So good morning, everybody. We are going live now. Nancy Pelosi said, "Women are leaders everywhere you look, from the CEO who runs a Fortune 500 company to a housewife who raises her children and heads her household. Our build is built. Our world is built by strong women, and we will continue to break down the walls and defy stereotypes." Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and all our amazing attendees, our audience, we wish you a very, very good morning. To say that I'm thrilled to welcome you to the most awaited second season of Women's Power Summit 2021 on this joyous and befitting occasion of the International Women's Day would be an understatement. I am bubbling with energy and anticipation. Well, one of the most questions that arises in the minds of our audience is, why are we here right now? Well, we are here to recognize and applaud the spirit of a woman who's resilient, who's powerful, and who is a robust person. She makes herself a powerful creator, a manager, an administrator, an officer, and a homemaker, and sometimes all of it at the same time. We shall acknowledge and appreciate the immense grace and resilience with which women from time immemorial have been playing multifarious roles in building a society, developing a civilization, and much more. So, before marching straight into our program, I would first like to thank each one of you for sparing us some of your precious time despite your strict schedules and marking this magnificent day with your glorious presence. I am Anushka Srivastav, and it will be my utmost pleasure and honor to host you this lovely morning. Well, no other host is complete without her co-host. But before that, before introducing my co-host, I would like to tell you why are we here and why are we organizing this event. Basking in the immense success of the first edition in August 2020, post which we were flooded with requests to organize the second edition, the Women's Power Summit 2021 is the righteous successor to our maiden event. Larger in its impact, outreach, scale, scope, and magnitude, the second edition is bringing our audience some awe inspiring women from all the six continents of the world. The theme of this event will be Mamta Matratva Mahishasur Mardini. The Women Power Summit is the brainchild of K. Siddhartha sir. He is also a revered mentor for this edition. Sir is an extremely successful geostrategist, earth scientist, educationist, and a pioneering knowledge and perception management consultant with 43 books and 116 research articles credited to his name. Sir organized the first edition of this event in 2020 with Eternal Hindu Foundation led by Sri Sanjay Sharma and Thomas Seva Foundation led by Sri Savio Rodriguez. It is only because of Sir's incessant efforts and his unwavering, unconditional support that we have been able to organize this event and make it the largest congregation of women, of the most successful women from across the world, organized by an all women team for the women of today. Well, two is a company, they say, and no host is complete without her co hosts. So, joining me today on this platform as my co host is a woman of substance, Mrs. Preeti Chaudhary. Preeti is humility personified and an excellent coordinator who has been with us in this edition from the very beginning. She's an epitome of a strong, independent woman with remarkable leadership qualities. Our entire team is very, very happy and relaxed in her company. We would like to welcome you, Preeti.
thank you, Anushka. I'm glad. Like, reach great heights. You have been with us since the first Women Power Summit edition and contributed so much to its success. You have yourself been so sweet and so generous. Thank you so much for being there. Now, Using this wonderful platform, I would like to wish all the amazing women out there a very happy International Women's Day. You know what, Anushka? I have always believed that where there's women, there's magic.
Then our event will be filled with magic today, Preeti.
Of course, it will be. Our event is packed neck to neck with interactions with highly enthusiastic and strong women who inspire with their stories of determination, challenges, and survival. So every panel, every speech will be magical. But first things first, we are highly indebted to K. Siddhartha sir, the founders of Women Empowerment, and Dr. Sumita Mukherjee ma'am for guiding and mentoring us throughout the process of organizing this event. I would like to use this opportunity to thank Magadh Mahila College, Patna, for helping us put forward this immensely gratifying and inspiring program. I would also like to pay my gratitude to Ma'am Shashi Sharma and her entire technical team for their unwavering and unconditional support over the course of past few weeks. I want to sincerely thank our sponsors, the Ensemble Academy of Administration and Governance and NC Airways for their monumental help in organizing this event. This event has been organized under the aegis of Trans Brahma and the Women Empowerment. Trans Brahma is a one-stop fits all think tank for a 21st century world and aids policymakers and action economists, geographers, sociologists, and scientists across the world. It aims at bringing knowledge economy into frontline by integrating real conversations, speeches, panel discussions, publications, and channel, literary festivals, and branding avant-garde concepts and thinking. The Women Empowerment Forum is a non-profit initiative taken by the youth under the guidance of some exceptionally enlightening mentors and with the support of experts and achievers belonging to various fields and sectors. It matches the pace of youth to understand their needs. It refines itself in response to any viable feedback. It encourages women to come forward, be inspired, inspire others, helps them in their holistic development. Well, without any further ado, let's dive head first into our proceedings for the day.
Thank you so much, Preeti. Thank you for your nice words. I am thrilled to listen to everything good that you said. So, in the quest of finding women who have set precedents for the present and coming generations, we found the perfect definition of strength, resilience, and devotion in our chief guest, Honorable Srimati Maneka Gandhi. But before she comes, I would like to give you a short introduction as to who she is and why she here. And we will also welcome our very own Dr. S. Mukherjee to welcome her very soon. So, Dr. S. Mukherjee is one of the best known geographers of the country and the national convener of Women Empowerment Forum. She's an author, an academician, and a teacher by heart. As an author, she has written 12 books on geography. As an academician, she has prepared several research papers published in known journals of India with a specialization in humanistic geography. She is a national convener of Women Empowerment Program, which has taken the onerous task of providing career security to girl students by uplifting their personalities and managing their perception. So, Dr. Mukherjee, I would now like to yield over the floor to you for you to welcome our chief guest, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Thank you, Anushka. Our Reverend Chief Guest, Honorable Srimati Maneka Gandhi, our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Sunaina Singh, Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari, who is illustrious women achievers of the world, the platform provider, Dr. Shashi Sharma, who is the principal of Magadh Mahila College, Patna University, and dear netizens. All of you are welcome to this platform. And all of you, we wish a very, very happy International Women's Day. It's a momentous day for all of us, and I believe it will keep getting even more momentous year after year. Today, we are blessed to have our honorary chief guest, Madam Maneka Gandhi, with us. We are blessed to have her. We have grown up in awe, watching, reading, listening about Honorable Menaka ma'am. We have heard tales and tales about her tenacity, her passionate personality, and her unconditional love for our country, for the environment, and for animals. The country owes a lot to the thinking instilled by her unwavering efforts and her hard work. For the generations to come, her contribution will be remembered much more than what Rachel Carson made through her book Silent Spring. We are honored, privileged, and blessed to have our country's most revered Minister for Environment and best known ambassador for animal rights. With us today, our chief guest, Madam Meneka. She will be speaking on Beti Bachao. So, welcome, Madam. Welcome to the platform of We and Trans Brahma Forum. Welcome, Madam.
So while we wait for our chief guest to arrive, I would like to recite a small poem by the permission of all my guests, if that was possible. So I read this poem somewhere, and I think it is only fitting to read it once before our chief guest comes.
Y- You're
So
welcome.
it's
Welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it says, out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wild, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of a slave. I rise, and I rise. So basically, text tells us a tale of a woman who's rising from everything, every deprivation and every vulnerability that she has faced in the past. Well, ma'am joins us. I would definitely like to once again welcome all of the people who are right here, all of the dignitaries who have joined us early. Professor Dr. Sunaina Singh, ma'am, is here. I would like to welcome her as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming. Neera Mishra ma'am is also here. I would like to welcome her as well. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming. Kanu ma'am is here. Kanu ma'am, thank you. Thank you, Urvashi ma'am. And it's a pleasure to have all of you today here. And while I began, I did not wish everybody a very happy International Women's Day. So I would like to wish that right now to all the audience that is listening to us, a very, very, very happy International Women's Day. We hope that you rise from every hesitation and every shackle that is breaking, that is stopping you, and you rise ahead and you achieve what exactly you are hoping for. And if we could play a part, if we could play a role in that, that would be our utmost pleasure. And that is the vision of the day as well. That is the very vision of the day as well, to encourage and inspire the young little girls out there, to make them feel that there is somebody right there waiting for them, who can hold their hands as they rise into this journey. Very soon, we'll be joined by our chief guest, Maneka Gandhi ma'am. She will be telling us about the Beti Bachao program that has been going on in this country. And I suppose every girl, every woman out there should be aware of this program, because of the monumentous importance it holds, because of the monumentous importance it holds in the lives of not just women. It also holds an equal importance in the lives of men, because I am personally, I believe that men, as the gender, as who have been termed as the primary gender all throughout their life, I think it is their responsibility as well to bring up the secondary gender, that as we have been labeled the secondary gender, the inferior sex all through our life. I think it's their responsibility as well, equally, to empower women, to make them feel equal. Because I don't think any woman, any homemaker, any person who bears a child in her womb can be inferior in any ways, can be inferior in any sense of the term. So I would request, I would use this forum today to request every human being, every man, every woman, and every other gender that we have, to uplift women, to uplift those who are vulnerable right now, make them, give them education, give them responsibilities, give them opportunities to come up, because a woman who can run a household can definitely run a country and will run the world someday, definitely, for sure. And as a all women's crew today, I think we are the perfect example for that. If my co-hosts will agree with me, I think as an all women panel from the scratch, joining, beginning from the organization, to the guests, to the speakers, to the anchors, to the chief guest, to everybody, I think we are an all women crew. And I salute and hail all of you for being here, for being courageous enough to talk about your stories of survival, talk about your stories of challenges that you have faced, and inspire all the women out there. I would like to till then bring in conversation with me Dr. S. Mukherjee ma'am. I would like to ask her one question if she is available right now to speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel today at this platform? I wanted to know something about how do you feel.
I feel very good, Anushka. And actually, the women should speak their heart out. So I think this is the forum where the women will find an opportunity. So if they have some thoughts, some insights into how the lifestyle should be, how women should be treated, how should they be taken in their own household, I think this is the time they should come out and speak out. Am I right, Preeti?
Definitely, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Anushka, are you you welcomed everyone on our behalf as well, but I would like to welcome everyone present here and wish them a very happy International Women's Day. Thank you for joining us soon, ma'am. All of you. We are so glad.
So while you're welcoming everybody, I am going to ask you a question as my co-host. Will that be okay?
Okay.
Will
Yes,
that be okay?
completely.
So
Go
since
ahead.
you are in a different time zone altogether, how hard was it to survive in a foreign country as a woman? I know that you have been helped. So our chief guest has arrived. I'm really sorry for interrupting in between. Ma'am is here. I would like to hand over
Okay.
the floor to Dr. S. Mukherjee, ma'am, so she can give a very short introduction and welcome her.
Thank you, Anushka. Our Reverend Chief Guest, Honorable Srimati Maneka Gandhi, our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Sunaina Singh, Her Excellence Dr. Janice Darbadi, who is the illustrious woman achievers of the world, and everybody in this platform. We are thankful to the platform provider, Dr. Shashi Sharma, Principal, Magadh Mahila College, Patna University. Dear netizens, we all welcome Madam Maneka Gandhi to this platform. It's a momentous day for all of us, and I believe it will keep getting momentous even more year after year. Today, we are blessed to have her and uh, honor us also to continue with this platform. We have grown up in awe, watching, reading, listening about Honorable Madam Menaka. We have heard tales and tales about her tenacity, her passionate personality, and her unconditional love for country, for the environment, and for animals. The country owes a lot to the thinking instilled by her unwavering efforts and her hard work. For generations to come, her contribution will be remembered much more than what Rachel Carson made through her book Silent Spring. We are honored, privileged, and blessed to have our country's most revered Minister for Environment, best known ambassador for animal rights, with us today as our chief guest. Today, she will be speaking on Beti Bachao. So, welcome, madam. Welcome to Transform and we Forum today.
Thank,
Welcome.
thank you very much. I'm happy to be here on this really important day. In actual fact, I completely disapprove of Women's Day And that is the reason. The reason is that every day should be a women's day. There are only two sexes. Do we have a man's day? So why do we ghettoize ourselves by making a women's day? It's meant only for minorities. But women are 51% of the population internationally. So how is it that we fit into any of the categories that allow us to be segregated into one day? However, now that we are here, and I'm going to speak for 10 minutes, let me just talk about the 5 or 6 things that have happened that India was ready for and which have completely changed us. Sometimes change comes on really soft feet. We don't realize how much we have changed because it's been done so softly. Not everything needs a war or a tamasha or pradarshans. Sometimes it is done so happily because India is ready for it. And one of the things that India was ready for was Beti Bachao that we took up in 2014. As soon as I became minister, this became the first priority of the government. Now, what was this? This was the one thing that was holding up every single freedom of women. And that was, it started with the freedom to be born. When I became minister, there had been centuries of girl killing, whether in the womb or being strangled outside the womb, as soon as the baby was found to be a girl. This was taken up by the Prime Minister, by my ministry, by me, in a really happy way. And when we took it up, the population in many districts in India had come down to 735 women as against 1,000 men, whether in Gujarat, whether in Jammu and Kashmir, whether in parts of Bihar. The odd thing about the killing of girls was that India was divided vertically. There was a line running through the middle. In the west, which is the more affluent part of India, there was much more killing of girls. So it had nothing whatsoever to do with education. And in the east, there was much less killing of girls because children were children. Everybody was poor, so whether it was a poor girl or a poor boy, it didn't matter to the parents. But in the West, specifically in education areas, they were very specific that they wanted only 2 children, but those 2 children should be in the order of first boy, then girl, or maybe girl and then boy, but certainly not 2 girls. They could have 2 boys, but not 2 girls. So the second girl was always done away with. Now, in the face of this, delinking it from education, going into new paradigms completely, we started Beti Bachao. And we had a wonderful woman handling it called Preeti, who was the secretary in my ministry. And we made very easy jobs. We took very little money. The whole thing was, I think, 1 crore per district. We took 100 districts. And we started giving awards to people who would make, say, instead of their shop being called Gupta and Sons, would be called Gupta and Daughters. We started having informers in every village. We tightened up the entire checking systems of when people go to have their, go for checking to gynecologists. We checked out that, we tightened up the whole system and so that we could know immediately if they had checked what the sex of the child was. We had a lot of happy things happening once the girl was born from the village itself. We gave tax exemptions to anybody who would put their child, put their house or their property in the name of the daughter or their wife. So, there were about 100 odd different things worked out. And I, quite frankly, expected that within 5 years, we would go from, say, 735, because we had taken the worst 100 in India. We would go from 735 to maximum, we would go to 800 if the program was a success. But India was ready for this. Suddenly, at the back of each truck, there was Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. It was on the billboards, people put it on their names, the Rotary clubs took it up, the NGOs were happy, all our women activists came forward, all the doctors, what's it called, PCP and DT people, caught the PCP and DT people. Everything fell into place. And within 1 year, India changed. I can't believe it. We went up to, in 1 year, not 5 years, in 1 year, we were 950, which means there had been virtually no killing during that year. In a normal time, the statistics for women to be born, for girls to be born, is always 11:10. There will be more girls born than boys. So we allowed nature to do what she does. And the extraordinary thing happened that India changed. Now, when you look back, it seems to be inconceivable that there was a time when girls were killed, because India has changed. We may have had very rough times in the last 1 year. The economy may have gone down. We may have had a lot of things wrong, but this has continued to go up. We've gone from 950 to 955 to 956, and the time will come when we'll be at par as nature intended. So this has been a massive change created by the whole of India in a happy way. So there are certain things that when India is ready, then we have to catch the tide. And that's what we did with Beti Bachao. But what we did apart from that was 3 or 4 other things. One was, every district now, almost every district, has a one-stop center, which we created. And that one-stop center is for women who have been beaten by their husbands, domestic violence, or there's been a problem in the village, or they have, there's been something in which they need a doctor, they need a lawyer, they need somebody to do their cases, and they need a place of refuge. We started these. They're called Sakhi centers. And, every time I open one, I keep saying, I hope it stays empty. But for instance, the first one we opened in Raipur had 200 women coming almost daily for help, because we give you free service, free nurse, free doctor, free lawyer, looking after them. It's also got 8 beds so that people can come there for Sharan if they so need it. Now, these one-stop centers were built in these 5 years in almost every constituency. And they are providing actual work. They also provide psychological investigation, training, whatever. Whatever the woman needs is provided by these centers. In fact, I would suggest that all of you go and look at the centers in your own area and see whether they're working or not. I've inspected some, and some are doing extremely well, some maybe not so well. But the third thing we started during my time was we made it compulsory for all offices to have anti-harassment committees. Now, every company has to put it on their audit. That's the amazing thing. Every company has to put it on their yearly audit on whether they have started a harassment committee or not. And they have to have women heading that committee. If it has more than 10 people are employed in the company, this is what they have to have. So this, in some companies, it works better than others. But it certainly is working. In fact, it's because we started this anti-harassment movement in companies and offices, which led to the Me Too movement. And the Me Too movement has scared everybody hugely, especially with the recent judgment. I hope that it will have a huge impact on the kind of sexual harassment that comes verbally and physically in offices where they think they can get away with. The fourth thing that, we did lots and lots of things, but I can only remember these just now because I haven't structured the speech, was to make maternity leave for 26 weeks. This is an important, in fact, it's the second longest period in the whole world. And it is important for women to bond with their children. So this is also one of the things we did to give you more power. And one of the other things we did was to make sure that you no longer on your passports, school certificates, or anything, school entrance, have to sign your father's name, your husband's name. You just sign the mother's name, and that's good enough. So that also was passed. And that was also part of giving the woman enough confidence and power. And I'm happy that we could do that. I mean, there was lots of other things we did, including the POCSO Act and other things, but these are specific to giving women more, for instance, the first thing I did when I became minister was, because it had bothered me for a long time, is that if a woman's husband dies, in order even to get the death certificate in the villages, she had to run around to 20 people, STMs and other people. Now she gets it as the body is there. Because she would have to pay for it, and it would hold up all her varasat. So that also was changed. In fact, that was the first thing I did. I'm sure that in your own areas, you've done extremely well. And we are all very proud that you are now today coming together to as a power force. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our honorable chief guest, for giving this morning such an intriguing, inspiring start. Young men, young minds, we believe that they are like sponges. They are always searching for the right information, input to soak in. We could not think of a better luminary than more suitable for our own platform. Thank you will be a small word to enlighten us. And having accepted our invitation, we feel obliged, ma'am. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all well.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Sumita, ma'am. The Women Power Summit has been conceptualized to acknowledge, appreciate, and recount the brilliant contribution of the womankind in developing our civilization. The discussions today will be laced with some brilliant insights into topics that concern the society and women at large. I hope the listeners shall be able to benefit immensely from the knowledge and endless experience of our dignitaries are bringing to the table with them. In this celebration of womanhood, we will be joined by my co-host Jiva John, who is a hardworking, immensely helpful and inspiring woman and our dearest friend. Up next, we have our keynote speakers who are supremely inspirational. Her Excellency Dr. Janis Darbari, a rare achiever chosen as the Honorary Consulate General of Montenegro, and Professor Dr. Sunaina Singh, an institutional builder par excellence and an exceptional achiever. The world must take a note of these two women who will be the harbingers of change. I welcome both of you, ma'am. Our next speaker heads one of the most prestigious, internationally acclaimed educational institutions of the country, the Nalanda University. This university is credited to be the only university in India to be managed by the Ministry of External Affairs and awarded the title of the International Institution of National Importance. We are honored to have between us the Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University, Professor Sunaina Singh, has been entrusted with the noble task of rebuilding the ancient Nalanda University, largely because of her compelling leadership qualities of being an institution builder and her nuanced critical acumen as an educationist. Madam is a distinguished academician and administrator and holds the position of the Vice President at the Indian Council for Cultural Relations. She is a member of the Governing Council, Association of Indian Universities, AIU, a member of Comprehensive Language Policy of India, academic advisor of the National Cyber Safety and Security Standards, and a member of Board of Trustee of the Indian Foundation, a think tank. Professor Singh has played a dynamic role in streamlining the administration, reinvigorating the academic culture, and bringing about transparency and accountability into the system. We welcome you to the program, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and we welcome you with folded hands.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Maneka ji, honored Maneka ji, Dr. Janice Darbari, Professor Neera Mishra, and a host of accomplished women who sit on the summit to exchange ideas, to bring to the fore what we can do for women of the future. Well, I was looking at the area. I was quite enthused to find that this is the second summit on women organized by we. My congratulations and compliments to the organizers for putting together such a holistic program, because when I look at the number of scholars speaking on different areas of expertise that need to be built over a period of time, and also the experts who have accomplished several things, I think this itself is an empowerment of women. So congratulations to each and every one of us on the International Women's Day, which the UN had declared in 1977. Maneka ji very stoically put that, why do we need to ghettoize women through International Women's Day? Yes and no, according to me. We should not ghettoize women, because I think women have been on top of everything in India, particularly. We've had Vidushis in our knowledge systems who actually questioned the entire knowledge system, brought in the quotient of wisdom and harmony into the world. I think that has been the role initially of women, and they have not just been caregivers, they were knowledge givers. You know, whether we take Saraswati as our epitome, or whether we take our Vidushis, the scholar women who have been there in Vedas, I begin from there. I think it's important that we do celebrate women and celebrate. I agree with Maneka ji, we need to celebrate them every day. But perhaps International Women's Day is also pegging at the psyche of men to take another look at women, you know, to see what has been happening to women. Are women empowered, or has the society, you know, been able to uplift the girl child? You know, it needs to begin from the cultural ethos. It needs to begin from conditioning a girl child, because when you find a young girl full of confidence and self-esteem, that's the contribution we make to women, and then the world is at her feet. I think that's how it needs to be done. So before I begin to look at what are the areas that we need to still focus on, I must say that women have been breaking new ground. They have been able to bring neoteric, resourceful ideas to the world. And the more we involve and engage with women, I think the world would be a better place. So women, how do they navigate through a fast changing future landscape, is what I was looking at. And I have a couple of ideas here that I'm going to throw at my young participants or upcoming leaders. I was looking at UN announcement for the theme of International Women's Day for 2021. And if it says women in leadership, for promoting women's full and effective participation and decision making in public life. You know, it also says, how do we empower women and girls? I think this is where it is important that we learn to navigate, we learn to assert ourselves with fortitude, with tenacity. What are some of the things that we need to do? And one would be, let us all learn to build our own utopias. You know, let us all learn to be creators of our own destiny. create a landscape where we define ourselves and keep redefining ourselves. So reinventing, recreating the self, being the change managers, not just for others, for oneself, is very important. I think women or girls should embrace knowledge passionately, because there's no substitute to knowledge. The more empowered we feel it only through knowledge, the domain of knowledge. I also believe that role models are important, because we need to be aspirational. We need to look up to somebody. There was a time when we said we do away with role models. We don't need them. But I think it's time also to look at women who have accomplished, who have been standing on their own ground and have the courage to say no. That's very important. So also I feel women should steer clear of victim image. This is something that I feel very strongly about, because we should be able to turn our struggles into triumphs. I think that would be one way of looking at life. And also how to stop complaining and ensure that there is progress. And this is very important, because every complaint needs to be turned into a solution ideating ethos. I think it's very important that we give back to the society the way we want it to give it to us. So believing in yourselves, it would also entail being change leaders. So with these preliminary remarks, I was thinking, why don't we look at what is it that women can achieve? What is it that women can accomplish, and how? Because the question how is very important, because I believe increasingly that the government needs to put more funding where it is required, where women are concerned. Are we training our women enough? Is something that's a question that I keep asking myself. As the world's rhythm is changing, be it pandemic or without the pandemic, the kind of challenges that we face, particularly the women as caregivers, I believe that women have the power to give the world the right beat. I think this is very important, because I've been in the academic leadership role for over a decade now. I see a very gradual, slow process of change, but a certain process of change in the society, in the education sector, or be it any other sector. Certainly there is progress, but I think we need to learn to do more than that. Now, we all would like to see how the government can invest itself, how the companies need to, the corporate sectors, the institutions. Building a future for women leaders is very important. How do we build tomorrow's leaders? So empowerment, engagement become essential at every level, right from the girl child level. So one of the things that I was thinking about is the career trajectory. There needs to be, perhaps it's there in some places, but not in many. Is there a structured onboarding process? Do we have the promotional avenues which are structured? Talent nurturing, onboarding process for leadership in women. Are there career building measures, what I call career builders for women? And I see a big no there. So there should be a well orchestrated system for mentorship, for training, for orientation, to engage and uplift, encourage the youngsters. The career trajectories can be built, I feel, through workshops, through professional development training, build opportunities, sponsorship, building core values of diligence, learning, and dedication. This is very important, I thought. The other is the work life, the gray area of work-life balance, because mothers have to navigate through different set of responsibilities. Women give more of themselves perhaps than men. So, which leads to frustration at some level. Indira Nui at one point had claimed in an interview that and I quote her, she said, "I don't think women can have it all. If they think so, they are pretending." That's what she said. And I believe somehow having it all is not inclusive. What do we mean by having it all? It means having a great family and a great career. You cannot have both very often. So what about single women? What about divorcees? What about transgender women? Various levels of women. What about them? When we are talking about, is the concept of having it all inclusive? I would say no, it is not. So it's important that we steer clear of society's unreal expectations from working women. The society glorifies women in many, many ways, and there is no glory in drudgery, if you ask me. So I think it's important that we steer clear from such kind of definitions for women. And it's important that we nurture women to be confident in themselves and not to be apologetic at what they have not been able to accomplish. We cannot expect a balanced world if we do not have this kind of a trajectory. The other important thing I thought was women as problem solvers. Women are wired to be problem solvers. I think they have this capacity to find ways to bring some kind of harmony, how they solve the issues. I think, which is where the world, I think, even men need to get feminine. And let me explain what I mean by that. I think with women driving the financial stability, I think more and more men would come into this domain because what do women have to give to the world? I think they give compassion, they give empathy, the collaborative nature, compassion. These are the characteristics of a feminine and I think men are getting more and more feminine thereby. I think it's important that they get there, because if you want to be collaborative, you can learn that. That's a feminine characteristic according to me: compassion, tenacity, empathy, the ability to take on anything and juggle with the resources and yet put right on the table something valuable that only a woman can do. And I think men are learning to do that very quickly. So they're losing. We no longer require the muscle there for all this. I think that's a very important aspect to my mind. So we need to, in other words, educate men, at all levels about the potential of positives, potential of empathy and compassion. This is something that would bring about a world of change in the sector of women empowerment. The other important thing I thought is, how else do you bridge the gap, the gender gap? One, as I have been saying, we need to harness the full potential of women leaders, entrepreneurs, and who can then promote innovation, economic growth, social development, All this is possible through the steps that I have gone through. I must applaud Niti Aayog's Women Entrepreneurship platform here, which has been a catalyst for women in business, for women entrepreneurs or women in technology, fostering network. Remember, in India, women do not have adequate property ownership, for which the banks refuse to give them a loan to start a new venture. So most of the business that women run are self-financed or patronized by the men at home. So I think this is something back home. This is something that also needs to change, and gradually, but certainly I think that this is where we are going to go. So how do we, in order to empower, I think it's important that we fight the cultural biases. Stereotyping needs to be thrown in the dustbin, not to be encouraged. Skepticism towards women also needs to be done away with. So I wonder, where are the men in Women's Summit? I think they need to be there to learn their lessons, to encourage women, to their, not encourage, maybe that would be again patronizing, but learn to see women as equal partners. I think that will ensure equal world landscape for women. These few words, I think it's important that women retain their identity and celebrate themselves at every stage. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Madam, we thank you for the blessings and the thought-provoking speech you gave us. We are indeed blessed to have got such an opportunity to hear to you. And the thoughts like women are problem solvers, stereotype images should be changed. A woman's stereotype image will be rightly changed by your innovating speech. We assure you that we are all new women of this new century, and we will carry forward your ideas into the society and put it as seeds to germinate and generate into the society. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you to all, to the organizers. My best wishes. I need to exit. There are a couple of other things, but I'll off and on, I will be listening to everyone. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
More power to women.
Thank you. As we are waiting for our special guest, keynote speaker, I would like to know from Anushka whether we could, you are on time to invite her. Anushka, am I on time, on the forum, on net to invite
Yes,
our special guest of eminence?
She's here, ma'am. You can see her.
Yeah,
she's here.
yes.
She's here.
Thank you, Anushka. Thank you. We take immense pride in introducing our guest of eminence, our keynote speaker, Her Excellency, Dr. Janice Tabari, an author and journalist. She has chosen the first patron to the newly formed Indo-Montenegro Art and Cultural Forum, created by our government to develop and promote relationship between two countries in 2017. She is the only author to have been selected for the position of Honorary Consul General for Republic of Montenegro in New Delhi. She has an unique presence in the field of international diplomacy. Madam Her Excellency was appointed as the Special Representative Emissary of the Republic of Macedonia to India in 1993. She also played a key role in establishing formal diplomatic relationship with former Yugoslavia Republic of Macedonia in 1955. We welcome you, ma'am. We are so amazed to see you with us on the International Women's Day and feel very happy and thrilled and waiting to listen to your speech. Thank you for your presence. We welcome you.
Well, thank you, Jiva John. It's congratulations to all the women all over the world. It's a great day today for all of us. And from the government of Montenegro, I bring the best wishes to all of you who are organizing this function on this auspicious day, and to all the women who are watching this program of yours, as I've been given to understand, in different universities, scientists, people from the field of art and culture, and from the Nalanda University, the Vice Chancellor, and many other universities. I bring my greetings today to all of you from our country, Montenegro. I've been the Honorary Consul General for Montenegro since 2008, and I hold this prestigious post as perhaps the only woman in India to represent such a beautiful nation called Montenegro. It is situated in the Pearl, it's called the Pearl of the Mediterranean, former Yugoslavia. The Montenegrin women are very, very beautiful. It's a very, very beautiful race, the men and women in Montenegro. And just as it is blessed with the beautiful bounty of nature, the sea, and the beautiful hills, the ending of the Dinaric Alps, it's a wonderful tourist place. As an Indian woman, when I was nominated to the post by the President of Montenegro, and the President of India welcomed it with great honor, it was my honest duty to bring both the nations together in very fruitful discussions over these number of years. It's been a very challenging post, as it was created when I was, I would say, a young person who was bubbling with enthusiasm, talked as a journalist, as a writer, as a person who was the special emissary of Macedonia to India, nominated by the Prime Minister of the country, to again establish diplomatic relations with India and to get India to recognize Macedonia. And as a woman, I was able to complete this task within a record period of time. And for the people in the Balkans, it was, wow, what an Indian woman we have. She's dynamic, she's got us recognized. And it was a big talk. People started calling me the sister of the Balkans. So you can imagine a woman when she makes up her mind and she wants to do something. There is always
Ma'am, we're very sorry for the disturbance. You can please continue.
Yes, I believe there was some disturbance, but this is digital media and it's expected.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, when you are blessed to do something for your nation, it is an honor and it's destiny also. And when you have to work on the different parameters of trade, economic relations, political relations, cultural relations, it becomes a challenge. But I was very lucky because being a writer, author, and journalist, over the number of years of my career, spanning over 40 years, even being the advisor to the government of India on the child labor in India, for the physically handicapped. And then I worked with Mr. Suresh Prabhu on environment, and we brought out the policy for bamboo for India. So knowing India so well, to do for Montenegro and India was a joy. Everybody who I knew, they came forward to help the nation and help me, help India and Montenegro have very good relations. The result is that over a number of years, tourism has developed in a big way, and lots of Indians are going to settle in Montenegro and open their businesses also. So as a woman, what I feel today on March 8th, it is a great message for the woman of the world that when you look towards national development of your country, and you have an honored post of an honorary council general, which was formed and created under the United Nations Vienna Convention to develop relations between two countries. It is something when you start doing, you realize how sensitive it is. And you have to, as a woman, mature into an international being, understanding how to resolve international relations. And I would think a woman is born to do it. She's a born peacemaker. She's a born homemaker. She's a born creator. She is innovative. She looks at peace. She wants peace. She wants to fight for human rights. It is but her second nature. She's the Mother Earth. So there's so much of a personality in the woman that can blossom and bloom into your various careers, which you decide to adopt as a way of life. I can understand one thing, that when you are doing something like this, you must dedicate yourself. And when you dedicate yourself, you are then only going to be able to do something worthy of being the individual you're born to be. It's not that we think we are just a woman. It is what you put into that feeling of being a woman. You don't have to look at men and turn around and say, well, they are my competitors. No. You don't have to look at the world as the world has been cruel to women. No. We have men in this world who have worked selflessly to raise the cause of the woman, whether she's been a widow, whether she's been in her profession, she's had her difficulties. There are people behind you. It is, I would say, a majority of men who brought in a lot of reforms where the women are concerned. Women today are fighting for what type of rights is a different issue. As and when she has come out in the fore to understand her job in her workplace, yes, she has to evolve first to understand that workplace. We cannot just turn around and say there is a sexual abuse or there is something happening, because we have not adjusted ourselves also. I remember a man telling me that one of the very famous bureaucrats, he said, I was so used to meeting my men folk as bureaucrats. But when the woman started entering the services, it was my natural habit to tap a woman on the back or a man on the back, because it was my natural way. And he said, some people would say, look, hello, don't touch me. He said, I learned from what that woman said. But at the same time, it was the woman who also had to understand that he's also trying to adjust. She could not turn around and say that what are you doing patting me on the back? So there is a lot of understanding that has to develop. So today is a day to understand yourself, to see other women who have graced high post, to understand how other women have, as perhaps as a nurse, faced what is you would call a cultural distinction when she becomes from an ordinary daughter and she travels to be a nurse. She's exposed to a totally new way of life. She has to nurse mankind. She can't think she's taking care of a man or a woman. These are all very, very important subjects of evolution of the mind. Yes, if there are people out to exploit you, then there is a big reason for you to raise your voice. If you can curb it yourself, nothing like it, because then you evolve as a woman of substance, who the men look at as a challenge to their style of trying to get away with things. And you turn around and can change their character, then you're a woman of character. Because you must learn also how to prevail. It is not that laws are going to protect you only. You have to understand that if you're walking out also on a dark night, you are going to invite trouble, because they are going to be ruffians. They are going to be people who've had a high drink. There are going to be people who are waiting like jackals. But you have to understand that yes, this is society. It could be in any part of the world. So therefore, gracefully, when you do your things, think about it. Plan your movements. Do not think you are so strong that you can walk on a street in the night and then turn around and cry, why did this happen to me? Plan yourself. Do not think you are the individual who can change the world in a substance, in a moment, in a whiffy. It doesn't happen. We have to be realistic. We have to be pragmatic. These are things which are very, very serious. I have been reading about the number of women who have been harassed when they're walking on the road. I remember when I was in college, in a very famous college called the Lady Shri Ram College of Delhi, we used to make it a point to go out in groups. We never thought that we should walk around alone. And yes, there were boys who were walking on the road just to brush against you. And we would, as a lot of women together, club him down. So this is exactly what it is. You have to learn your strength is within society. Standing alone is very difficult. Getting yourself respected is very tough because you have to mature a lot to be able to get yourself respected. It's how you carry yourself. I've had the opportunity of interviewing Indira Gandhi. I've had the opportunity of writing a book about her when I was a young journalist, and this book was called Me and My Sister Wrote the Book Together. It was Indira Gandhi's 1028 Days. And I remember when I asked her, we were young girls doing our journalism in London. We used to wear those tight pants and frilly tops. And whenever we used to enter the office of a particular officer, he would look at us. And then we were pretty, we were charming, and they would turn around and they would look at us with a smile and then, let's go out. And then we'd look at them and say, no, thank you. We don't have the time and we are busy on our work. But when we brought this to Indira Gandhi's notice and we said, it's so, we don't understand these men. And she turned around, she laughed and she smiled and she said, this is India. You're a journalist, you go out in London, you talk like that. It's acceptable. It's the Western world. But when you're in India, the man hasn't even sometimes been able to understand himself. And when he meets a woman who is so young, dashing, beautiful, and modern, he is going to see whether he can make his way with you. So be careful. When you come to the offices, when there's a decorum, dress in a salwar kurta, dress in a churidar pajama, dress in a sari, half your problems will be solved. And believe me, half the problems got solved. So it is how we command ourselves, even how we dress. In fact, when she told me, she said, when I go to the villages, I wear these long full sleeve blouses. And the psychology of the masses was very interesting. They would respect me and call me Amma. And I liked it. She said, I had matured as a prime minister. I knew also that I had to, when I talked to my people, my country, my nation, I had a message for them. So this is exactly what we all must understand. Today we celebrate a day which a lot of women have sacrificed so much to make this day. My mother, she was 90 years old, 92 old when she passed away. That's last year. I lost a friend. I lost a mother. I lost somebody who gave me so many virtues and so many things to live with. And she taught me one thing. She said, remember one thing. Always, when you read, knowledge is power. It will teach you a lot. Read books. Read the newspapers. Be abreast with what's happening. You cannot live with your mind isolated from what's happening in the world. It's the wisdom of life which will mature you through all the turmoils. Don't ever feel helpless that you are alone. It's something very interesting because I never got married. And when you don't get married and you don't have a husband behind you, and you don't have children behind you, you have yourself to live with and you have yourself to come forward with. It's a very big challenge. So my mother said, don't ever feel lonely. If you feel lonely, then you've let down a very big self-defense. Learn to conquer loneliness. Learn to meditate. Learn to be yourself. So I picked up all these virtues. And she herself, when she was young, her father was an ICS officer of the Imperial Raj in 1923 batch. And you can imagine he brought up his daughter as the most modern daughter of her times. She went to school. She went to boarding school. He pushed her through Isabella Thomas IT College in Lucknow. And at a very young age of 14, she did her intermediate. And he taught her. He got her the best teachers to teach her at home. And he was the one who gave freedom to Balia in 1942, the collector who raised the flag of India on his office when Gandhiji gave the call for quit India. So that's the type of family I come from. I come from a family of freedom fighters. So we know what freedom is, and we know another person's freedom ends where our nose begins. So you have to understand yourself. Life is very, very evolving and very exciting, and it's very daring. You have to learn to live it. And once you live it, you understand each and every moment and you enjoy it. So today, I think it's a chance when all we women share with each other, form a good network. And I was given to understand by the organizers that this message will be going to many universities, many young children who are stepping out into this busy digital world now. And the digital world offers a lot of challenges. I've had to learn so much about the digital world, and the young ones are born with it. So there is going to be, a knock of a shoulder here and a knock of a shoulder there, and people saying, well, this is how you should live life, and now the next generation is going to see life like this. But yes, when we're talking about life and living it, live it to the hilt. You only have one life. Live that moment. Do not think that somebody else can take that moment away from you. Enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then what are you living? Even if you do a thing like making a cup of tea at home, I sometimes enjoy just singing and making that cup of tea because that is my joy of life. So even if you're making your lovely, sumptuous meal for your family, enjoy it because that is what is going to give your children the energy for the day. So that is going to be your joy to see your children evolve in front of you. So when you're the mother, you play such a dashing role. And from my mother, I learned that. I mean, people used to say, Janice, you're not a mother. How do you know what it is to feel like to be a mother? I said, you know what? If you have a mother like mine, you will never feel that you don't miss motherhood, because she taught me how she would be like a baby, and she would say, you're my mother. And it was such a joy. I mean, I tell you one thing, the relationship you have with your parents, is ever evolving. And that relationship is so dear to you because it makes you the full woman you are. Your father pats you on the back, your mother pats you on the back. And then if you have brothers and sisters and cousins who sort of support what you do, it helps you to evolve as the woman you are today. And so today when people look at me, they say, you hold yourself so well in the diplomatic field. You're able, because in our diplomacy till today, yes, the majority are men. And to be able to talk to them, I do have to read, I do have to understand their countries. It is a challenge at every step. So let's look at it this way, that you don't have to slip out of life, slip into life. It's like wearing a new pair of jeans or like wearing a new sari. Flaunt it, enjoy it. It's you. So as a friend, that's all I have to say to you. And I think as you go along with life, be musical, dance, energize yourself. Bring that laughter into it, even if you're sad, because sadness is going to be there. When you are evolving, you will cry because there's so many things sometimes you have to leave behind and become the woman you have to become. And you have to take strong decisions. You have to be hard sometimes. You have to be cruel sometimes to be kind. And that's when you realize I'm evolving as a human being, much above just being a woman or a man. So remember, it's not being chauvinist either way. And you cannot change the world by being a chauvinist. You have to understand these very beautiful tenets and principles, and then only you are going to evolve and be the woman of today. Be a woman worth Margie. Something you can say to the world, something you can enlighten them with. You know, just don't ever think that you're a lesser human being. You know, I've had beautiful girls working for me. They were from the tribal area. And when they told me their stories, one girl, in fact, when she told me the harrowing tale she had in the village and how they were, just to keep a tribe alive, these girls, whether they were married or not married, they needed to have some children. And I looked at her and I said, my God, you're going to do this, Pramila? What's wrong with you? She said, you know what? My mother is drunk half the time. She's a laborer. She works in the kilns. She picks up bricks. And in the night, she's given a booze bottle. And what is my life? I was born out of this type of a bondage. And I'm told that, yes, I need to have some children so the tribe goes on. And I will have to leave your job, ma'am. I have to go back. And I said, what are you going to do back? She said, your washing machine is not going to come in my use. I'm going to have to start scrubbing clothes. So I said, remember one thing, Pramila, be happy whatever you do and take it as a challenge. And she went back to her village. They got her married to a married man, of all the things. And then she rang me up. I said, Pramila, are you laughing? She said, yes, I am. I said, why? She says, you know, the man has one small kid and he's married. And I have to, the village people said, I must marry him. So I said, what are you going to do, Pramila? She said, I'm going to marry him because that's the only way I can be safe in my village. We need to have the tika. We need to have that security in the village. Otherwise, the men will not treat you kindly. So this is a social problem in India. And this problem will not go away by rhetoric. It is a social evolution. We have to change the fabric of society in India. I've had a chance to work with these people, and I know that it's not easy to be a woman even at the grassroots level. So it's not the woman only at the top who has a challenge. It is the woman at the ground level who has a very big challenge. And that is when the society has to really come forward to help. We have to really help those people who are in the backward areas of India, because still today these traditions are there. And there are many other traditions which I'm planning to write about it or talk about it in length on a YouTube thing about the Indian woman and how she has all over India, there are different traditions which yet tie the chains to her emancipation. So yes, we do have to work on these subjects in India. Life is not as rosy as we think. And if we do not evolve these people, then of course, you see, the next generation is born through them also. And they do come to the cities, and that's when the disturbances take place because they find an unequal balance. But yes, it's a serious topic in one way, a very, very serious topic when you come down to the grassroots levels. When you come to the middle class woman, there's another problem she faces. When you come to the rich woman, there are different problems they face. It's not that the woman doesn't have a problem or a girl child doesn't have a problem, but we all have to get together to solve these problems because no problem can be solved alone. And with these serious thoughts, I would think we have to rethink today on many issues and give those the salvation who we can. And I hope that with these words of wisdom, with my own experience as a writer, author, journalist, as a journalist, sometimes time where you may have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you may have to even meet somebody at 12 o'clock at night. So you have to be ready for all of that, and you have to be well prepared. And if you're well prepared, then you make a successful journalist. Otherwise, you can get, like I've heard instances happening now. In fact, it's more out in the open. But yes, those instances for those, that is the fourth estate of the country, if they have to struggle for their rights, you can imagine how sensitive it is in India. But it is happening in different pockets of the world. And I'm glad to say that my interaction now with the African nations, or whether the European nations, or whether the Western nations. It's been one of understanding how they have solved problems. And it's, yeah, in some countries, the women are taking over in a big way. And it's Kamala Harris has done something which is outstanding also. And we have people in Montenegro. We have a very beautiful president's wife. She's very, I would say, up to date on all international issues. So she makes a wonderful wife to a president. So she has her challenges, and every woman will have the challenges. It's not the post that is glamorous, it is the person who becomes glamorous. It is the person who has to evolve the post. And if you evolve it, then people will know you for the post, not the post for you. So remember one thing: the wife is a post, the journalist is a post, but you are the comma and the dot to that post. So it is something that you have to think today and evolve today with that type of words. I mean, and blessing you all on this occasion. I hope I have managed to get a strong message across to many women, because I know I come from a place where, my mother is a Buldelkhandi. And do you know what Buldelkhand is? Rani of Jhansi. So when I was told the story of Rani of Jhansi, and people would say your DNA matches her, I used to look and smile until I really went into the winters and the greens and the pastures of Rani of Jhansi. I realized what she went through to become the Rani of Jhansi, and how she fought for freedom of India, the valor, the mother in her. So this is what it is. India gives you that beautiful fabric to evolve as the person you want to be. And I would say one thing, that internationally, I have also had my strong opinions, and I have valued whatever I have done. I have held principles in place. And to hold principles, international principles in place is not easy, because you are then looking at a benchmark which you're creating for the nations. And yes, if you can do it, you're known as a woman of substance. And so, with these words, I would like all of you to become a woman of substance and enjoy living as a woman, because it's the most beautiful, graceful way God has created you on this earth, as one of the most beautiful things. You are like, I would say, the Lakshmi. You are like the fairy god angel. You have the healing hand, and you have the Shakti. So keep this with you, fold it, sleep with it, enjoy it. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Ma'am, if there's one thing that I want to say after your speech is, it is now I understand why everyone is mind blown when they hear you. Everyone is quiet when they hear you. It's because you're so amazing with what you say. You're so coherent, so amazing. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for blessing us, ma'am. I think every word that you have spoken, I think every one of us and the audience would have loved it and would definitely incorporate it in their life to go. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Anushka. Thank you very much, Mrs. John. Thank you very much, Siddharth, men behind the scene. Thank you all. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to being with you on this very, very auspicious day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, moving on, Mother Teresa once said, I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone to waters to create many ripples. Well, our next guest will definitely do the same. Professor Neera Mishra, ma'am, the founder chairperson of Draupadi Dream Trust, which was established in 2003 to create a better understanding and appreciation of ancient heritage legacies, is one of the most prominent examples of the strength that women possess. Endowed with incomparable intellect and zeal to uplift women, she's an independent research student focused on ancient civilization, cultural heritage, especially of the Vedic and Mahabharat period history and culture, and in its socio cultural impact She is definitely arranging and achieving heights. She will be sharing her thoughts on one of the strongest women to have ever existed in India, Draupadi. We welcome you to the program, ma'am. Thank you for accepting our invitation and thank you for coming first to the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
hear
We can
me?
hear you.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Many congratulations to all the organizers for this wonderful initiative on celebrating womanhood. But I would like to also qualify this by saying that in India, women have always been revered and celebrated day in and day out. We begin our day with Ma, and throughout the day we either calling our dadi or nani or bua or maybe our didi and sisters to help us out. uh, the International Women's Day, on the serious note, is actually a Western concept, and India evolving and growing and being in tune with the international community celebrates this day as a mark of our solidarity with the international women. And today I'm very happy that Kamala Harris has finally managed to be the vice president. Why I'm saying this? Because in 2000, as a governing body member of the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce Ladies Wing, we did a program on International Women's Day on 8th March, and we had invited all the ambassadors. And the American ambassador's wife, I think Blackwith was the ambassador that time, told us, she was a very renowned professor in her own field, and she said, no matter how progressive America becomes economically, in terms of gender equality, there's always a glass ceiling when it comes to promotions of women. So kudos for America for following in the footsteps of Bharatiya Sanskriti and Sabhita. And with that note, I come down to introducing to you somebody who stands up. Beta, is it possible for me to make a host? I just want to show you a few slides, you know. Is it possible to make me a co-host so that I can take off my slide? I'm there? Okay. Okay. So what you see on the screen is an image that is now a pride possession of the National Museum at Delhi under the Ministry of Culture. This was excavated in 1940 from Panchal Desh. क्या कर रहे हो तुम? हाँ, yeah, second वाला, हाँ, yeah. No, you keep it to the first one, beta. I'm sorry, but first वाले में I'm talking about, yeah. It shows three important aspects that you will notice here. Yes. When I'm talking of Draupadi. This has a Chandra on one of the sides. So she is the daughter of Chandra Vanshi Raja Drupad. There is a third eye on her forehead, where I will now tell you as I go along that she is the avatar of Parvati and actually the consort of Shiva in her previous life. And third thing that you will notice is a beautiful hairstyle. And this hairstyle and this knowledge that Draupadi had as a hairdresser, she uses this to overcome her adversity with dignity by being a queen. She becomes the hairdresser to a queen of Biratnagar. So going ahead, beta, you'll have to stand here. Before I tell you about who is Draupadi also, I want to tell you, just give you quotes of two important persons who have said something about Draupadi. And these persons are our Prime Minister of India. In 2013, when my trust was celebrating 10 years, we wrote to him about, because Gujarat is very intrinsically related to Draupadi. There is a festival in Tarnetar where Draupadi and Arjuna are celebrated. And he wrote this letter to us. It says, Draupadi is a symbol of dignity and self-respect. And she exemplifies the power of faith, that her great faith in Krishna and in God, in spirituality. The second person I would like to quote is late socialist politician, very popular politician from Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia. He had made this statement, if I have to choose between Sita and Draupadi, I would always choose Draupadi as the ideal woman. So that is the status that Draupadi has enjoyed as the ideal woman. And her, I'm going to show you just a few slides, because I think for 99.9% of the people who are going to be hearing this program, this is all going to be absolutely new knowledge. There is, I'm quoting whatever I'm saying from our scripture, from our text, from our ancient texts. Not only Mahabharata, but we have a book, in ancient times, there was a system of creating a book in honor of the place. So there is a book called Kampilya Mahatma, which comprises of Mahabharata quotations from Padma Puran, from Skanda Puran, from Vishnu Puran, Shiv Puran, etc. So it's a compilation which tells about the importance of Kampilya, the place. And Draupadi was born in the land of Panchala, in the capital city of Panchala called Kampilya. And why we say she was Parvati? Because when she was born, after that, when she gets married as a swamvar, she is revealed that who she is. And I'm going to tell you that quote from that book. When Shiva was involved in the creation of Ganga, the path for Ganga, Parvati is very annoyed and he curses her, I'm sending Ganga to Dharti, now you also go to Dharti. And Parvati is very, very disturbed. And she says, no, Swami, I will always stay with you. And then he tells her, I'm sorry, I've already cursed you, but now I'll give you a boon. I will meet you in another life. You will be going and staying in a secret place in Kampilya, and the rishis there will perform a yajna during the time of King Drupada, and you will be born after a yajna in that auspicious sacred land of Panchala. So Draupadi is considered in our text as the avatar of Parvati. I am also going to clear in very brief some 5-6 misperceptions as I tell her about a story. We all know Draupadi is also called Panchali because she was the princess of the land of Panchal. Panchal was it was the first confederation of 5 people coming together, tribes, to make the land called Panchala. Historical first confederation of the world, political confederation. So when she was, there is a story to her father, Drupada. He had been defeated by his class friend Dronacharya, and he wanted to do a yajna to beget a Yodha in order to defeat Dronacharya and regain half his kingdom. So he goes to a priest and says, I want you to do a yajna for a Yodha son. And the priest says, they actually, he has to go through 1 year of penance. So while the queen is pregnant, he goes through the penance. And when they do the yagna, then twins are born. So first her brother Dushtudam and then she. But because he had gone with the motive and all the prayers were focused on getting a Yodha child, both the children, the brother and the sister, are become Yodhas. So Draupadi is also called Yajyasenini. That means a Yodha born out of the Yaj. Also called Agniputri. And so because she represents the purity of gold, that gold is after burning in fire, it becomes pure. So there is a great misperception about her birth that she came emerged out of that. It is a symbolic way of telling us that she was the result of a great penance and fire sacrifice which performed by her father. Second is misperception about Draupadi. We are talking of women and gender equality. This Swayamvar represents a very significant aspect of our ancient civilization, cultural thought and philosophy on gender equality. A woman had the right to choose her husband. How could she have the right to choose her husband unless she was educated, unless she had the knowledge who should be her husband, what type of person she wants? That means her emotional and intellectual capabilities have to be developed. And here I would like to quote from the Vedas, from the Rig Veda, from Manusmriti, and even from Atharvaved, where it is very clearly said, if you want to empower your child, girl child, educate her. Give her knowledge of Vedas. Vedas means basically scientific knowledge. So give her that knowledge and let her be the charioteer of her own life. So these are the so the Swayamvar ceremony represents the empowered woman. Sita, of course, I have nothing against Sita. Sita, I find equally a liberated woman. But when you compare Draupadi's life to her, you will find the challenges that Draupadi faced. There is one big misperception about Draupadi when at the Swayamvar. The misperception is that she insulted Karna by refusing him to take part in the Swayamvar ceremony. Now tell me, if a woman has the right to choose her husband, does she not have a right to reject a person? Why she is blamed for that? I still don't understand the logic of men and women, and even some of our seers who tried to propagate wrong things, that she insulted Karna. Swayamvar by itself definition means she has the right to refuse all except one. So the Swayamvar ceremony is very significant because this is not only the ceremony that makes her bring out her character to choose her personality, but here also when she is asked to take the 5 husbands, I go back to the story, she is also perplexed and she goes through quite a hell trying to say, what happened to? Why should I take 5 husbands? I have chosen Arjun. Sri Krishna reminds her of her previous life and tells her that you are Parvati, you were the wife of Shiva, and you had been told that Shiva had told, I will meet you in different forms. And so the 5 husbands, they represent different forms. In our area in Pancha, we still have Shivlings with 4 heads and the center being Yudhishthir. So it's a living tradition. Now we come to the next episode of Draupadi's life, how she stands out. Sorry? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Your mic is...
Ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you, ma'am. I think there's some network disturbances. I think it's okay now. We can hear you.
Gaya, So now we come to the next very important episode of her life that is very much misperceived, misrepresented. And this is the one? This is the one that relates to her, the popular film, television, Aam Janta ka concept, that she was disrobed. She was never disrobed. She was dragged out of her room and only her dupatta was touched. We have done authentic research in the book, gone through each and aspect of the book with eminent scholars of Sanskrit. So Draupadi was never disrobed. Yes, she was insulted and she was dragged into the court, and that's where you see her strength as a Yodha. Because here she's faced with she raises 3 important questions to the king. So the first woman that we know in recorded history who had the guts, the grit to stand up in the court and challenge the king for the disrespect to a woman. And she asked the king, what right does the husband have on me? I am not his property. That's the first time we come to know that a woman in Indian philosophy is not a property. She's a ardhangini. She is an equal partner. Here, the Nar-Narayanization that men and women are equal partners in the journey of life. Here, there's a very important question she raises, and this question is I said that I'm not a piece of property. Second legal question. Since he lost himself in the dice game, what right does he have over to lose upon me? But the court is silence. The court does not raise a voice. Bhish Pitama's head is down. The king does not know. King is blind to everything. And who comes to her help? It is Gandhari who comes to her help. See, the women in Mahabharata are powerful women. She comes to her help, saying, now you come and touch my dupatta. Come and touch me. See, another thing they show the pallu being touched. In olden days, sari was never used to have a long skirt and a choli and a dupatta. So there was no sari, and they show this for films, glamorizing and sensationalizing. So Draupadi uses what? What is her? She becomes a Yodha, and what is her power now? You see, she was very fond of her hair. She had lovely hair, and she opens her hair and she says, I'll never tie my hair till justice is done to me. And of course, she calls for Krishna at that time, and Krishna comes to her help. And that's the way that Prime Minister has written to us, that she represents the power of faith, that if you're truth, if you're there, and if you are wanting to protect yourself and your dignity, I'm there with you. God is there with you. So very important lesson. And she uses her hair as her tool. So she as a pawn. You see, she is used as a pawn. We all know, beta ye isko niche karna. Sorry. Niche. इसके ऊपर नहीं, ये वाला चाहिए मुझे ना, ये वाला. So she is used as a pawn in that game of dice. You see, वो पीछे है, छोड़ो, पीछे है, रह गया, तुमने इसको हटा दिया गलती से. Doesn't matter. She fights for justice. And how will she fight for justice? Fights for justice. She tells Krishna, I want justice. Now, one woman's disrespect leads to the whole country standing up and taking sides and going into a war, which termed as the Kurukshetra Dharma Yudh. And that Kurukshetra Dharma, I was going through this whole, history of the past. Ved Vyasa says, remarks that I was so disturbed by the cries of Draupadi in the Sabha that I must document this narrative of this Dwapar era. So then another important thing we need to know about Draupadi, how she represents women. After they lose the dice game, she is, the Pandavas are banished for 12 years. And her father, Draupadi's father, comes to take her. And she says, no, I will not go home. I will not go to Kampilya. I am their true Ardhangini. I will be side by side with them in happiness and in sadness. So she stands up as a woman of gender equality. She does not say, she was the daughter of a big king. She could have just gone there. So no, she represents the gender equality. Then, here during the Gyatvas, as I was saying, she also represents the first entrepreneur. Why? As I said, being a queen, she stoops to become the, and self-empowered and work as a hairdresser. You see, when they were in Agyatwas, the Pandavas had to take on different jobs. So Bhim was a rasoi, Arjun became a sir. Likewise, each of them had taken some jobs. She says, I'm not going to sit, crib, cry, and blame others. I'm also going to work. And so she takes up the job. So I consider her as the first empowered woman, the first entrepreneur who believes in self-respect and overcoming poverty with great adversity with great dignity. Again, her relationship with Krishna was so important, which is very important also in today's context. You see, today when we are going out and working with men, we become friendly with men. We are married, unmarried, we may be mothers, we may be daughters in whatever capacity. But there is stigma attached to a man and woman becoming friends. The Krishna and Draupadi represents the true platonic friendship of intellectual partners. So her friendship with Krishna represents two important things. Number one, her intellectual caliber was so high that the Lord Krishna himself called her the Sakha. He doesn't call her Sakhi, he calls her Sakha. That gender equality, Sakha is a neutral term. Second part is this, that two individuals, whether they are male sakhas and equal partners and equal friends in life, irrespective of which gender they belong. I'm especially stating this sentence because so many people have narrated their personal lives. When I came to Delhi in 1994, I was chosen by SIDBI to be an entrepreneur. I started my career as an entrepreneur. And I, by grace of God, through whatever little knowledge God has given me, through my educational background, I've done business administration. I was a selected entrepreneur by SIDBI and trained by SIDBI, the Small Industries Development Board. I used to face peculiar, words in society. How is she successful? Why is she so friendly with X, Y, Z? I was amazed. I said, why as an individual I can be friendly with anybody, and as an individual I'm succeeding because of my own caliber, because of my own knowledge. So challenges that modern women have always faced, and I will also come back to that, why this has happened, but I just want to complete in brief the story of Draupadi. I don't know how many of you know that there is this festival called the Akshay Tritiya. It is again Draupadi's one incident in her life where again the power of faith that a person has. Duryodhan sends these rishis to their place in the jungles for food. She has no food and she cries for Krishna. Krishna comes and takes one small grain of rice from a pot, and those people, they get satiated and they don't even feel hungry and they don't come back to have their food. And this day is celebrated as Akshay Tritiya. Now, this is the most important aspect of Draupadi's life, where you will see how empowered and educated she was. Satyabhama asks her one question: how do you manage 5 husbands? And there is a beautiful narration shows how she is explaining. She knows the names of all the workers in the palace. She knows the requirements and needs of everybody who's under her. Remember, there were many other queens of the Pandavas, because in those days the kings could have more queens. And of course, I as a modern woman say, if the kings could have more queens, why couldn't a woman have more wives? I mean, more husbands. That's gender equality. Coming back to this, she explains financial management, she explains house management, she explains interpersonal skills, she explains communication skills. Everything she lays down and explains to her how she manages different personalities of the 5 husbands, how she manages her life. You see, one thing you have to understand, husbands, it was a free for all. There is a rule in ancient Indian tradition that if you have more than one husband, which is a tradition still in many places, each is assigned a 1 year only. So each 1 year she is with one husband, and then she is here with the other husband, 1 year each. It's not that she can have all the husbands. So she knows whose child it is, number one, and she is in pure, in all heart and mind and soul with that person. And so this dialogue brought Draupadi's multifaceted personality, her knowledge as a educated and empowered woman to handle and take on the responsibilities of life. And she creates an identity for herself. We remember Draupadi even after 5,000 years. Why? Because there was something outstanding about her personality. And it's very sad that in North India, where she was born in Kampilya, in Indraprastha, which is Delhi from where I'm speaking, where she became the first queen of Indraprastha, there is no memorial to Draupadi. Whereas in Indonesia, Bali, there is a temple to her. In Chennai, there are multiple temples to her, which I have visited. I'll just give you a glimpse of some of them. In down absolute tip of the Indian country, there is an ocean called Union Islands, where the people had converted to Syrian Christians, yet they pray to Draupadi Amman. So Draupadi Amman temples are there in South India, many places. There's a Dharmaraja temple in Bangalore where every year for 15 days, they celebrate Draupadi Amman. Amman means Devi. We don't even call her Devi in North India. So it is high time from this day onwards, I would personally request you to address Draupadi as Devi Draupadi, because she had the Devatya in her. And that is why we call her Devi. She is as we said, she is a woman who sort of stands for justice. She stands for equality. She stands for gender parity. She stands for the dignity of a woman and respect, self-respect. So she uses her armor is not weapons. Her armor is her intellectual strength, her emotional strength, and her belief in truth, in protecting dharma. So what was the dharma? Dharma was respect women, and that dharma was shattered on particular day, and that is why she challenges the people. She raises her voice for regaining the respect, and she says, it is not for me. If it can happen to a woman who is the queen of this kul badhu ke saath, if something can happen, it can happen to our woman. So I have to take up the fight against this thing. So Draupadi, just the way today we are taking up see, you have actually removed a lot of the films. Just Draupadi dilemma of modern women is the same as the Draupadi dilemma of the original Draupadi. I was telling you about the mandir. Important aspect I want to tell you, since we are talking of Draupadi and we are talking about Devi, there is the biggest misperception that she laughed at Duryodhan and she said, Andhe ka beta andha. She neither laughed at Duryodhan, nor she said, Andhe ka beta andha. It's not in the Mahabharata text anywhere. So why is this known? Why is it become so popular? First is blame it on the woman. If anything goes wrong, just blame any woman. See, Draupadi was the daughter of a very powerful king. The day she married the 5 Pandavas, she became a pillar of strength for the Pandavas. So she added double power to the strength of the Pandavas. That made Duryodhan very jealous. That made Dhritarashtra very insecure. And he said, now my sons will lose all the kingdom. So they decided to divide the kingdom. These are the temples I'm talking about. I visited on Draupadi Amma. They divided the kingdom and Indraprastha was created. Now, these 2 incidents about Draupadi laughed and said, Andhe ka beta andha, are supposed to have been said when the Rajasuya Yagya of Yudhishthir was happening at Indraprastha, and these Kuru brothers were invited. Now, tell me one thing, if the king is getting coronated, then the mother queen, that is Draupadi, Will she be taking guests around, and especially her jet around? That is not a tradition. The officers of the court, it will be the dasis and the dasas, etc., who will take them around. She'll be too busy making preparations for the 100 kings that came for this ceremony. So, first point is, in the Mahabharata, it is retained that she was present at the point where Duryodhan fell. Number two, Andhe Beta Andha. What happened is, when Bhim came to know Duryodhan had fallen in the pool of water, he says, "Hey Dhritarashtraputra." It was Bhim who had sarcastically said, "Hey Dhritarashtraputra," but Duryodhan, because of his jealousy, his anger, his absolute, desire to get Indraprasth out of them, goes back to Hastinapur and creates a story around Draupadi and tells his father all these things. So it is Duryodhan's word against facts of the whole story. So basically, I wanted to take you through this small story of Draupadi to make you understand why she's the ideal woman, because she stooped when there was need. That is, she stoops and goes in the jungles. She bows to the respect of the principles of life of a wife, that I have to be with my husband through thick and thin. And at the same time, she does not bow when injustice is done to her. So she raises a voice when injustice is done, and raises a voice for all women to come forever. Today, when we see so many wrong things happening, the whole reason is that 1,000 years we have been deprived of our knowledge of our own text, of our own itihas. Number two, the invasions were so brutal, so dangerous, that they would come and take away a woman. So for almost 1,000 years, all our women had to be kept in parda. They had to be kept inside doors. And that is why there was a disconnect on proper education and proper liberation of women. But remember, we never had sati. We never had a disrespect for widow. If we had so much disrespect for widow, would Kunti be surviving and taking care of 5 husbands? Kunti was a widow. When King Dashrath died, all the 3 wives, they were there. They did not commit sati. So widowhood was not a disrespect. Widowhood was not treated. Women who were widows were never treated with disrespect. And nobody committed sati. The whole concept of sati came after the invasions came, because the woman knew that the moment my husband is killed, I will become the property of the invaders. And so I have to choose. Either I become their property or die. So she chose to die. And because of her truth, her belief in her faith, it is called sati. Satya. Satya ke liye apna jaan dena. So that's sati and Johar. You are familiar with sati and Johar. So neither we were uneducated, neither we were, cowed and, disrespect. Yeah, I'm going to finish now. That's why I was
actually,
asking.
that is what
I wanted to know the time. Nobody told me how many minutes. Okay. So women of ancient India, Draupadi represents, these are all the quotations from the Vedas, which I will not go through now. But women of ancient India are very truly represented by Draupadi and Sita. And Draupadi is the ideal woman. And we don't need to learn from the West, who started in 1924 to give the first voting right to women. We always had a voting right. We were by priests, women were vidushis who wrote Vedas, women were rulers, women were musicians, everything. So I thank all of you. I congratulate all of you. Learn to respect your own icons, learn to respect your own women heroes, and then you will be truly empowered. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm sorry I've overstepped my time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for helping us reconnect with our glorious history and with an enigmatic woman like Draupadi. The sheer detail and depth of your delivery must have filled our viewer with a renewed vigor to learn and explore even more, just like it has to me. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Preeti Upala, an international keynote speaker and astute political commentator, who was recently awarded the Youth Iconic Leader of the Year at the Women's Economic Forum in Delhi. She is a geopolitical and international relations expert. She is also a certified Dharma ambassador and very passionate about global cultural issues. She will enlighten us upon dharmic feminism and how to elevate Indian soft power. I welcome you, ma'am, with my folded hands.
Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Thank you, Anushka ji. Thank you, Preeti ji, and thank you, Siddharth ji, for inviting me to this amazing event. I'm honored to be here for the second Women Power Summit, here to honor the International Women's Day globally. And I think the world around everybody is taking a pause, taking a moment to think about what it means to be a woman in 2021 with everything that's going around the world. And I think that it's the same in India. In fact, it's a great time to really look at our own culture and history and see what answers lie there and what treasures lie there that could be, the missing link to maybe what's missing out there in the world, especially when it comes to this area of female empowerment, equality, feminism, and so on. So I would like to start with a famous quote. This is a famous Hindu verse from the Rig Veda. It says, "In woman is the form of all things, of all that lives and moves in the world. There is no jewel rarer than the woman, no condition superior to that of a woman." So this Rig Veda obviously is the oldest scripture in the world. And even at that time, they were talking about how precious the female form and female incarnation is. And it has never stopped. It's always been that way. I think we've always upheld the divine feminine essence. So I mean, it's the only faith where we have more goddesses than gods, and I'm talking about Sanatana Dharma, but I think Bharat in general obviously embodies this incredible set of traditions and history and itihasa. So it's all, you can't separate the two; they're one in a way. And it's also the last remaining goddess worshipping culture in the world, Devi worshipping culture in the world. So I think if we lose that, we lose everything. So we must really uphold the goddess herself, the goddess worship, what the goddess means to us. And we must strive to treat every woman like a goddess, because she is one. And I think it starts from here, it ripples across the world. Now, in my work of looking at geopolitical analysis and the international affairs and soft power, I started realizing that our inherent dharmic values and the dharmic culture itself is a great asset to India's superpower, India's soft power. And I wanted to sort of, for this talk specifically about how within those values, specifically the dharmic feminism, Shaktiman, Shakti, as we know it, how can that be, how can that elevate India's soft power in the world? Because it actually does, and it does it beautifully. Within, when we look at the concept of Shakti in India, if you want to call it Vedic feminism or Indic feminism or dharmic feminism, there is sort of truly the male and female are equal in a way. I mean, they are different, of course, but they have actually equality. Through the eyes of the Vedas, they are equal. They have never been different. So that's why we've never had this issue of fighting for or struggling to get equal parity and equal rights, because the equality was always there. It was inherent, and it's never moved, to be honest. So we don't encroach on each other's space. and we don't feel like we have to take from one in order to prop up the other. So there isn't that sort of push-pull. It's there is space for everybody to shine, and ultimately, the Shakti is really the energy that drives everything forward. I mean, I always say that Shiva is like the computer, the hardware, the computer, which is so powerful, but then Shakti is the power cord that needs to be plugged in to the outlet so that the computer starts. And without the power cord, the computer will not start, and we are nowhere. So that's a small analogy, but it just goes to show in our tradition how we have viewed this. There has never been sort of encroachment of space and a sort of needing to fight for anything, because it's not about rights or entitlement. It's beyond that. It's about duty. So that, and it's a beautiful, it's encapsulated very much within the essence, I think, of what this civilization has had for thousands of years. And quite frankly, even today, as you move about, when you go to India and you travel around, or you go to big cities or the smaller villages, you just see that acceptance, you see a surrender, you see these inherent beautiful warm qualities which are there in our DNA, and it can't be taught. It just is. We embody it, we have it. When you go to the West, you don't always find some of these qualities. They are searching, they are yearning, they want that holistic balance, they want the union, they want the yoga, but it's hard to find in the West, I think, because they really are not equal in many ways, and there's a lot of fighting fighting for, I would say, that's going on. I think that when the world looks at India, there is so much to be proud of, especially post-COVID, but it has been for a little while, I would say, because India, as it rises in its with its GDP, its economic might, it's the really one of the only two emerging superpowers in the world, and its presence, geopolitical presence, is extremely important. The whole world is realizing it's like that one country that can be moral and responsible. And there's something very solid, I think, about India. You think about India, you think about anchor, and you think about a civilization that's been around for the longest time and is still intact, and actually actually hasn't changed much. It's sort of upheld everything. So as I look at that, I realize that I think the concept of what feminism, what feminism means in the world, because I think in the world, this is one of the hot topics where everybody is wanting to elevate the woman, and everyone wants to talk about gender equality, parity, balance, women's rights, and so on, which is all wonderful. But I think there's a way to go about doing it, and you need to really have the union and bring people together rather than push people away. And feminism, the concept in the West, is going through an evolution. I think it's maybe morphing into something different. It's becoming very weaponized, very politicized. It's got a lot of things that don't work with it. There's an extreme version of it, which is not healthy for the society, and it sort of seemed to have been morphing into something a little unpalatable and sort of hard machinery, almost like a toxic version of femininity. And it's not, the men don't like it and the women don't like it. And in fact, after seeing all of this, they did some global poll to find out that only 7% of the world's women call themselves a feminist. So we are at that stage now where the movement that was started, a long time ago, with all the right intentions, suddenly when it gets sort of hijacked by all sorts of entities, and when the agenda sort of sets in, suddenly it's not what it used to be. It's kind of unrecognizable in a way. But then I look at India and I look at the frameworks that we've had for forever, and I think that has a lot that it can teach and share. Almost the beautiful dance of the Shiva Shakti and so on. I think that when you think about an Indian woman, it's a woman who has dignity, who is decent, who is strong, intelligent, has good values and morals, but is a very feminine person, very effeminate. She's beautiful, she's sensual, she's soft, she's vulnerable, she dresses beautifully, she is very aesthetic, and she is not giving up that aspect of her just because she wants to hold a position of power. So she doesn't need to look, think, act, and behave like a man in order to be the entrepreneur or the CEO. She can wear a beautiful sari and look fabulous, and yet she's still the boss. And I think you don't always find that in the West. But I hear the women just inherently have that quality. It's very organic. I think it's very kind of effortless, in a way that it's not in many other places that I've visited. So these things like this, when the world looks at the Indian woman, I think there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to be in awe of, or to be almost to acknowledge. And if the world was more humble, they could understand that there's a lot to learn from the East, especially I would say India. So this is an area where the soft power of a nation, which soft power is essentially the influence that a country has, which does not come from its military capability. So, any power that's not hard power is soft power. And India should have a very strong sort of soft power on that index. It should be very high for so many reasons. It's not always the case, when you do these polls, when you look at the lists, it's maybe not as high as it should be. However, having said that, if you ask just anybody, average person on the street, when they think about India, they have certain images that come up, and everybody knows that. So definitely everything is there to work with and elevate. But I do think that this whole Indian woman, concept, or the real truth, it can help elevate India's sort of soft power in the world. And to give you an interesting statistic, or interesting fact, I should say, you may be fascinated to know this, but Switzerland gave voting rights to women in 1971. In 1971, India already had a female prime minister who had won a historic war, right? So this is what we're talking about, and this is where we're at. But it doesn't come up so much in public discourse, and it's not a truth that is known globally by everybody. It should be, because it's a historical fact and it happened. But so things like that, and I can give you so many examples of not just female characters from our itihasa, but also actual leaders, just even in the last 100 years, and politicians and so on, who we started all of this a long time ago. And in the West, what they're fighting for is very different. We didn't have those inequalities to begin with. We didn't have the gender pay gap at that time. Anyway, in the West, they did have that. That's why there was this big movement to fight it. And they did fight it, and they're continuing to fight it, and it's very important. We have our own set of problems. I think the nature of the state of feminism in India has its own issues, but it's not the same issues as the West. So we need to keep that in mind. But leaving that aside, I just think that this whole concept of the Indian woman, and I always like to say dharmic feminism, because it's a very holistic, spiritual way of looking at the feminine. And I think it's also the only culture in the world and faith in the world that actually looks at power in a female form. So Shakti is power, and it's in the female, right? The symbolism is female, it's not male. But everywhere else in the world, when you think about power, it's masculine. So I think there is so much that India can teach the world, and we must, continue to showcase what we have, our incredible ideology, our lineage, philosophy, and also we have put it into practice, and the manifestation of that is very, very obvious. It can, it's there for everyone to see, and we just need to let maybe get the world to lean in a little bit and glance at us and look at what has been going on. So definitely need to be writing and speaking and teaching about all of these things, or else people won't know until you educate them in a very loving and humble way, of course. So it's very interesting. I just think that this area of female empowerment is so important for the world at large. I think here in America, people, it's definitely at the forefront of all issues. And a lot of people say that that's where, once you take care of that, a lot of problems at least in the country would be solved. And there's a lot of focus and attention on looking at all sorts of discrimination and disparity that is present, and what one can do, and what do we tell the girls, what do we tell the women, so that they grow up to be confident and capable and proud of themselves and sort of the way that they conduct themselves, and they know that they can have anything that they want in the world. It's actually a fact, and it's a truth. So I think America and the West is finding its way, and it will get there. I think in India, we have it in some ways, and then there are other, we are also trying to find ourselves, I guess, in another way. But just with this issue of the dharmic feminism and how it relates to Indian soft power, I think it can be enormous. And the world is certainly looking at India very closely right now, today, and it will for the next several decades, probably the rest of the century, because that's just the nature of how everything is working out geopolitically. You only have three major superpowers right now, and it's really looking at those powers very closely and asking, all countries would ask themselves, who would we want in charge of the world, and who would we not want in charge? And I think post-COVID, some of those questions have been answered. It puts India in a very amazing geopolitical sweet spot, one that we have not had, I think, maybe, at least certainly not in the last 2,000 years, or at least the last 1,000 years. So this is a time for us to step up and shine. And I think it's going to be through the Indian woman and her way, who she is, because somehow I think she encapsulates Bharat. She encapsulates new Bharat, new India, and the idea of India, the new identity of India. And whether it's Bharat Mata or it's a...
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we're running behind a little bit. Please.
Okay, I'm
please,
done.
you
I'm
take
just
that.
gonna wrap up. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I'm so
yeah,
sorry
1
for
minute.
disturbing, ma'am. It was a wonderful speech. I did not want to disturb you, but I'm so
No,
sorry.
I'm just, but I don't have anything prepared. I'm just sort of thinking on my feet here. So I just want to end with that know who you are and stay true to your roots, and please cherish it, and just share it with the world, because I think the world wants to learn, and India's superpower can only expand and increase. So I thank you all very much for your time and your attention this evening. I hope you enjoyed it. Please do reach out to me, keep in touch, and I hope to see you again very, very soon. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad. Namaste.
Thank you, Preeti, Madam, for giving us a fascinating insight. Thank you once again. Now, due to the time constraint, we are rushing in with our events, and I request you all, Madam, to kindly get on and get along with the schedule so that it will be easy for us to manage the program, because it's a varied event covering a huge area and people from all continents. I thank you for your cooperation, ma'am. Thank you. Now, let me call upon Urvashi, Madam, Urvashi Agarwal, or Urvi, who shall share her thoughts on Draupadi. She is a renowned speaker and a motivational coach, and I request her to deliver her address now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiva. Thanks a lot. And thank you, Anushka, Preeti, and Sagar. And it's an honor for me to be a part of this celebration of Women's Day under the Summit organization. And here, I was listening to everyone who are really very good speaker. Now I'm here to speak in Hindi. So I hope you will understand. And thanks. As you all know that I'm a poetess also. So I will keep my words here with my poetry. So I'll start with few lines. That वफा की बात कैसे अब, since it is a महिला सशक्तिकरण डे, तब मैं बात करती हूँ कि वफा की बात कैसे अब, करो मत जिक्र उल्फत अब, नहीं मिलती नहीं मिलते नहीं मिलते मोहब्बत अब, अगर चाहे तो बाजी अब भी हम ही जीत सकते हैं, मगर होती नहीं उर्वी हम से ही बगावत अब, मगर होती नहीं उर्वी हम से ही बगावत अब। मैं यहाँ रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ, अगर मेरी हिंदी किसी को समझ आ रही है तो कृपया म्यूट करके आहा और वाह जरूर कीजिए, यानी कि दाद भी दीजिए, बिकॉज दिस इज अ पोएट्री सेशन, थोड़ी सी स्पीच होगी। तो एक दोहे के साथ शुरुआत करती हूँ कि गूंगी बहरी आंधरी घर की हर दीवार, अनुष्का, गूंगी बहरी आंधरी घर की हर दीवार, कहना सुनना चीखना रोना है बेकार, कहना सुनना चीखना रोना है बेकार। हम कुछ भी कह लें, लेकिन हम यहाँ पुरुष प्रधान देश में रहते हैं, तब कुछ मेरी बातें इस तरीके से आएंगी। और एंड में मेरी कविता होगी द्रौपदी से संबंधित। वैसे तो नीरा जी ने बहुत कुछ द्रौपदी के बारे में कहा है, मेरी भी एक कविता उस विषय पर होगी। तो शुरुआत करती हूँ कि महिला दिवस एक दिन पूरे साल में सिर्फ एक दिन, आज महिला दिवस है, समझ नहीं आ रहा कि क्या करूं, तालियां बजाऊं, नाचूं या अफसोस करूं, धन्यवाद दो पुरुषों को, या वारी वारी जाऊं या धिक्कारूं, महिला दिवस क्यों, पुरुष दिवस क्यों नहीं, महिला दिवस क्यों, पुरुष दिवस क्यों नहीं, महिलाओं के लिए सिर्फ एक दिवस और बाकी के दिवस पुरुष खुद के लिए 363 या 64 दिन सुरक्षित रख इतरा रहे हैं, जबकि होना इसके ठीक विपरीत चाहिए। आप ही बताइए, बिना महिला के किस पुरुष का काम चल पाता है? ये महिलाएं ही हैं जो उन्हें जन्म देती हैं, पालती हैं, पोसती हैं, गर्भ धारण करती हैं और प्रसव की वेदना को सहती हैं। आप एक बात बताइए, पुरुष कितना भी भरा पूरा ना हो, वो एक बच्चे को जन्म नहीं दे सकता, तो महिला के साथ कहीं कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं है पुरुष का। तो वो प्रसव पीड़ा से भी गुजरती है, अगली पीढ़ा को बड़ा करती है, अपनी अगली पीढ़ी को पालती पोसती बड़ा करती है और घर बनाती है, घर चलाती है। उनके लिए साल में सिर्फ एक दिन। शोले का गब्बर होती ना तो कहती बहुत नाइंसाफी है रे। तो जो लोग अकेले रहकर ये साबित कर रहे हैं कि वो बिना महिला के रह सकते हैं, उनसे पूछो कि जो अनाज वो खा रहे हैं उसे बोने, काटने, छांटने में ना जाने कितनी महिलाओं ने सहयोग किया है। जो दूध वो पी रहे हैं उसे निकालने में कितनी महिलाओं की सुबह की मीठी नींद कुर्बानी पर चढ़ी है। तो आधी जनसंख्या वाली महिलाएं अपना बोझ तो उठाती ही हैं, बाकी की आधी जनसंख्या को तो अपने बलबूते पर जिंदा रखती हैं। पुरुषों के खिलाफ नहीं और होना भी नहीं चाहिए। मैं सच कह रही हूं कि पुरुषों के खिलाफ मैं बिल्कुल नहीं हूं और होना भी नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन उनकी ये सोच मुझे सचमुच तरस आता है कि उन्हें लगता है कि अगर एक दिन के अलावा बाकी के सब दिन उनके नाम कर दिए तो हम कहाँ जाएंगे। उन्हें हमारी क्षमताओं का पता नहीं है, तभी तो वे हमें बराबरी का दर्जा देने से डरते हैं। हाँ, बातें बड़ी बड़ी कर फुसलाने में जरूर माहिर है, लेकिन हकीकत क्या है ये हर महिला जानती है कि नहीं? क्या आप मेरी बात का समर्थन करते हैं? तो उर्वी की लिखी हुई 2 पंक्तियां हैं कि शापित ही नहीं करते औरत को जमाने में। जब गौतम ऋषि श्राप देकर अहिल्या को पत्थर बना देते हैं, तब मैं कहती हूँ कि शापित ही नहीं करते औरत को जमाने में। ऐसे भी हैं दुनिया में जो ताज बनाते हैं, ऐसे भी हैं दुनिया में जो ताज बनाते हैं। पुरुष द्वारा चलाए जाने वाले समाज में महिला की हैसियत साल में एक दिन से अधिक की नहीं है, यानी सिर्फ 0.27%, और हम मात्र 0.27% हिस्सा पाकर इतरा रही हैं। तो बतलाइए क्या मैं झूठ बोल रही हूँ? क्योंकि धर्म भी पुरुष बनाता है और फिर उसे जुड़े रस्मों रिवाज भी पुरुष बनाता है। यहाँ तक कि धर्म का भगवान भी पुरुष ही बनाता है। हर धर्म में अवतार, पैगंबर, ईश, दूत केवल पुरुष ही होते हैं, महिलाएं नहीं। और यदि महिलाओं के मन में बचपन से ही भगवान का डर नहीं बिठाया जाए तो होश संभालने का महिलाओं के मन में बचपन से ही भगवान का डर नहीं बिठाया जाए तो वह होश संभालते ही विद्रोह कर दें। इसलिए दुनिया भर में औरत का जो शोषण हुआ है वो इसी भगवान के नाम पर और इसी भगवान का डर दिखाकर हुआ है जो पुरुष के द्वारा बनाए हुए हैं। ये व्यवस्था बदलेगी, आज नहीं तो कल बदलेगी। हम नहीं तो हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियां देखेंगी कि साल में 182 दिन महिलाएं मनाएंगी, 182 दिन पुरुष मनाएंगे, और हर 4 साल बाद आने वाला अतिरिक्त दिन दोनों मिलकर साथ मनाएंगे। तो इस परिवर्तन में भले ही साल नहीं सदियां लगेंगी, पर यह होकर रहेगा। शेरनी महिलाओं को आजादी का खून उनके मुंह लग गया है, अब वो इसे पाकर ही रहेंगी, ये तय है। ये कब, ये तय नहीं। तो शायरा लता हया जी के इस शेर से बात खत्म कर रही हूँ कि जब मैं चाहूंगी पिंजरा ले उड़ूंगी, परों को आजमाना आ गया है। और अब मैं अपनी वो कविता आपके सामने जरूर रखूंगी जिसकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ हूँ। सिंस आई वांटेड टू स्पीक अबाउट द्रौपदी। बोलूं ना अनुष्का?
बिल्कुल मैम, बिल्कुल। मेरी हस्ती इतनी नहीं है कि मैं आपको रोकूं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम। चाहत में बगावत में शमशीर ये औरत है। कविता शुरू करने से पहले कुछ पंक्तियां। चाहत में बगावत में शमशीर ये औरत है, हर दौर में मर्दों की तकदीर ये औरत है, हर दौर में मर्दों की तकदीर ये औरत है। तो अभी द्रौपदी के बारे में कुछ बात हो जाए कि द्रौपदी इज अ वेल acclaimed इंडियन वुमन which is symbol of strong and committed woman. Though every woman is a Shakti and we always hear Nari Shakti, but we never hear Purush Shakti. Am I wrong? Draupadi is a name of pride of woman and just a character of Mahabharata. We all need to learn, as now Draupadi fought against the disrespect to women and fight back for our respect. Draupadi faced all odds in her life and did not lose her confidence and also motivate her husbands to fight for her respect and pride. This also shows that she was just not a woman but a warrior too. Today, on this International Women's Day, I wish each woman should fight for her respect and pride and motivate the entire society to extend respect to every woman. आज आवश्यकता है कि प्रत्येक पुरुष व महिला को सभी महिलाओं का मान सम्मान करना चाहिए, क्योंकि यदि हम महिलाओं का सम्मान नहीं करेंगे तो शायद हम सभी को महाभारत का सामना करना पड़ सकता है। और हम सभी को यह ज्ञात है कि महाभारत होने का क्या कारण था। तो मैं तो आज यही कहना चाहूंगी कि महिलाओं का सम्मान करो, महाभारत से बचो, क्योंकि यह अधिक सरल है ना कि महाभारत करना, फिर चाहे वह व्यक्तिगत जीवन में हो या समाज में हो। तो इसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में मेरे द्वारा रचित द्रौपदी खंड काव्य कुछ पंक्तियां मैं आपके सामने लेकर आई हूँ द्रौपदी की नजर से। यहाँ मैं बताना चाहती थी कि द्रौपदी महाभारत क्यों हुआ, उसके सभी आपको आंसर मिल जाएगा, आपको उत्तर मिल जाएगा मेरी इन पंक्तियों से। लेकिन ये द्रौपदी की अपनी समीक्षा है, जो द्रौपदी ने, जैसा कि हम बड़े हुए हैं जो आज द्रौपदी के बारे में सुनकर, महाभारत के बारे में सुनकर, तो वो पंक्तियां मैं यहाँ रखती हूँ। तो वो कुछ गलतियां द्रौपदी से हुई थी शायद, जो कि जैसा कि हमने सुना और पढ़ा है, तो मैं उन गलतियों के बारे में यहाँ कहना चाहती हूँ। तो पहली गलती थी कुंती। यहाँ द्रौपदी खुद कहती है कि काश वचन स्वीकार न करती, मैं भी रेखा पार न करती। 5 पिया स्वीकारे क्यों थे, अपने भाग बिगाड़े क्यों थे। काश विरोधी हो जाती मैं, थोड़ा क्रोधी हो जाती मैं। काश न मेरे हिस्से होते, शुरू नहीं फिर किससे होते। काश मुझे वरदान न मिलता, देखो ये शमशान न मिलता। खुला शिवा का नेत्र न होता, तो शायद कुरुक्षेत्र न होता। तो मेरी हर पंक्तियों में पंच लाइन होगी काश, और युद्ध के पर्यायवाची शब्दों को मैंने यूज किया है। तो कुरुक्षेत्र से बात शुरू करती हूँ कि खुला शिवा का नेत्र न होता, तो शायद कुरुक्षेत्र न होता। दूसरी गलती, काश करण को वर लेती मैं, वाणी वश में कर लेती मैं। काश उसे ना तोड़ा होता, कष्ट न साथ निगोड़ा होता। काश जाति में बीच न लाती, दुख इतना मैं फिर क्यों पाती। करण पे यूं तो रीझ गई थी, जाति सुनी क्यों खींच गई थी। काश वो मेरा हित कर होता, तो परिणाम न दुष्कर होता। करण अगर ना रोता शायद, फिर संग्राम न होता शायद। बात एक ही होगी, युद्ध के पर्यायवाची। तो यहाँ मैंने संग्राम वर्ड रखा है, संग्राम शब्द रखा है युद्ध का पर्यायवाची। काश करण अगर ना रोता शायद, फिर संग्राम ना होता शायद। तीसरी गलती, दुर्योधन से जुबा लड़ाई, सचमुच कृष्णा अब पछताई। काश न कसती उस पर ताना, काश न कसती उस पर ताना, फिर क्यों पड़ता कष्ट उठाना। देखा है बुत अंधा होता, अंधे का सुख अंधा होता। जैसे कि हमने पढ़ा और सुना है, तो मैंने इस कविता के माध्यम से ये वर्ड्स यहाँ रखे हैं कि देखा है बुत अंधा होता, अंधे का पुत अंधा होता। काश नहीं मैं उस पर हंसती, जान मुसीबत में क्यों फंसती। मैंने तो परिहास किया था, वो समझा उपहास किया था। जो दुर्योधन क्रुद्ध न होता, तो शायद ये युद्ध न होता। जो दुर्योधन क्रुद्ध न होता, तो शायद ये युद्ध न होता। चौथी गलती, दुशासन को माफ न करती, दुशासन को माफ न करती, फिर शायद इंसाफ न करती। काश बांध में वेणी लेती, मुझ पर ध्यान सभा न देती। काश कि मैं भी कसम न लेती, लहराती फिर घर की खेती। काश नहीं सौदाई होता, रिश्ता ना दुखदाई होता। लिया अगर वो वचन न होता, क्रोध हमारा सघन न होता। रिश्तों का अनुबंध न होता, ऐसा भी फिर द्वंद न होता। मैंने कहा था युद्ध के पर्यायवाची दूंगी कि काश न जाना होता वन में। यहाँ मैं ये बात कहना चाहती हूँ, जब मीन्स उस जो उन्होंने डाइस खेला था उसके बाद सभी वन में चले गए थे, तो द्रौपदी को मना किया गया था। लेकिन द्रौपदी जाना इसलिए चाहती थी कि वो युद्ध के लिए अपने पतियों को उकसा सके, बिकॉज पांडव बहुत भोले थे। तो काश न जाना होता वन में, कभी न जलती ज्वाला तन में। काश उसे हम दंडित करते, दर्प दुष्ट का खंडित करते। काश उसे मरवाया होता, रावण वहीं जलाया होता। जयद्रथ की बात कर रही हूँ, जब जयद्रथ ने द्रौपदी का अपहरण कर लिया था, जी सबका यूं ही पसीजा था, वो कौरव दल का जीजा था। क्यों चक्रव्यूह शर्मिंदा होता, सुत यदि मेरा अभिमन्यु की बात कर रही हूँ, सुत यदि मेरा जिंदा होता, मुझ में गर्व प्रकर्ष न होता, तो शायद संघर्ष न होता। काश नहीं मैं जाती वन में, आग नहीं झुलसाती तन में। अगर न होती आंखें गीली, नहीं आत्मा जाती छीली। आग नहीं मैं अगर उगलती, रण की ज्वाला कभी न जलती। जीवन मैंने व्यर्थ गंवाया, जीने का भी अर्थ गंवाया। काश न अपनों को उकसाती, बात ना इतनी फिर बढ़ पाती, लिया अगर वो प्रण ना होता तो शायद फिर रण ना होता, लिया अगर वो प्रण ना होता तो शायद फिर रण ना होता, खुले अगर ये बाल ना होते। देखो हर बात के पीछे एक अच्छी बात भी होती है। तब ये 4 पंक्तियां हैं कि खुले अगर ये बाल ना होते, श्वेत पृष्ठ फिर लाल ना होते, भरी सभा अपमान ना होता, गिद्धों का जलपान न होता, मौन अगर गुरुदेव न होते, रण आंगन में प्राण न खोते, नारी का अपमान न होता, कुरुक्षेत्र शमशान न होता, कुरुक्षेत्र शमशान न होता, दूर अंधेरा होता कैसे, नया सवेरा होता कैसे, अर्जुन अर्जुन की दीक्षा न होती, माधव की शिक्षा ना होती, कली ज्ञान की खिलती कैसे, अद्भुत गीता मिलती कैसे, अगर पाप का मरण न होता, गीता का अवतरण न होता, अगर पाप का
क्या
मरण
बात
न
है।
होता, गीता का अवतरण न होता। तो आप सभी ब्यूटीफुल लेडीज को मेरी तरफ से महिला दिवस की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मैं उर्वशी अग्रवाल उर्वी आप सभी को प्रणाम निवेदित करती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
मैम मैम आप अगर आधे घंटे और बोलते तो मैं आधे घंटे और भी सुन सकती थी, आपको इतना अच्छा लगा सुन के।
मैम जैसा कि
मुझे
मेनका
बस
मैम ने
नहीं
बोला,
शब्द है।
जैसा कि मेनका मैम ने बोला, तो आज मेरी एक कविता थी मी टू, मैं सचमुच वो सुनाना चाहती थी और रोंगटे ना खड़े हो जाते तो आप मुझे दोबारा से कभी ना बुलाते, लेकिन मैं उस कविता को
मैम
आज नहीं सुना पाई। जी
मैम बिल्कुल सुनेंगे एक दिन वो कविता भी बिल्कुल आपसे सुनेंगे।
जी
आज
जी
थोड़ा सा टाइम का
बिल्कुल
कंस्ट्रेंट्स है,
बिल्कुल, मैं रिस्पेक्ट
लेकिन
करती
बिल्कुल।
हूँ। जी, और मैं उम्मीद
थैंक यू सो
करती हूँ
मच फॉर
मैंने अपने
कमिंग
समय
मैम।
से फिनिश किया है।
बिल्कुल मैम मैंने तो आपसे कहा मैं समय देख ही नहीं रही थी।
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
थैंक यू
बिल्कुल।
सो मच फॉर कमिंग।
थैंक यू
थैंक यू
अनुष्का,
सो मच
थैंक
फॉर
यू
कमिंग
जीवा,
मैम।
थैंक यू
Thank you, ma'am.
प्रीति, and thank you Cheer Sagar, thank
Thank
you
you,
everyone,
ma'am.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, let us welcome our next speaker, Madam Rajlakshmi Joshi, the founder trustee of Rudolph Foundation, an eminent environmental architect, a level-headed political analyst, widely acclaimed writer and co-editor. She will now lead us as a speaking tree into the path of her speech. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good morning. Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am, very much.
Yeah, a very good morning, a very good afternoon, a very good evening to everybody, all of you around the globe, all you lovely ladies, and everybody who's watching us. And I would like to start with one line that is the most suitable, the most ideal one for today. That is, Yatra Naryastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devataha. I think that this mantra, this should be a mantra that should be followed by everybody. And this, for those of you who do not understand Sanskrit, it means that where the women, where the ladies are respected, that is where the gods roam. So this doesn't mean that you should kind of hero worship women all over. It just means that I would look at it as where the women are respected, where they're given a rightful place in society. I think that is where the gods roam. That is where it is truly like a heaven for everybody. Because all over the world, what you need is balance, and it is something that when men and women live together, coexist, and are able to complement each other, I think that is the most ideal society. And it is actually, for me, it is a tall order to be speaking after such eminent personalities. Like I was able to hear uh, Union Minister Srimati Maneka Gandhi ji speak, and followed by some really eminent speakers like Dr. Sunaina Singh, and this is Neera, and Ms. Preeti, and Urushi ji just right before me. She has quoted such lovely lines, and I am indeed thankful to Siddhartha ji for having introduced me here, and also to all of you at Trans Brahma and at Women Empowerment, and to Preeti, and to Jiva, and all of you lovely ladies and this lovely team at this lovely event, that I'm able to express my opinions, my thoughts, and my words. And I'm really thankful that you have brought together so many, insightful thoughts, so many insightful topics that need to be covered on such an important day. This International Women's Day, it is like some of my eminent co-panelists were here saying that I don't think that we actually should be requiring a special day for uh, celebrating womanhood. But then at the same time, maybe this is the right platform to be able to express some concerns and to be able to throw some light and to create some awareness about some of the issues that women face all over the world. And like Srimati Maneka Gandhi ji was saying in the morning, she was speaking about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, which is this lovely initiative. And I'm honored to be a part of it, actually. So I'm the regional head for the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. And that was the reason why I actually ventured into politics, or you could say that I actually came into this field. So this what she said was such a strong point, that women, not just in India but all over the world, actually have been fighting so many battles. We have been fighting battles, right from the freedom to be born, and after that the freedom to have an equal life along with our siblings, and I mean, say, brothers, and be educated, the right to choose our own life partners, the right to have ownership over our properties. And then somewhere later along the line comes the right to become leaders, whether it may be in the workplace, whether it may be in the corporate area, or in the political field. So women have not had it easy anywhere around the globe. But then I always feel that what is it that sets apart all these wonderful women who have made a mark for themselves along history? There have been so many women who have stood out, who have encountered, who have overcome all these odds that I was just speaking about. Like it has not been easy for, especially in India, we still have women fighting for this freedom to be born, right from the time when they are in their mother's wombs. So this fight starts right from the earlier generation, from when their mother is in her young age. So from that time is the time that actually women are fighting their battle. So this there are some wonderful initiatives that have helped overcome all of this. But then just being born, that is not enough. You just surviving is not our goal. We have to be able to thrive, we have to be able to make a mark for ourselves. Everybody, I think, is capable of doing something, something remarkable in their own lives, and it's just a matter of finding out what that is. But unfortunately, throughout history, we have seen that a lot of these accomplishments of women have probably not been recognized, have not been given the rightful place in history. And like Urvashi ji was saying here some time back, she was talking about how maybe some lines or some things on history are written by in the eyes of, or by the hands of, the men. So then obviously, if as long as women don't take their rightful place in society as equal lawmakers, as equal leaders in society, I think that the laws and the rules will always be laid down by men, and who will have their own perspective and their own take on things, and they will not be able to see the women's perspective. So that is why we definitely need to have women in all fields, because right now we have realized that women are not expected just to be confined to the char diwari of their homes and just be content with setting up homes. That is also a very important and a very crucial part of families. But then at the same time, just as men and women, they are supposed to be maybe the two pillars of a family. So uh, the first problem that starts for any woman in any field, in any department, is it starts from their own homes, from their own parents, from their own families. So that is where a woman has to break the barriers. She has to break those boxes. She has to get out of those boxes right from there. I was speaking on a topic of women in science a few days ago, and I realized, or I was speaking about how in this entire history of the Nobel Prize, which is supposed to be the highest recognition for women for contribution to science, women have been awarded the Nobel Prize for contribution in science only 20 times out of close to 700 awards that have been given. So doesn't that mean that this is a miserable number for the amount of contribution that women scientists have been given on all these years? So it is only because men have been taking over the credit. That is because they have been sidelined, and also because they have not been able to focus on it, on the research, as men are able to, because then they take it as their own right. If I want to, for men, it is like, I want to research on a particular subject and I am going to do it come what may, and I'm not going to bother about whether my family is upset about it or whoever else is upset about it. But women are not able to do that. Women have a lot of constraints, and the same thing applies in politics as well. If you look at the political scenario, like Ms. Preeti Upala was rightly pointing out, we have a lot of so-called developed countries who have given voting rights to women as late as 1971, where we had a woman prime minister who not only comes across as an iron lady, but she has helped in the formation of a country in itself. The country of Bangladesh, our Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, she played a very major role in it. So I think that speaks a lot about how India, India has been at the forefront in a lot of ways in actually, our women have actually been strong throughout the centuries, but it's just a matter of women realizing their true power, realizing that they are capable of a lot more, and realizing that they are able to not just be an equal partner, but they're also able to lead, not just say maybe their own families, but they're able to lead an entire country, to not just secure themselves, but to also help another country in their formation. So the problem in India, what I have seen, is not that it's not with our culture. It is that we have moved away from our culture. We have forgotten, that in our culture, women are expected to be a form of Shakti, power herself. So this is something that we need to be reminded of. So when it comes to politics, politics is all about power play. Politics is about dealing with people. It's about making strategies. It's about having knowing about foreign relations. It's about uh, knowing what is good for the welfare of your citizens. And isn't this something that all women have been doing all along, every time, with our own families, with our own relatives, with our own with everybody around us? So if we can apply the same thing in a much broader context, I think that women can make great politicians. But in spite of that, the sad fact is that even in so-called developed countries, I'm saying so-called because we still have that mindset that holds women back, and somehow gives men the kind of false sense of authority that they can hold women back. And that is because women give them the power to hold them back. And I don't think that women empowerment is something that somebody else can give for us. I think that women have to realize that that empowerment has to come from within us itself. So in a country like the United States of America, which a lot of us think as the most developed maybe, so in that country, we still have to see a woman president, a woman right at the top. So I think that speaks a lot about how, uh, development in terms of technology doesn't actually relate or equate with development in terms of mentality. So I always feel that the mindset is what matters most in whatever in the world you are doing. Whether as a I am actually qualified to be an architect. So whether as an architect, or whether as maybe say a filmmaker, or whether maybe say as a politician, or in as a scientist, anywhere you go, if you want to be a leader, if you want to make a mark for yourself, what you need most is to have a strong mindset. And like some speakers before me were saying, there are a lot of things that actually come in the way of women going ahead to achieve what they want to do. Very firstly, it starts with like I was talking about the family, the kind of those barriers, the finances, and who will look after the children. And also another factor that comes into play is the fact that men don't like looking up to a woman as their leader. So that is one more aspect that has to be changed. And women themselves feel somehow they have a kind of a complex, or they have some kind of an inferiority complex that tells them that the men are superior. And that is why they always keep looking up to some kind of rules, or some kind of laws, that they look for some kind of accreditation from these the men who have written the rules. So unless women themselves become lawmakers, unless they themselves come into a position of power, I don't think that they could actually change this thing in society. So this mentality, this mindset has to very firstly come from the woman herself, saying that I can do it. And she has to overcome a lot of flack also from society. If you may have seen, there have been a lot of instances of say some male politicians slandering some women politicians and calling them item girls, or saying that she's a dancer, or that all kinds of some very lewd statements that actually embarrass and hurt the dignity of a woman. So this is something that women tend to stay away from, because that embarrasses them, and that is why they feel that a position of a public life is going to be very difficult, because they're always in the limelight, they're always being watched, they're always being, every step of theirs is being looked upon as everybody's waiting for them to make a mistake. So even if all of that is true, a woman has to overcome all of that, and that is when she can actually become a successful leader. And uh, I would say that the men also have to realize that for a balanced society, we definitely need men and women in equal numbers in whatever field it may be. So this mindset of a man that makes him think that he can suppress a woman by maybe harming her dignity, by maybe embarrassing her, or by saying that you cannot do this, I don't permit you to do so, or that I forbid you from doing this. So all of uh, this wrongful, or this misplaced entitlement that men take upon themselves, I think that mindset needs to change. And this mindset is what holds back women especially in politics. And if you have seen now, women have actually had to fight even for voting rights in many countries, like we are aware. And even in India, even though we have had voting rights right from the time of not independence from 1950, I would say, because that is when we actually started voting. So right from 1950, Indian women have had equal rights of voting along with the men. But then in the very initial stages, women did not even go out to vote too much. But thankfully now the difference in the voting percentage is not too much between the men and the women. But then at the same time, we also have a lot of instances where even male chief ministers have appealed to women voters that please do consult your husbands and ask them whom you should be voting for and make the right decision. So, I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. And to even think that women don't even understand whom they should be voting for. So, this is the kind of a mentality, a kind of a mindset that not just our normal, ordinary citizens have, but even people in power have this mindset that women don't understand politics. So, this, I think, it is more of the responsibility of a woman to prove herself, to show that yes, I am capable of myself. That the minute she starts thinking that I am able to do it, I can do it, that is when she will start taking steps. She will start taking some actions to move ahead in that direction. Without a person thinking that they can do it, or even without even imagining that I can be a politician, you cannot do that. So you have to first take that the thought that I need to make a change in the world. And I would say, I would like to add here, I would like to narrate a small story, a little story.
Ma'am,
Is it okay?
yeah, ma'am, actually, we're lagging, running behind a little bit. Will it be okay if we not if we could end it right here? If you could wrap it up a little bit, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right. So I'll just finish my story in 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
All right.
So yeah.
All right,
So
ma'am.
yeah, there is this small little story of now everybody is aware of the Ram Setu. So when the Ram Setu was being built, everybody knows how everybody, the entire Sena of Ramji, was so enthusiastic and so thrilled to be a part of this great task, because that is what was going to help them move from the country of the land of India and take them across to Sri Lanka, where their Sita Mata was there. So they were looking at it as an ability, as an opportunity to help their Prabhu Ram go across and rescue Sita Mata. And in this entire endeavor, when there were great warriors all making, carrying huge boulders and doing everything possible to be able to build that bridge, there were some small squirrels also. Everybody knows about the story. Yes, there were some squirrels, and these squirrels, they were just taking small tiny steps and carrying whatever little uh, uh, quantity of maybe soil or small pebbles, etc., that they were able to do, they were able to carry. And when some varners, they tried to push them out of the way by saying, hey, you're just uh, delaying us, don't come in our way, we are doing such important work. So Prabhu Ramji, when he was watching all of this, he said, are you aware that the huge boulders that you are placing for the uh, Ram Setu, do you know what actually holds them together? That is that those small tiny particles of sand, those small tiny pebbles that these small little squirrels are carrying with them. So every action, every person, every uh, task that a person is able to do or is able to contribute always has a lot of importance in the entire play of the universe. So every woman out there who thinks that I cannot make a change to society, so I definitely cannot make a good politician, so there is no role for me in politics. I think that every little contribution that a woman can make towards society, towards their country, I think that can go a long way into making a huge revolution, into making a lot of change, because it is when everybody comes together with small little tasks, with small little contributions, that is when we are able to make a big change in society. If everybody starts thinking that I will not be able to make a change in society, then we will never be able to make a change. So I appeal to all women to take a little more interest in politics, to be aware of what's happening, to understand what's happening, and understand that it is necessary for women to come out into politics, especially people who are educated, so that we can make a better place for ourselves, and that we can become lawmakers and write the rules for ourselves and for the entire society. So with that, I thank all of you again for all those who have been speaking and all those who have shared their wonderful insights, and to all of you who are also encouraging us and supporting us by being part of this initiative. Thanks to all of you here at Women Empowerment. More power to all of you out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vande Mataram.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your encouraging speech. It was highly insightful. And we know that now the mindset is what matters and nothing else at all. So we have taken enough strength from you. We will carry it forward to our young generation and say to them that they will be the lawmakers of the country and give good rule like the Ram Rajya, which was in ancient India long time ago. And that will become a reality in the near future. I thank you once again. Let me request Anushka and get her consent about the panel discussion. Can we move on with the panel discussion, Anushka?
Sure, of course, ma'am. It would be my pleasure to introduce the next panel actually.
Right,
The best
Anushka.
set
Let me
Yes,
initiate the topic before leaving the panel to your hands.
right.
Right now, environment and culture has gone hand in hand from the time immemorial. And Indian culture is always traditionally based back to nature, always with nature. Though we are cosmopolitan now, we know that we always have to go back to nature to find our identity. It was all in nature that we learned how life should be. Culture in the hands of women was safe. When it was carried to the technical world, it was carried in a safe manner. But what has happened to it now? How women are going to protect our culture? All these things will be discussed in our topic. I hand over this panel into the hands of Anushka to carry it forward. Yes, Anushka.
With pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much. So I would quickly introduce all our panelist members first. Mana H. Naseem ma'am has been the editor of the first English weekly in Maldives. She worked briefly in the government in 1970s as the deputy director of the tourist board. She's a remarkable activist and a very, very strong, independent woman. Mana H. Naseem ma'am has been actively involved with the fight for democracy. Next up, we have Dr. Divya Tanwar ma'am. Ma'am has been a renowned academician and author of a series of books and research papers. She's a cybersecurity expert, active columnist, TV panelist, motivational speaker, and an animal lover. She served as the director of Sanskriti University with having over a decade long experience of teaching. Now, ma'am Kavita Ashok moved from the field of glamour to doing groundwork in environment and public health activism. Her journey has been very long and trying. She is the founder and the president of NGO Tree for Life, registered with the Indian government since 2008. Her multiple projects have spread to many states in India, and they have a reputation of pure sincerity. First of all, I would like to welcome all three of you ladies, and I would also like to say sorry for making you wait so long. But thank you for gracing our event.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So, without any delay, I would move to the questions right ahead. So, my first question is to Mana, ma'am. Ma'am, how can tourism be utilized to conserve our environmental assets, and what role can women play in it? Ma'am, you're mute. Ma'am, you're on mute actually. Mana ma'am, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Thank you very much for welcoming me here. And I would also like to thank, first of all, Siddharth ji, who has invited me to be on this panel on Women's International Women's Day. And I'm proud to be part of this part of the panel discussion today. Thank you. So traditionally, women have been the stewards of environment. Even in Maldives, you know, it's the women who perpetuate the good habits that give you a pure and safe environment for children to grow up in. And with tourism, it has it's also, you know, we have had a lot of women taking part in the tourist development. But when with the development of tourism, women have to be more aware. I think even Maldives, that the way the islands are being developed is safe for the environment, because sometimes we have a lot of reclamation work, which sometimes destroys the reefs, and which, you know, it's the beauty of the reef and the islands that brings our visitors into our country. And we have to make sure that the tourist development takes place in an environmentally sustainable way. Because of the tourist development, it also helps with keeping the reefs protected, because the tourist resorts have their surrounding areas protected, and preventing overfishing, and also the because of and they actively do a lot of work, like growing coral growth, plus making people more aware of the health of the reef.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. My next question is to Dr. Divya Tamar, ma'am. Ma'am, how can Indian educational curriculum can be changed to incorporate the values of environmental conservation in, you know, in the students, in all the citizens of India?
And first of all, I really want to say, Anushka, thanks a lot for inviting me and the PT ma'am here for this forum. I'm really, really, very thankful to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And when it comes to culture, culture is all about our belief system, our values, and the way we behave in a society. This is all about culture. So it is very important for a woman to take power in that kind of a cultural activities or empower, because woman is the first teacher of her child. And if I want to say, I want to quote this shlok, like Mata Bhumi Pitro Aham Prithviya. The meaning of this is Mata hai. Mata, hamari Prithvi, hamari Mata hai, is not a planet. We should embark this kind of a knowledge to our generation and give this thing that, you know, environment is very important. We should take care of our environment as a planet as a whole. Like there is a 5 tattva, basically air, water, earth, sky, and all that Agni. These are the basic values, basic element, and where is come the curriculum of a mother curriculum, because it's a knowledge base, and we should consider it as a syllabus also in our curriculum also, that we should give this kind of a knowledge to our children, so that they can value addition to a society. That is the main importance. So we are working on that. The new education policy is all about sustainable development of environment, in which the green is very important. The sustainable recycling of waste material is very important. So culture is very important when it comes to next generation, to teach us what is important and what is not important. Do's and don'ts are very important.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am. My next question is to Dr. Kavita Ashok, ma'am. Ma'am, how can women be innovatively involved in reducing the carbon footprint in Indian households?
Firstly, thank you very much, Transbam, Siddharthi, and Preeti and Anushka, you for coordinating this program so beautifully. I'm very happy to be here. And so I think women are, if we speak of Mother Earth, I think every woman on this planet is Mother Earth itself. Me and you, we are reincarnations of Mother Earth, Har nari ek prithvi ka roop hai, mother hai. So as you've just asked me, so I think that cutting down on carbon emissions, as we're just discussing, starts from home. It has to begin from home. As an environmentalist, I work outside on the ground level with a lot of women, and I understand that each home is run by the lady of the house, whether it is rural India or rural Kenya or rural Cambodia. It doesn't matter, because home is run by the woman. So I think the choice of fuel, whether she's using coal, whether she's using electric, whether she's using biogas, as a choice, what is she using to cook her food, to clean her home, what are the appliances she's using, these are tiny things, how she's segregating her garbage. We do some waste management workshops, in which basically what you've asked me, we are addressing this, that how every woman from her very little home can make a difference in cutting down of carbon footprint of the whole universe. So, how you're segregating your garbage, whether it is green, whether it is wet, whether it is plastic. And another very, very important thing that I would like to share with every woman is one of my campaigns, which says say no to plastic pollution. Because when women start substituting plastic at home, so plastic could be in the form of plastic could become coming home to you, packaging your policy bags when you're all there is so much carbon footprint happening. So I think if the mother of the house takes charge, we have to teach the next generation also how to do this, how to cut up. So I think the mother's role, the woman's role is very, very, very vital.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely. So, ma'am, I would like to also ask you another question right from your own answer, ma'am. Have we found any stories of women doing it in ancient India? Do we have any stories of how women used to coordinate and segregate their garbage, or maybe take care of the environment in ancient India, or maybe in the Indian culture somewhere? Do we find any stories? I think ma'am is facing some.
Just my head right now. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you now. There was a technical lag, I suppose.
Okay. So I shared 3 examples. Women have been so active in environment, they have changed the whole scenario of forestation, of waste management and carbon footprint. The first, if I take it from our own country, India, is the in Uttarakhand. You know what? The trees were being chopped down. So the very got the moment and they said to cut any trees.
Ma'am, could you please do something about your internet connection?
Famous in history that I can hear you clearly. You can't hear me?
No, ma'am.
Hello?
No, ma'am. I'm not able to hear you clearly. Actually, it's lagging in the middle
Okay.
somewhere.
Let me know now if you can hear me, or if I change my position or something. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Way,
Okay.
yes,
It's
ma'am. Way
fine
Okay,
now.
it's
better.
It's
better.
fine now, ma'am.
Okay. So I think that one of such examples, we have another example from US also, where the women started working on clearing of parks, doing a lot of plantation, and that was, these women were called the gardening angels in the US. So you see, it's not only about India that we are talking here, we are talking of the whole world where women have taken the lead. Another example, Anushka, I love to quote is from Kenya, from where it was called the Green Belt movement, where women fought against deforestation, that forests should not be cut, and there should not be more pollution. So women have been very strong. Actually, I think we are all warriors in our own way. We have this inherent Durga energy in us, which whenever a challenge comes, we come forward and we just take the lead. So I think that energy is so strong that Preeti and Siddharthi, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that nobody can stop us once we've made our mind. So when it comes to environment, when it comes to running our homes, when it comes to substituting fuel, when it comes to no plastic in the household, I think we can take a call. If we are serious enough, we can surely lead the change.
Right, ma'am. Right, ma'am. I hope the other guests also agree. I think Divya ma'am will agree. What do you want to say about that, ma'am?
Yes, because woman is play a very important role in a society. She's the first teacher and she's a multitasker by nature. She do everything.
Yes.
So it is a duty of a woman. It is duty to embark knowledge to our kid or generation to generation. That is the whole
Yeah.
meaning of a culture. That is the meaning of a belief. What she believes, if she is qualified enough, if her thinking process is evolved, that means that kind of energy she can give to the society or especially to the child, especially to the next generation. So that is the woman empowerment and woman knowledge, woman, the value of this teaching education is comes because for his,
Yes.
if she's educated, that means the whole family is educated.
Right. My next question is to Mana ma'am. Ma'am, uh, how does it feel to be a woman in the tourism industry? How could we actually increase the workforce of women workforce in tourism industry, since we have not heard about a lot of women being a part of the tourism industry? Ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself before answering.
Is the unmute? Okay. Sorry. Okay, I am not really a woman in the tourism ministry in Maldives, but I must tell you that one of the first people who were involved in the development of the industry when it was first started early in the 70s was a woman. And she built even the very first resort that was built, and when the first tourists came to the resort, the two men who had actually started this tourism movement in Maldives were away for various reasons. So it was one of the sisters of one of the men, Salima, who actually ran the resort at first. And then soon after, she built and ran her own resort. She also started this camping trips to another atoll and developed two islands as places for the tourists to visit as camping places. And she was also the first person to build a boat, with a safari boat, which is a very popular thing now, the living on board safaris. So she was the first person in Maldives to actually start this work too. And this is something that, even in Maldives, people are not even aware of, because what is written always is about the men who started tourism and the men who are running it. Because, now, even now, there are very few women who are actually um, own or run resorts. Very few, just a handful. of investors, even in Maldivian women. But recently we see a lot more women in the management and other posts in the islands, and so hopefully the future is bright for the Maldivian woman in tourism. And in Maldives, I would like to add also, in Maldives, as soon as voting started, women had the vote. And as soon as women started working, we had equal pay. This is, not something you find in most countries.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. Thank you for sharing with us all your amazing
Thank you.
insights. We would have loved to hear you more, but we're little on a time constraint, and we'll have to begin our next panel, ma'am.
I want to thank Mana for the beautiful input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mana.
I really want to say thanks to Anushka.
Thank
Anushka
you.
is working very hard from the morning onwards. Thanks, Anushka. And take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would now like to hand over the control to Preeti ma'am and Jiva ma'am to take the rest of the program forward.
Yes, Preeti.
Yes. Thank you so much, all the beautiful and dignitary speakers. Let's move on to our next panel for the day. But let me introduce the topic first. Burdened under her household chores, office-related work, and caregiving responsibilities, a woman hardly gets time to balance her physical and mental health and work for her personal betterment. Our first panelist is Ma'am Sonali Datta, the founder head of Success Studios, holds extensive experience in teaching, HR, inclusivity, and knowledge management across various verticals. Joining her, we have Ma'am Namrata Jain, who is counseling psychologist, TEDx speaker, global life coach. Her contribution and inputs on mental and psychological wellness in Mumbai Mirror Times need no introduction. She was awarded with the Most Promising Counselor and Psychologist of the Year 2018 award. Last, but not the least in any capacity, we have Mrs. Kavita Devgan, who is an eminent writer, nutritionist, and weight management consultant. She is an acclaimed nutritionist with 20 plus years of experience as a weight loss and holistic health consultant and has healed about several thousand lives. She propagates practical, effective, and delicious ways to achieve a healthy lifestyle. Her books have been endorsed by Pulitzer Prize winning authors and are widely acclaimed. We are delighted to have you all with us today. I welcome you all with folded hands. So let's start our discussion with Madam Sonali Datta. Ma'am, does the anatomy of the female make her, or the traditional conditioning that she has undergone frames her? What do you think?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So my question to you is, does the anatomy of the female makes her, or the traditional conditioning that she has undergone frames her?
Yeah, very interesting question. Firstly, I would like to thank Siddharth ji, Preeti, and Jiva doing a phenomenal job, and of course the great panelists that we have, the speakers that we have had since morning. It's really wonderful to be amongst the dignitaries and great speakers. With regards to your question, Preeti, it's a combination of both the human anatomy and also the traditional practices, rituals that a girl is, imbued in right from her birth. I'm the third child of the family, okay? And I'm the third girl child, right? So when I was born, of course, I can think what went through my mother's mind. And I kept on asking my mother in time immemorial that, did it really feel bad that the third time a girl child was born in the family? So, you know what? These are things which we have been seeing in our society. Like today, we are starting with initiatives like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, like giving encouragement to women to go ahead and do things. But, really look forward to the day where a woman is not answerable for what she desires and what she wants to do, what rituals she needs to practice, when does she want to need to be back home when she goes out in the evening. Our society needs to be as safe as that for her to be comfortable in her anatomy or in the rituals which are there practiced by anyone. It should be by choice and not by force.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I agree to it. Like it has, the conditioning is so imbibed in our mindset that we do not even realize that, and we
True.
just follow the tradition.
Absolutely.
So, moving on to Namrata, ma'am. Um, do you think that the need of physical fitness has reached Indian women, or the awareness has created a perpetual anxiety that makes them even more tedious mentally? Also, do you think there is a need for mental fitness as well?
Great. Thank you so much for inviting me firstly. Thank you so much,
Welcome, ma'am.
Siddharth ji. Thank you, Preeti ji. Thank you, Anushka ji, for coordinating this whole thing and bringing me in. It's a pleasure being here. Probably I feel like I'm one of the youngest out here, but it's very nice to hear such amazing thought processes from our ancient Indian culture to the current modern culture that probably I'm born with and I am living. But a lot of ancient cultures was something that I also believe in. Coming to the question that you asked me, that a lot of us, I think, especially the current generation, is a lot of a social media savvy kind of generation, right? The social media, the Instagram, Facebook, putting up images, all of that. Physical fitness definitely has been something that we've been focusing on for years together. But social media, somewhere, because there's a lot of comparison between people that's happening, the anxiety and the stress that comes along with it has only been rising throughout. I have a lot of clients who come to my counseling practice, and I often see young girls who are about 20, 22, and with extremely low self-esteem, with so much of inferiority complex, only because they're constantly comparing themselves with other women, with people on social media who are posting images where a lot of celebrities in between spoke about it, where how a lot of images that they put up are actually edited images. If you see the reality versus the imagery that you see online, is far different. And a lot of youth fails to realize that in the beginning until it is brought to their notice by somebody who they really look up to. So anxiety and stress has definitely been coming along with the focus on fitness, but however, in a very different way. Fitness in itself is definitely very, very important. And as a mental health practitioner, I tell people to focus on physical fitness a lot, because it releases a lot of hormones and endorphins inside, which help us lead to better moods and a better lifestyle also overall. But at the same time, because of the other side of it, because there's so much being put up in the media and we all somewhere are getting hired by the media all the time, we see that a lot of anxiety is coming along with it. Now, coming to the second part, mental fitness is also extremely important. They say as much as physical fitness is important, mental fitness is equally important, right? Because mind and body both work in sync with each other. And if mind is not in place, your body is going to suffer. And if body is not in place, your mind is going to suffer. So both of them, the combination of the two is together extremely important in today's time. Practice your yoga, do your meditation, have your self-love time. Self-care is extremely important. After the pandemic, I think the kind of stressors that we all are facing, because we are suddenly getting back to life with the masks on, somewhere back of the mind, there's slight anxiety within all of us of what if we come in contact with people who already have COVID-19. So all of this together, somewhere mental health needs to become a priority. I always say that, you don't go to a counselor or a life coach when you have a mental illness. You go to a counselor or a life coach when you have smaller challenges coming repeatedly in your life, please consult somebody who can help you out to look at things in a different way, help you resolve them in a different way. Because once you change your perspective towards a certain thing, you get a lot more solutions to the same problem. Don't wait for that problem to keep recurring where it becomes a pattern and then eventually leads to a mental illness. A mental illness doesn't just arise. There's a lot of backlog and baggage to it that comes along with it. And after a lot of years of you going through that trauma or the emotional ups and downs that you're going through, it eventually leads to a mental illness. So, make sure that you encourage people to seek help sooner in life at a younger age, rather than it reaching a stage where it becomes very tough. Often we have clients where they've reached a stage where medication, therapy, despite of that, it takes them a year or 2 years to get back in place, which is ideally, if they would come earlier in time, it would be much more easier for them, right? So physical health is as important as mental health, and mental health is as important as physical health. That's about it from my side.
Yes, ma'am. So, as you have mentioned about the pandemic in your answer, I would like to ask Kavita, ma'am, a nutritious diet is definitely the need of the day. COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced that fact, compelling us to think more about our intake of nutritious and immunity-boosting food. Is it that more nutritious food is available in surplus in nature? Do we take it that we have to turn back to nature and natural foods for boosting immunity?
Hi, thank you so much.
Hello,
very, very glad to be here today. And I've been listening to a lot of talks since morning, and very, very enlightening actually. Couple of them that I attended, and a lot of things have stuck in my mind. So if you don't mind, before I start answering your question, there's a little point I wanted to raise. Both Dr. Urvashi and also Ms. Raja Lakshmi, I was listening to both of them. Both of them raised a very important point that a lot of laws in the world or in the society are made by men, right? So they did not particularly suit the requirements or the conditions of women. I 100% agree with that. And things are beginning to change, but we're really far, far behind in that. I just wanted to add here that in science too, frankly, it has been exactly the same situation. You'll be very surprised to know when I was researching for a story, and I found out that even till about a couple of decades back, the equipment for heart surgery, something as profound and as important as that, were made to fit the requirements of a male, patient going for surgery. They were not right for women, because it was presumed, or enough research was not done to consider that even women or females could get a heart attack. So what I'm trying to say is this is an all-pervading problem which is there in every single aspect of the society. So now coming to the pandemic, so I definitely agree with both of them, and I thought I must add this point as well here. Coming to the pandemic, it has been a harrowing experience, absolutely no doubt about that. We've all gone through a gamut of emotions, frustration, mood swings, emotional, of course, and physical. So we've all gone through that. So there have been a lot of negatives, a lot has been spoken about it, a lot has been written about it. But I personally am an optimist at heart, and I've always looked at things in a positive way. Personally, I feel there have been a lot of positives as well from the pandemic. And I would like to celebrate those today as we talk. First, positive has been the fact that family has come back into vogue. It is looked at as a stronger and an important entity, and that is a very, very big positive, I feel. The second, even more important one, is that we've all realized the value of health. It has become a priority. Focus has come back to health from just maybe say fat diets and weight loss. Processed food has become almost a no-no for almost everybody I know now, because we've been literally weaned off it for almost 7, 8, 9 months. So that has been a big, big positive, I feel. And another huge benefit, or a plus, I would say, has been that the focus has come back on the traditional rules of eating. We've all realized And, by default or the hard way, that it is the traditional rules of eating which actually stand us in good stead. And they're the ones that can save our soul and body both. Through the pandemic, we realized that. And that is a big realization we must not let go of, I feel. So all through the pandemic, the biggest buzzword was, it's a very easy guess, immunity. That was the word everyone was talking about. Everyone wanted to score immunity by hook or by crook. And everyone realized that it's not a quick fix. It's something you have to work on, slowly over the time. And that's what everyone did. And guess what? We all turned to traditional foods for that. So this focus on immunity taught us that the stuff that we've always known but ignored, other rules are all very important, sleeping right, maintaining your weight, getting enough sun, exercising enough, all those stand. But we realized that the most important thing to make sure that the immunity stays up to mark so that we can really save ourselves from maybe this pandemic or whatever else the universe throws at us next is that we have to eat right. It's as simple as that. That's a realization that has come the hard way, but it has come. And it has led us back to the nature in a beautiful way. I personally feel I feel very happy when now someone just calls me up and says that they want a consultation just to seek health, to get healthier, compared to pre-pandemic when people would just call up for weight loss. So there's a huge change in the mindset here, which I am absolutely enjoying as a nutritionist, because I've always believed that that should be the focus. Nutrition should be the focus. Weight loss is a side effect, which happens on the side in any case. As far as the natural solutions to immunity are concerned, those words everyone has been talking about them for a really, really long time. The same foods that our dadi nanis used to vouch for have come back in the fore, and they have come back with a bang, because everyone realized that there are no side effects, and they are going to build our body from deep inside in a very, very, very strong way. Words like ashwagandha, giloy, tulsi, haldi, black pepper, all of these have come back in vogue.
Ma'am, you went on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So all of these are simple words that were alien to a lot of people pre-pandemic, I would say last year, but today they are on everyone's vocabulary. So my personal request and advice to everybody would be that this is a very hard-earned lesson. We've all learned this the very hard way, and we must hold on to it and make sure that it is passed on to the next generation. These are not words to forget very soon. Turmeric, haldi, giloy, black pepper, ginger, garlic, all of these are very, very easily available. They're all natural foods that do us a lot of good. So if forget pandemic is not going away anytime soon, but if at all and when it does go away, we must not let go of these foods. I personally believe that has been the biggest positive of the pandemic for me.
Yes, ma'am. I completely agree with you, ma'am. And though we are short of time and we have to close this panel, but I have one intriguing question that just came to my mind. If you all, because you are the experts, if you all can just in very short tell me, you're the experts in health and nutrition. So is there a point of time when you guys I'm talking both physically and mentally, when it came to your mind and you became you needed some motivation and help, I would not say help, but yes, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
I think go ahead, Sonali ji, please.
So just wanted to share, I completely resonated with Kavita when she said that, we need to go back to natural food. In fact, I would go another level up in context to that, today doctors are not there to write prescriptions. Doctors are primarily, like telling us how to eat, because food is the medicine, right? So if you go by WHO's guideline of health, it says it's a balance of your physical, mental, emotional, and social, kind of balance. So if that is not in order, then definitely just lack of disease doesn't make us healthy. To answer your question, Preeti, when I, like engage in leadership trainings or executive coaching and, like life coaching to that extent, my biggest element has been that every coach, because leaders are supposed to be coaches to their employees, their team members, right? So everyone requires a mentor, a coach, a motivational person in their life, right? No matter how evolved or wise they are in their personal lives and so on and so forth, we all have a tendency to lose it at times, and that's when we need another person to be by our sides and really support us. So I'm sure that not only me but all of us have had our moments of weakness, and yes, we do have our people that we can reach out to, and we should nurture them in context to building our network, in context to reaching out socially, and at the same time prioritizing our own health and nutrition, which I, go with my fellow panelists, Namrata and Kavita. Wonderful hearing you guys talk about things that we, commonly relate to. So that's what I feel from my side, Preeti.
No, absolutely. I think I totally agree with Sonali ji on this, and I always say that a therapist needs a therapist too. As much as we help people deal with the challenges that they are facing, the times when they are at their lowest, but at the same time, we are as human as they are. We have our personal life as well. At our professional front, we are, of course, all the time helping people out, but at our personal front, we can have challenges too. I have a therapist for my own self who I consult, sometimes once a week, sometimes once in 2 weeks, as and when I require. And similarly, even nowadays, I actually tell people this, that, you must, like you have a family physician for yourself, it's important to have a family counselor or somebody, even if it's an individual personal counselor for yourself, somebody who you can go to as and when required, right? Because stressors only keep increasing, they're not reducing in any way. In the olden days, you used to have a guru shishya relationship, right? Nowadays, of course, gurus are not somebody who we wish to go to, because all of us have our own resistances towards it. When I mean it's the kind of spiritual gurus we have, we all, of course, find our gurus in different people who we really look up to. And sometimes this could be our parents, sometimes this could be a friend, this could be anybody who you look up to and who you feel helps you come back on track and get aligned to your own self. I tell my clients as well, that have that one person who you go to who's absolutely non-judgmental. That's one of the most important things of having somebody who's non-judgmental. If they're going to judge you, then you're eventually not going to get through where you are, stuck at. So that's one thing, which is something that I definitely, it's been, I think, about 4 or 5 years. I started my practice 8 years back, but it's been about 5 years, 3 years down the lane, I realized that no, you must have one for your own self, Namrata. And that's where I took this step. And since then, in the whole psychologist community or the mental health practitioners community, I've kept reiterating this, that please have one for yourself, have a therapist or a life coach for yourself. I don't have just one, but I have a professional mentor, I have a personal mentor, and I have a therapist for myself. So all three, because every day there are new challenges that come in at different fronts, and you need to make sure that you are first in place. Only then you can be able to help other people. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you so much. It has been like really enlightening, and I really enjoy talking to all of you. Thank you so much, ma'am, to be here on our platform today.
Likewise,
moving on.
Preeti. An honor being here.
Thank you so much.
Lovely. It was a lovely discussion, I think. I mean, quick and salient points, as they say, just rush through the thing, but every single point resonated. And I hope it resonates with the people who listen in as well. And there are a lot of takeaways for everyone. Very glad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So let's move on. Moving on, I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Kavita Sharma ma'am, with immense pride and pleasure. She is the definition of tenacity and vigilance and the embodiment of excellence and strength. Dr. Kavita Sharma ma'am has served as the former president of South Asian University, New Delhi for 5 years and as the director of Indian International Center, New Delhi from 2008 to 2014. She has led one of the most prestigious educational institutions, the Hindu College, Delhi University, to greater heights for 10 years as its principal. She also shared her wisdom as the senior faculty in the prestigious Hindu College, Delhi University, for 27 glorious years. She has been a recipient of Indo-Canadian Shastri Fellowship twice for dealing with different aspects of the diaspora and with a Fulbright Fellowship New Century Scholar for research on higher education in the 21st century, access and equality, 2007-2008. She has authored several globally acclaimed books. I welcome you, ma'am. We are delighted and honored to have you with us on this platform today. I welcome you with folded hands.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. And thank you for all the wonderful encomiums that you have showered on me. Not sure whether I need them, I deserve them, but thank you so much. And a very happy Women's Day to everybody.
To you too, ma'am.
But as I put up on my Facebook account that it will only be a happy Women's Day if everybody, all segments of society, resolve every day to remove the discriminatory things that women have to go through. Now, today, I was asked, we've had a bit of a confusion. First, it was Queens of Mahabharata, and then it was science. So I tried, I actually wanted to deal with women scientists because I don't think many people talk about it. Now, for example, you had on 11th February, the 5th UN International Day of Women and Girls in Science. But I doubt if anybody knows about it or anyone even celebrated it. I mean, if you don't know about it, how can you celebrate it? Also, if you see the women, the statistics of UN, only 30% of world's researchers are women. And it is surprising that in some countries like Bolivia, where you wouldn't expect it, they're 63%, but in France, for example, they're only 26%. It is also found even in the best developed places like Sweden, 60% enroll for bachelor's degree in science, 49% actually do their doctoral degrees, but then they seem to fall off. And only 36% researchers are there. So I could go on with all this, but even the women in the private sector of research are not well represented in India, hardly. And even in the government sectors, they don't reach the highest positions by and large. So what is it that we need to do? What we need to do is that it's very important that we encourage girls right from the beginning, from their school days, to like mathematics and science. Everybody has such a phobia about it that girls kind of drop off on it. And you see in STEM subjects, that is the science, technology, engineering, and maths, the women are in a minority. Or even if they're there, they're really teaching rather than researching in high-profile labs. And South Asia, since I dealt with South Asia for 5 long years, we have the smallest number of women researchers, only 17%, which is not very far away from the sub-Saharan Africa, which is 13%. And Nepal has the lowest, but India is not far behind. We have only 14% women who actually do research in science. It is actually Sri Lanka that is way ahead of us. And they have 39% of women who are there in science research. Even in agricultural sciences, which I thought women being so interested in food and having to deal with food all the time and productivity, and many of them cultivate their little patches of land to be able to provide food for their families, they are not represented in agricultural science at all. And it is actually Bangladesh, which has a lot of women in agricultural science and is catching up with women in science fields. Now, this is not something new. If you know, Marie Curie initially was not given a Nobel Prize. She was only considered a helper to her husband. It is when a lot of hue and cry went up that she was given a Nobel Prize. Another very famous scientist, Rosalind Franklin, 1968, James Watson, another very, very great American scientist, he said that the place of women is not in a lab, or at least not in their own labs. It is in somebody else's lab, meaning it should be in a man's lab. Why does this happen? One is hierarchical segregation, because women they don't have the status of heading the family. They're always considered number two. Those are the patriarchal norms. Then you have the territorial segregation. Women are, expected to stay home or do employment, which will bring in supplementary income. So as in Japan, they used to say women's income is like the dessert in the family dinner. So, also there are some subjects which are just considered male subjects and there are others female subjects. Men actually are usually found in chemistry, physics, engineering. Women will do botany, zoology, psychology, and these are considered like soft subjects. So there are some stereotypes. Women are considered warm, nurturing, and I was hearing some of this discussion, kind, and they have internalized this. Men are supposed to be strong and powerful, but if you want to run your lab and you want to head an institution and you want to be in a decision-making position, you have to be strong and powerful. Now, your method of being strong and powerful may be different from a man's, but you cannot just constantly keep nurturing people. Then we don't have enough role models, among women who would in the field of science and technology. What is important is family support. There's a wonderful book which Indian Academy of Science brought out. It's called Leelavati's Daughters. Does anyone here know who was Leelavati? Leelavati was a 12th century woman, and she was the daughter of Bhaskaracharya #2. The first Bhaskaracharya was in 7th century. This is the second Bhaskaracharya. And what happened, there's an apocryphal story about Leela. And that is Bhaskaracharya was a mathematician and astrologer. And he figured out that his daughter would never get married. And even if she got married, she would not have children. But he arranged a marriage for her. And what he did was he created a water clock. So he, the water would drip. And he said, on that Muhurat, you must get married. Now, Leelavati was very curious. So she went and she picked on it and one of her pearls fell. And so the water clock went awry. So the Muhurat passed and she didn't get. So I don't know whether that story is true or not true. But then her father taught her mathematics and astrology. And she was a great mathematician. But I was so intrigued. I've read this Leelavati's book that he made for her. He said, I'll do a book for you, which will live eternally. And see how he teaches her maths. Tell me, my young girl, whose tremulous eyes resemble those of a young fawn, what is the product of 135 multiplied by 12? That's the way he teaches her. Then let me show you another one. I just love the way he teaches her. He says, one second. He says, the square root of a flock of geese, seeing the clouds collect, flew to the Manas lake. 1/8 of the whole flew from the edge of the water amongst a multitude of water lilies, and 3 couple were observed playing in the water. Tell me, my beautiful young girl, what was the number of geese? So this is the way he goes on. I wish we were taught maths like that. I would have been much better in mathematics than what I am today. But then, let me take you through the more modern part of it. The first woman to graduate in the British Empire was a lady called Kadambini Basu Ganguly. And she was a Brahmo woman, part of the reform movement, and she faced a lot of criticism. She was a mother of 8 children. And so she had to devote a lot of time to her household affairs. She had a supportive husband, and she went abroad and came back. And when she came back, one of the magazines wrote that she's a whore. She goes out of the house. But her husband took the editor of that magazine to court and got him a punishment of 6 months. I wonder how many husbands will do that today. Anandi Ben Joshi. Now, she was the first, she was another very supportive husband, but also very abusive husband. She also became a doctor. She became an obstetrician. She was married at the age of 9. And her husband tried to teach her, but then he would get very angry with her, and he would throw things at her. He would push the chair, he would beat her with a wood. But finally he supported her, and she went to Pennsylvania, and she became a doctor, an obstetrician, and her thesis was obstetrics among Aryan Hindus, because women had no access to doctors. There were no female doctors, and they couldn't go to men. So they had really no access to doctors. So then, and she died at the age of 22, she got tuberculosis there. And then they sent her back. But on the ship, nobody would treat a brown woman. And when she reached her cousin's place in Pune, no doctor would treat her, no Ayurvedic doctor would treat her, because she had crossed the societal boundaries and was not worthy to be treated. And so she succumbed at the age of 22. Now, if you take more modern issues, then 1918, I've read that whole book, Leelavati's Daughters is what it is called. So Anna Mani, for example, 1918 born, one of 8 children, deeply immersed in books. She was supposed to get married and lead a normal life. She said no. And she refused to take diamond earrings that her parents got her for her birthday, and said, I want Encyclopedia Britannica. So that's what she got. And then she tried to do her PhD. And in spite of her dissertation, she was not awarded a PhD. So hers is the only PhD doctoral thesis which is there in the C.V. Raman Institute, which is without a doctorate. She never got her degree because of being a woman. Talking of these discriminations, I mean, you have women, for example, there was, I'm trying to remember her name, Kamla Soni. Kamla Soni, she tried to go to what was then Tata Institute of Science or Indian Institute of Science. And the great Nobel laureate, C.V. Raman, refused to take her. He said, I will not accept you in my institute because you're a woman and you will distract all the men. And women are not research material. Then she did satyagraha in his office, and she managed to convince him, and finally became the director of the Institute of Science. But even there, because she was a woman, her job was delayed by 4 years. So these societal attitudes are reflected very, very much in all the women trying to do science, because it's still considered a male-dominated thing. Radha Balakrishnan, she was in Delhi, she was in a good school, she opted to take science. What did her teacher say? You girls will not take science because you're depriving a So they said you're depriving a boy of his worth, of a place in science, and that you will deprive him of a good job. Now, this reminded me of Indraprasth School, the first school in Delhi to be opened, which was a non-mission school. And there, they had to beg people to send their girls to school, and they were sent in a bus which had barricades all around with parda around them. And they said, the girls, we will not corrupt the girls, we'll teach them math, we will not teach them science, we will not teach them math, they will study Ramayana, domestic science, needlework, and the scriptures. And gradually they got the first science lab. It was thanks to the vision of the teachers. So the other thing, as I read the book, I realized how important the teachers were. It is the women, these women who struggled were supported by their families, by their parents, and the influence of the father. Even when the mother felt that no, this girl should get married, the father supported. Most of the time, the mothers were also very supportive at the end of it. Now, we have Asima Chatterjee. She talks about the hardships that scientists had to undergo. There were no scholarships available. And even the supervisors, they had to spend their own money to buy equipment and chemicals. The research scholars were paid nothing. The Department of Science and Technology had not been set up. CSIR was not set up. The Department of Biotechnology was not set up. But she said, my vice chancellors, people like Satyen Bose, Meghnad Saha, S.K. Mitra, these are all very well-known names. If you study the history of Indian Parliament, they were all there in the Indian Parliament the first few years. They all supported her. Then finally, I've just picked out some women who sort of showed different struggles. Hema Ramachandran, she said, I had internalized being a woman so much, I didn't dare open my mouth in front of the boys. And then very gradually, she came out of that syndrome, and she said there are three types of male colleagues. One is the elder ones who are protective, and to the point they will stifle you. They will say, how can you go to that conference alone to read a paper? The second types are those who make it intentionally difficult for you to do any work and to prove that a woman can't do it. Then you have the younger generation, which is more egalitarian, who are more willing to give and take. They have married working women. So things have changed drastically. So also many women talk about how their research interests got aborted, or they had to change them because they had to keep up with their women's transfers everywhere. And that's the final woman I'm talking about. That is Sulbha Pathak. She's a microbiologist, and for years she worked voluntarily in unpaid research situations. And her husband went to Netherlands. She dropped everything, went to Netherlands. Her PhD took a very long time because then she had to negotiate a long-term, distance PhD without internet, without anything, right? And so constantly, she said there was a struggle between marriage and profession, because either you have to sacrifice, you leave everybody, you go by yourself, you need a supportive husband, you need supportive in-laws, supportive parents who will come and help you out. Otherwise, what happens to your children? So to sum up, what I'm saying is that for women and science and technology, why I chose to talk about it is because this is the era of science. Any time you need a solution to a problem, and COVID has shown us, we need science. Environment, we need science. Nutrition, we need science. For everything, we need science. So unless you excel in science, you will not make a place for yourself in the world. And so what do you need for this? Supportive parents, especially fathers, because even today fathers are decision makers. You need enlightened families with the right values, because many of these women, they had meager resources, their families had meager resources, but many of them didn't opt out saying that they will educate the boys and not the girls. So you need that. You need parents who are willing to make sacrifices for your education, even when they're short-term resources. You need very supportive husbands who will help you in child rearing at least. You need very supportive parental home and a very supportive in-laws who will look after your children when you are spend long hours in the labs. Then gradually changing societal norms. You have to negotiate with it. As one of the women said, I understood. She went to IIT Kanpur. She was not paid. She said, it was a privilege that they even allowed me to enter the lab. And she said, well, I knew there was going to be opposition, so I just built my career around that opposition. Let me just accept it. And even if I'm not paid, it's fine. But they're gradually changing societal norms. More schemes are available. Now, Department of Science and Technology has a scheme that a woman takes a break in her career in science and technology and can come back. But what is needed is determination, grit, passion. I haven't told you all of that, but many of these women also suffered from cancer. I don't know why so many women scientists have suffered from cancer. Maybe the stress of it, maybe the exposure to various chemicals or radiations or whatever it is, and that needs to be still looked at. But I'm really amazed at the number who got cancer. Anyway, yeah.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you in between, but we are just
so I'm done. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. That's why I summed up and said no. You're right. So there we are. That's women in science.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I was not and I'm sure a lot of us were not aware of all the stories you shared today. Yeah. And I'm really surprised to hear what women scientists have gone through all through the time. I'm really glad that you brought this up and you took up this topic instead of another topic. We all feel the same way. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and wonderful to be here and among everybody here. Thank you.
Yes.
I see
Thank you
Jiva
so much.
John here, whom I told her about my Mahabharat thing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening to your speech. It's quite interesting. I was thinking of all those things now, pondering over that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad that we took up this topic instead of that one.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. Wonderful to be with
Now,
all of you. And it's nice to see so many young women taking the lead role here. Thank you.
yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, I would like Anushka to introduce our next panel.
I would be honored to introduce our very next panel. Our very next panel is also equally decorated with eminent personalities who are the best in their fields. And I'm really sorry for all the wait that you had to do. We're running a little short on time, so that's why the entire campaign and the program just we had to rush through it, but I am 110% sure everything that we learn in this panel everybody will remember. So with the first esteemed guest that we have in this panel is Dr. Seema Mehra Parihar ma'am. She's the head of the department and associate professor of geography at Kirorimal College, University of Delhi. She's a postdoctoral fellow at International Institute of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation. She has developed important thematic maps like Women Empowerment, Atlas of India, mapping good practices of institutions supporting redressal of violence against women in India, and a few more. Our next panelist, Ma'am Priya Batham, is an exceptionally gifted journalist who surpasses all introductions. She's a journalist and chief guest coordinator for India Times. She's brave, she's fierce, and she's not afraid to call a spade a spade. She's also an enthusiastic activist working day and night for social causes. She exudes excellence and positivity. We take pride in inviting our very third and the very amazing, very dynamic Madam Sangeeta Tetarwal, ma'am. She's an IS officer. She's posted currently in district municipal as the district municipal commissioner in Sirsa, Haryana. She was the topper of CSE 2013. She is also a perfect example of how no dream is big enough if you have the will to achieve them. So she has also served as the managing director for Women Development Cooperation in Panchkula and identifies passionately with empowering women for a better tomorrow. I would now request Preeti ma'am to take over and moderate the panel. Thank you so much for coming, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anushka. And I also, like on my behalf, welcome all the panelists. My first question is to Dr. Seema Mehra Parihar, ma'am. Ma'am, when pondering upon women's empowerment and skills, empowerment and knowledge, we understand and are sure that education is the way for empowerment. But my question is, what type of education will make the women of India free from the shadows of gender discrimination and empower her in life as career women in this digital world?
Thank you, Preeti. And thank you, all of you. And it's really heartening to see so many of you here who are young, bright, vibrant, and wanting to be empowered. And that word called empowerment is something, which comes within. So for me, it's interconnected. As when you were introducing, you said, like, I made 2 gender atlases of India for Ministry of Women and Science. And there I've taken around 188 gender disaggregated data. And then now I'm into Women Empowerment Atlas of India, Science and Technology Perspective, what Dr. Kavita Sharma was mentioning. And I'm making that for Department of Science and Technology and doing another project on WHO. So for me, what makes women empower is not whether you're doing science or you're doing humanities or you're doing something, which is at the grassroots level. What makes women empower is something your own agency, your own decision-making skill. Any person can be empowered, like you young women who are sitting here, your smile and the way you're making decisions. So for me, empowerment is decision-making. And education, again, when we're talking about empowerment, is not that, that schoolroom education that is there or a college level education that is there. Agree when Dr. Kavita Sharma was mentioning, yes, we have dismal story in case if we talk about women in science, but things are happening. I'm a geographer, and I'm having a big project from Ministry of Science and Technology, which relates with Women Empowerment Atlas with science and technology perspective. We have to integrate. We have to give women a chance. But again, like, when I say that, I want to also say that, what is stopping all of us? Today also, the sad story is that we do not have schools with even complete boundary wall. Data, in case if you have a look at it, data is quite dismal if you have a look at it. There are even school like, where you do not have boundary wall, and there are quite a few of them in the Northeast. But for me, why will parents not trust sending their children out? Why will they say that, like, they are the ones who are not there? Also, that is there is that because even today you find that, there's a thing called violence. There's a thing called violence which is there, which people are afraid of. Do you know this data that, in case if you have a look at it, 35% of the women worldwide have experienced physical or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence? Women and girls, they represent 55% of the estimated 20.9 million victims of forced labor worldwide. And the third data, then I come to and I link it with what you asked me. Women perform 66% of the world's work, produce 50% of the food, but earn only 10% of the income and own 1% of the property. So what I'm trying to say is that we know that we need to have gender mainstreaming. We know that we want each one of you to be at the top of the job which is there. But the sad story is very different. Data for the women is coming up. For me, when I look at the data, do you know in the university, we have 88.3% women who are toppers. But when it comes to becoming vice chancellors, we only have 11% of them. And of this, 6% are the ones who are in women universities. So my question is, then where is that missing women? In case if you have a look at it, like, and so if you have a look at it and you look at the one of the study, which I have done with another friend of mine of the 200 top women who are there using this artificial intelligence and all that, you find that the women who are at the top, they need more qualifications. So then what should we do? Today, parents have changed. Every person, I'm not saying all have changed. I'm not saying patriarchy doesn't exist. I'm not saying that patriarchal structures are not there. That's society, but somewhere along the line, we've got into our mind. So what change we want today is that not only moving or giving women way to move up, but for me, the change that I want is that, like, where you allow women, give them equality. Today, we are talking about equity, but the sad part is that there are a lot of concerns, there are a lot of issues which are there. It's not, I say that please let more women come even in humanities. Try to integrate everything. Try to accept everything. Data is, of course, saying that, like, we've got so many rural there and so many urban there. But for me, the acceptance and decision-making is something which is very important. Even we say that there are so many laws, there are so many things which are there, but what is missing then? What is missing in case if we have those laws? It is the implementation. It is the mindset. Today, all of you, the ones who are sitting here, are the ones who are bright in mind with a lot of your different 4 kinds of agencies you are there. But for me, what is missing is that drive and a lot of other negative externalities which are around us. And so my take into your question is, education is the key, but education is not the only key. Today that is happening. But all those other parameters which are around that key are the sums which we need to take care of that. We need to work on our patriarchal structures. We need to change on our mindsets. We need to think of a lot of other things which are moving ahead and which are going together, and we need to work towards it. Gender budgeting is again another word which we say is there. Just 1 second. Gender budgeting, we are talking that the gender budgeting is there, but my take, in case if you go deeper into the data, still it is not there. If you go deeper into the data, still we have missing gender desegregated data. If you still want to go, and the one point that I want to make, the last thing is that I am a GIS and remote sensing person. I want to use data in a streamline with a lot of interoperable facility. Today, a lot of ministries collect data on women, and they collect as girl and boy. Some ministries collect data as man and women. Some ministries collect data in male and female. So till now, we have to begin in putting at least man and women in one single name nomenclature. This is women, and this is the data that is there. And it is sad that my NCRB is collecting data on, I mean, it's good that they're collecting data, but we are having data on gang rapes and so many other heinous crimes which are taking place. Let's all together come together, get together, and make this world a beautiful place where all of us are accepted, not for our physical form, but for the equal minds that we have, and that, multifarious things that we can do it. I think so that we do not have anybody else but women who can do every task in a holistic manner without even feeling bad about it. And a middle class are beautiful people who can take bad things also and still drive on. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. You're absolutely right. And as you've mentioned that where are those missing women who are like bright and they are doing extraordinary, but where are they? So now when we have one very efficient administrator amongst us in the public service arena, I would like to ask Sangeeta Titarwal ma'am, what would be your suggestion to make women come to the front and acknowledge their presence as excellent career women in the patriarchal society? Is that a possible reality in the near future? It will relate to what Seema ma'am said.
First, I would like to thank Siddhartha sir for inviting me on this forum, and happy Women's Day to all of you. And
Same
I
to you, ma'am.
definitely agree with Seema ma'am. I believe that the confidence should come from within the women to excel in the every field she is working on, and we as a society also should make effort that the women entrepreneur or the working women can do best in the field she is working, with various measures. Like first, we should ensure the safety at work site. That is, I think, major challenge, especially in the North India, is the huge challenge. Then there are certain things like particular skill training, vocational education, entrepreneurship development of the women that should be focused upon. And there are many things which are cultural in our household, like fixing responsibility, as a woman is considered the primary caregiver. So if we fix the responsibility of each and every person in the house, then empowerment starts from home itself. Then women can focus herself on the work rather than focusing on the caregiver responsibility only. Then there are many things like reduced mobility that can be focused also. Nowadays, after COVID thing, work from home is a major resolution, I believe. Then access to the business and technical skills are also required. Government has various schemes, and we are working on that particular thing also. Then one more thing that is called networking and capacity building. Uh, Nowadays, many private sectors are working on this particular problem. They are exposing the women to various networking in professional manner, so that she can learn various skills which are required to enhance the business or the field she is working on. One major challenge our agricultural society is feeling, that in agriculture sector 40% of the women are working as a labor, while only 2% are having the ownership right. So limited exposure to this finance or the asset that is required to enhance the productivity in agriculture sector itself, or to establish the business based on the agriculture sector, that is very crucial. So if we give the property right to women also in practical terms, that will also enhance the I believe the productivity of women. So I think there are many other sectors also which we should focus upon, and customize capability building programs, which are, I think, nowadays being addressed on various major cities, are also helping women a lot.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, while we are talking about working women, our audience will be more than happy to know about any government policies introduced on women's health care.
Yeah, there are many schemes like Pradhan Mantri Matritva Vandana Yojana. That is kind of conditional transfer for there is conditional case transfer for women in pregnancy, pregnant and lactating mothers above 19 years. Then Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, that is for antenatal care and treatment. Then there is Janani Suraksha Yojana, that is focusing on BPL, SC and ST women. That is kind of there is a case incentive in these cases to promote the institutional delivery. Ayushman Bharat is focusing all the segment of society. Women are part of that. I think this is the most revolutionary scheme in the Indian health that is helping not only women but I think all other sectors of the society. Because if we are focusing only on women, then the part of other like if somebody is ill in our family and the whole money is spent on that person's treatment, then the major sufferer is women. So Ayushman Bharat is kindly indirectly helping women also. And there
And
are
I just want to ask, I just want to tell you, in the morning, I was in another panel where today government started the midwifery leadership program. Also, they've started, and they've come out with 3 more schemes like in recent past. But I just want to say half a second. I'll take with your permission, Preeti. Ma'am mentioned about the property. That property is something like which is there and which should be rightly done. But my again take to all of you, and all of you, when you go back to your families, and if Mr. Siddharth, Dr. Siddharth is also listening, and everybody, that the problem out here is that we have so many traditional things which are attached to property. What I mean by that is that when there is a marriage, you need a brother to come and put chuda. When there is a death, you want a women to come and give you khana and all that. Bahu ke ghar se khana aata hai. So there are so many of those things which are there. Whether you have the rights, as I'm saying, problem is lying in terms of implementation. Our constitution has given beautiful laws, beautiful legislations and acceptance. So start working on that. Start working on the acceptance in all of us. And then, even the property, for me, there's so many I can go on and on and on and on that. I've got one more full theme on that. Thank you. So
ma'am, you're right. But I mean, in my personal experience also, I've seen that these things are changing. Like acceptance is coming. So we hope for the better future. And now I'll move to Priya, ma'am. Ma'am, let me now ask the views of like Indian TV journalist Priya Batam, the reasons or possible reasons for women achievers, ladies of laurels and distinction, for not being in the limelight. So, what do you think, madam, stops us from celebrating a woman as an achiever? Are we gender conscious in congratulating skills and talent? Ma'am, you are on mute. Priya, ma'am.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So firstly, I would like to wish all the women on the panel a very happy International Women's Day. And thank you, Preeti and K. Siddharth sir, for having me on the panel. Very elegant and very informative panels you have been having, Preeti. I've been listening since an hour or two. So to start with your question, in 1917, the first revolution that the women took was in the USSR, when they came out and fought for their own peace and rights. So I would not say that, yeah, we are not celebrating. Women don't have their own um, women don't come along for their rights and peace. Yeah, they do, and it is happened since 1917. So, but a major problem that I see here, why we don't celebrate, or why the so-called talented women are not been enlightened and given platforms as they should have been. So, women in India represent 29% of the labor force, and most of the women in India are unpaid. Like we work informally for our house. We earn well, but we don't have our bank account savings. So hardly 9 to 10% of the women have their own bank account savings. All the money is been given out for the family, and it's like for women, it's like for the family to the family. So none of them think for themselves. So we are a mother, we are a daughter, we are everything, and more of the expectations are from us. So I believe this is one of the reasons why we are not given the platform, or we try and escape. We are like, okay, koi baat nahi, sort of a nature that we have. So, what I believe is we should have a decision making ability. Women should themselves come on the platform and speak for themselves. A little uh, empowered sort of a behavior that has been increasing lately. What we see in women's earlier, we that was not the thing. Now we see we all are the women speaking since morning on the same platform. So yes, we are being empowered, and the ability to earn, once we obtain the ability to earn and have income, that is the time when we get a lot of confidence within us. And the b thing that is there is, once we start earning, we should have our own savings and our own platform. We should be visiting people, we should be talking, we should have our own identity. Yes, there is a substantial development that we should ensure at the same point in time. So as we develop this, we get a lot of we create a lot of power amongst ourselves, and that is how we can stand instead of giving it up or giving it away. Because see, as a girl, we grow up as a daughter, then we become a girl, then we become a mother, then we become a granny, and the process just goes on and on and on. So all the expectations are with us, but yes, I think it is we who should be taking stand. As rightly all the people on the panel have been saying, that the ability of decision making, the percentage of the women are not given the way it should have been. So I think somewhere our nature of girls, our nature as a lady, that the giving up a habit and ठीक है type वाला जो attitude है, that should not be the one, and we should also think for ourselves. And yeah, that is all.
Thank you, ma'am. And after after listening to all your discussions, I just I can one quote came to my mind, which goes
Yes, Preeti, please.
yeah, which goes women are like tea bags. You never know how strong they are until you put them in hot water.
But
So,
then one woman should realize it. That is the
yes,
only key of everything. We all have abilities, we do all have talents, but the only thing is we should know how to pin it. That
yes,
is
ma'am.
all I
We just
meant.
have to realize it within ourselves and follow our path. Thank you so much, ma'am. It has been lovely and so enlightening to host a panel discussion with
Thank you,
all of
Preeti, for
you
having
strong
us.
women. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sangeeta, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, Seema, ma'am, and Priya, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Handing,
Thank
Thank you.
you. And good
thank you,
luck.
ma'am.
And may you all achieve those places which we'll be happy to applaud. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wishes.
Thank you.
I hand over to Anushka now.
Our next presentation promises to be even more interesting and enthralling for our viewers. We shall be delving deep and remembering various successful she heroes from the past generation. For that, I would like to call upon Mrs. Manushi Sinha ma'am. Mrs. Manushi Sinha ma'am is an avid researcher and has authored 8 amazing books along with several historical articles and blogs. Her latest is a best-selling novel presenting glorious tales of brave Indic resistance to invaders like never heard before. She is also the co-convener of We Initiative. She is the author of several books, including Saffron Swords, a bestseller. She is an independent researcher on Indian history and ancient temples. She is the founder of myindiamyglory.com, an e-magazine that presents about Bharat from ancient to present with special focus on history and heritage. Welcome, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here. I would like to welcome you with open hearts and our folded hands.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the lovely introduction. And I would like to wish everyone here and all the women in the world a happy International Women's Day. And I think every day is a Women's Day. And today we are celebrating specifically to celebrate womanhood. But in the historical term, when we speak about women empowerment or man empowerment, there is nothing like man-centric or women-centric. There has been gender equality in civilizations across the world, including India. So in the Indian context, women enjoyed equal privileges alongside with men in various fields of life, including politics, administration, literature, battles, art, literature, and the list goes on. And the legacy continues till today and will continue till eternity. And today we see so many women in responsible positions, in top positions in various corporate sector, in administration, in politics, in bureaucracy, in science, and whatnot. So I would like to say every day is a Women's Day. So when we look back to history to draw examples about the empowered Indic women, there are thousands and thousands of examples, right from the Vedic period till independence until today. So when we speak about the Vedic period, it dates back to around 17,500 years ago. This is according to the book Chronology of India by Vedbir Arya. And when we go by excavations, archaeological excavations, when we look for proofs according to archaeological excavations, recently a series in Discovery Channel has gone viral. Everyone is speaking about this. It is about the Sinoli war chariot. The Sinoli is a site in Uttar Pradesh where excavations took place a few years ago, and it is continuing. And excavators, researchers, they have found war chariots, and they also found shields and swords used by warrior women. And these artifacts, the shields and swords used by women, equally like men, these artifacts date back to at least 4,500 to 5,000 years. So we have archaeological evidences also in India that proves that the women were empowered even in battles. They fought like men in the battlefield. And according to various literary records during the Vedic period, that is, say, around 17,500 years ago to, say, for the next 4,000 to 5,000 years, there was a warrior called Visphala. She subjugated many enemies in battle, and she used to lead from the front. And in one of the battles, she lost one of her legs. We today we know about prosthesis, but this was there in this was practiced in ancient India as well. We all know Shushruta, Charaka. Shushruta was like today, Shushruta is known as the first surgeon in the world. He brought a revolution in cataract surgery, plastic surgery, and various other surgeries. So Visphala, she was fitted with a artificial leg, and with using that artificial leg, she continued with her battlefield exploits, and she led many more battles to victory. So this is again about the Indic empowered women from ancient India around, say, 15,000 years ago. So if we take the timeline of the Vedic period from 17,500 to say 12,000 years ago. And we have so many women scholars who not only engaged themselves in debate with men, but they also contributed to literature. Many of us have heard about Gargi and Maitreyi, the Rishikas of ancient India during the Vedic period, who contributed verses in the Vedas. So many of the verses in the Vedas are attributed to women Rishikas. So they were scholars. And many of our ancient records and Puranas, there is a book called Amarkosh written during the Gupta period. This book and various other literary records mention how women were professors and teachers in educational institutions and the ancient universities, and the forest universities and gurukuls, and in ancient universities like Takshashila, Nalanda, etc. So if we again consider about the Indic empowered women during the Ramayana period, so we will draw one example each from each particular period, so that within the given time slot, we can conclude. So if we draw examples from the Ramayana period, we all know who Kaikeyi is, the stepmother of Sri Ram. Kaikeyi, do you know Kaikeyi was a warrior? She was a battlefield warrior. She was the charioteer of Raja Dasharat. Whenever Raja Dasharat went to the battlefield or various battlefield exploits, Kaikeyi used to accompany him as the charioteer. And once it happened that Dasharat was fighting against Sambarasura in battle, Kaikeyi was the charioteer then. And suddenly one arrow from Sambarasura hit Dasharat's armor and pierced into his chest. Dasharat was badly wounded and he fell on the chariot itself. Then what did Kaikeyi do? It was her presence of mind and it was her warfare skills. It was because of her warfare skills and presence of mind that she immediately took a decision, and without getting noticed by the enemy forces, she quickly took the chariot out of the battlefield and saved Dasharat's life on time. If Dasharat would not have been given medical attention very soon, then he would have been dead. So this is the reason why Dasharat believed in whatever Kaikeyi uttered. I mean, he respected whatever Kaikeyi said. And it was Kaikeyi who forced Sri Ram into exile, and Dasharat allowed it. So this is from the Ramayana period. When we speak about the Mahabharata period, we have Rani Satyavati. Rani Satyavati, she was the adopted daughter of a fisherman, but she rose to prominence, getting married to Shantanu, and she became a queen of the Kuru dynasty. And it was because of her decision that later the Mahabharata events took place, especially the Kauravas and the Pandavas were born, only because of the decision taken by Rani Satyavati. So we all, when we speak about women empowerment, there have been many narratives since the last several years, especially on social media and mainstream narratives, that women were not empowered in ancient and medieval India, and that there were low-caste women who did not enjoy any privilege. But when we speak about Rani Satyavati, who was the adopted daughter of a fisherman, her example is one of the best examples where a person from a fisherwoman could become a queen and take decisions and look after the administration of the Kuru kingdom. So there are many such examples from the ancient period. So coming to the medieval period, we have so many warriors who defended dharma, who saved dharma and the motherland. So we are the oldest surviving civilization in the world, dating back to thousands and thousands of years. But despite 1300 years of loot, plunder, barbarism by the invaders, the genocide, destruction of our cultural heritage sites, we as a civilization have survived, and we are carrying forward the legacy of our thousands of years old civilizational identity. So how is this possible? How has been this possible? It is all because of our warrior ancestors, right from the 8th century when the invasions took place till the independence period. Women and men equally took instrumental roles in serving as Satriyas, defending Dharma and the motherland. They won victories, they fought till their last breath, and they regained back their kingdoms from the invaders. So despite 1300 years of the barbarism and genocide by the invaders, we as a civilization have survived. And this is because of our warrior ancestors from each and every walk of life. And I have written a book called Saffron Swords. This book has 52 tales of valor of our warrior ancestors from each and every corner of Bharat, from the 8th century till 1947. So there will be many more volumes coming up. Volume 2 of Saffron Swords with another 52 tales of valor is nearing completion. And in volume 1, almost half of the tales of valor are on women. And so I would like to narrate one story each from the medieval period and later medieval period about the valor of women.
Ma'am, we'll have to actually wrap up because of the time constraints.
Yeah. So I'll just utter a few names from the medieval period, few names of women warriors from the medieval period, like Rani Naiki Devi, who defeated Muhammad Ghori, then Mula Gavaru, who defeated the Bengal Sultanate, Nakkati Rani or Rani Karnavati, who defeated Shah Jahan's Mughal forces, Rani Velu Nachiyar, who happens to be the first queen in the history of India to win a battle against the British. And so there are many such thousands of examples of valor of women who saved Dharma and the motherland. And when we look at temples, ancient and medieval era temples, then we will come across many sculptures that describe women practicing the art of warfare, women very much ahead in fashion, wherein they are shown using very grand ornaments. They wore high heels, and many sculptures also show women applying vermilion, applying kajal. They are beautifying themselves using a mirror. And these sculptures in these temples date back to more than 1,000 years. So in India, we witnessed all of this. So women were also women also served as bodyguards, doorkeepers.
Right, ma'am.
So even in the field of education, they were very advanced. So this is all about our Indic empowered women from ancient and medieval India.
She heroes.
She heroes, yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was wonderful listening to all these. I never knew about any of them. Thank you for telling me. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I wanted to hand over the floor now to Jiva, ma'am. I would request her to come up and welcome our next guest.
Yeah, Anushka, I'm here. Well, fine. It's a good evening now. We have moved from the afternoon to evening now. It's pleasant seeing all of us sitting full with smile and all wonderful messages being given to us. Fine. And now let us have Miss Manisha Jain as our next speaker. She is a renowned businesswoman and a successful entrepreneur, and she is a firm believer of what the women wants, she will do. And let us have her on our forum and listen to what she has to say to us. We welcome you, madam.
Namaskar.
Ma'am, we can't see your picture.
Yes. I think there is a small technical lag. It will be ready in a few seconds.
मुझे लग रहा है शायद कुछ वीडियो विजिबिलिटी में प्रॉब्लम हो रही है. Can you give me 1 minute, please?
Sure, ma'am. We'll move on to the next speaker and then invite you again.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, due to the technical difficulties, we'll now move on to our next speaker, whose topic is one of my favorites. I would like to tell that beforehand. So, Dr. Mridula Nair, our next speaker, has been a divine diet coach for more than 20 years. She's a naturopath, divine diet counselor, alternative medicine therapist, holistic nutritionist, life coach, Reiki master, prayer healer, and a nature healer. She has been guiding people from all over the world, all over the globe, on healthy lifestyle and diet for disease prevention, natural healing, and health restoration. She will also talk about women as the driving forces of nature. We welcome you to the platform, ma'am. Your topic sounds really essential, interesting, and path-breaking. I'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Anushka. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and visible.
First of all, a happy Women's Day to all the ladies, the beautiful, marvelous ladies out here. I'm very glad that I have got this opportunity to speak to all of you all on this platform on International Women's Day. Like Anushka said, I'm very thankful to Siddharth ji also that he has invited me for such a beautiful discussion that I could, share myself with you all. I'm not a very great speaker or something, but still definitely I will try my best. I had told even Anushka the same thing. I said, I'm not very good at speaking in that manner, but yes, definitely I would love to share what I do and how I could create a difference for the society. When we say empowering women, it's all about empowering humanity. I feel restoring it back, giving it a balance. Previously we had ladies, they would be stuck to home. They were just homemakers. They were not allowed to do any kind of work outside. Today, modern times, women have approached so many different fields. They have excelled, in fact, in so many different fields that I can't even count any one of them for that matter. The whole society has actually changed because women have learned their potentials. They've understood what they actually can do. They've become very strong. It's not like previously, like, oh, you're just confined to only home and nothing else. Now they're out in the society doing every possible field you can find a woman excelling. So it's so important to understand that women have changed over a period of time and they have adapted to the changes so well that no other person, I think, on earth could do something like this, because the change is something which is inevitable. And we women have the best examples, I feel, for the change. Modern day women are actually very independent. They are very, very strong. They are very confident. This is what the modern women have become now. If I were to say, they strike a balance. It's not about, we should give them the respect not because of gender actually, but because of the balance that they create, whether it is home, whether it is the society, whether it is the, city, the country, the nation, anywhere you say, they have struck a balance. They've walked hand in hand with men and they have created that, difference for every society, every country, every nation. So this is something that is very close to me because, see, what I was just talking to Anushka the other day also, I said, we always say it's Mother Earth, it's Mother Nature. We never call it Father Earth or Father Nature. Why is it we could have even said that Father Nature? But unanimously, everybody accepts this fact that anything that protects, produces, has that care, love, attention, or for that matter, the care and love, it's always been a feminine energy. So Mother Nature is the divine feminine energy, not a masculine energy. Like even in the Hindu culture, if I were to say, we will say Ma Durga, we'll say Ma Kali, we'll say Saraswati ji, we'll say Lakshmi Ma, like what a person basically needs. A human being, agar kuch chahiye, to what will they need? They need power, they need knowledge, they need. So if they have to bow down, now supposing if I have to just give you an example, If I would say an army person has to go for a war, okay, they bow down before Durga Ma for the power that she's a symbolism of power. So they bow down in front of her. Now say supposing a student is studying, for that matter, they bow down before Saraswati Ma. So every single person you're bowing down is Ma. Okay, that's mother, that's nature. If you were to ask me, like, Durga hai, Saraswati ji hai, Lakshmi ji hai, if it is for wealth, if somebody had to say something about, like, mujhe paise chahiye, I want to be successful, first thing is what? Lakshmi ji ki puja kar lo. So everywhere it is so common and prominent that all the goddesses are the main three elements, like power, knowledge, and if you say health, wealth, it is all in the hands of the woman. It's woman, it's the goddess. Though the creators are the male, but even to run the whole thing, they needed female energy, they needed Shakti. So that is all. Even if it is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, like how we know, but they are the male energies. They're not the female energies. They also require the Shakti. They also require that feminine energy to run the whole show. So the importance of women is always been there from day one. Our Hindu culture has been so wide that, we have always bowed down before the goddesses and we've always taken their blessings and grace. We have inherited that every aspect of a woman, of a goddess in us. It's just that we don't know how to initiate those things, So if we speak about, needing change in the society, or we need to make a difference in the society, it just doesn't happen overnight, first thing. And it doesn't happen with, if I were to say,
Ma'am, you're on mute. If you could quickly unmute it.
all right, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's all right. The last thing that you said.
Where did you all get me till?
So it was it is the I don't remember really well, but just 2 seconds.
Okay, I'll just continue with where I stopped. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So I was talking to you about if we need change in the society or change in the world, we forget that, we are the ones who've created the nuisance actually. It's not about like, everybody talks about change, we need change in this, we need change in that. But do we ever realize that change happens how? It happens through each one individual. Now, if I were to ask if the whole world is wanting peace, what can we do to create peace? So if I ask any one of you all, you'll say, what will you do to create peace in the country? Half of them may say, I'll do this, but most of them would say that, oh no, for the country, I can't do anything at this moment right now because I'm not, capable enough. Then I would say, if you were to do something for the city, there also they would say that, no, I don't think I would be capable enough. If I say for the society, then they would say, I can try. But if I were to ask you this simple question, that can you do this for your house to create peace and balance in the house? Every single woman would take that responsibility and say yes. There will be no second thoughts about it that they can't handle a home. They handle it the best. So there is no question of, we saying that we can't. Now, if a single woman takes a responsibility of just handling 4 people in the house, I'm telling you, just do this little bit of ours. It's the home. Okay, we start beginning in the house itself. It will keep spreading, and slowly by slowly, the whole nation will be at peace just by starting. We can just start with a small effort of our own home. We don't need to go, outwardly to do. Every single small step counts. It's not about, I'll do so many things for the country or this and that. Those who can do will definitely do. But we as just being as human beings, as women at the stage where we are at home.
Ma'am, it's on mute again.
I don't know why is it going on mute now this time. Okay. So I said every single person in the house can take this step and, create a better society also. It doesn't necessarily mean that, we need to do a lot of things that will be big, but every small step does make. So in a huge battlefield, if I were to say, it is like, every small step taken is a win. So घड़े घड़े में जो अपन बूंद बूंद से एक घड़ा भरता है, it's the same way. So every drop counts. Every drop counts. So every effort that a woman takes to do something for her house is indirectly going to be something that's doing good for the society and for the nation in whole. So definitely, even if people people ask me charity, if you ever ask me, charity begins at home first. So same thing, even for me, I will always say I am privileged to do that same thing at my place, because I run a venture called Mystic Nature Healing, wherein, where these stressors, we really don't know where these stressors come from, and we don't know how to handle them also. Previously, we were only confined to home. Now we have, everything under the roof. So we don't actually know where to start, where to begin. With small steps, definitely we can make a difference. So a lifestyle change, maybe a change in the diet patterns, a diet that is aligned to your body type and your constitution. You take care of the food, that's all. Again,
I'll have to No, I'll have to interrupt you. Actually, we're running a little late.
no problem, no problem.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a lot of questions though, but
Oh
I want
God.
to.
Okay.
I
Go on.
will talk to you. I will talk to you when we can, because we cannot incorporate that in the panel right now. I will definitely talk to you about all the
Definitely. I would
questions
just
that I
end
have.
up by just sending you all one small quote, which I just received. I'll read it out to you all in the thing that I received today morning. I'll just see it in the mobile and I'll just tell you all. So it just says women, okay, what it stands for. W for wonderful wife, O for an outstanding friend, M for a marvelous daughter, A for an adorable sister, and N for nurturing mother. Yes, and that's a complete woman. You all ladies have a blast for the Women's Day and enjoy yourself and be proud of womanhood.
I don't know about the others, but we are definitely having a blast today. Hearing
Definitely,
so,
definitely.
thank you so
Everybody
much.
is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, now let us have Manisha Jain ma'am on the forum to give her, we give her the forum. Let she take it over and give her a speech, please.
नमस्कार, महिला दिवस की शुभकामनाएं, and I am so happy to share it with you. This is Manisha Jain from Delhi. I am a businesswoman. I am in business of real estate, and I have e-commerce company with name of Day8th in Delhi. आज हम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस मना रहे हैं। सामाजिक, राजनीतिक, आर्थिक क्षेत्र में महिलाओं ने जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं, उनको सम्मानित करने के लिए ये दिन विश्व भर में मनाया जा रहा है। ये दिवस सबसे पहली बार 1900 में मनाया गया, यानी कि आज हम इसके 122वें वर्ष के आयोजन में शामिल हुए हैं। जब एक आदमी को शिक्षित किया जाता है, तब सिर्फ एक आदमी शिक्षित होता है, और जब एक महिला को शिक्षित किया जाता है तो पूरी एक पीढ़ी और एक समाज पूरा शिक्षित होता है। अब वो दिन चले गए जब महिलाओं को हर क्षेत्र में कमजोर समझा जाता था। अब वो महिलाएं पुरुषों से भी बहुत आगे निकल चुकी हैं। पूरे संसार में, पूरे विश्व में महिलाओं ने उस नेगेटिव धारणा को समाप्त कर दिया है कि महिलाएं परिवार की सबसे कमजोर कड़ी होती हैं। आज से कुछ टाइम पहले महिलाओं को परिवार की सबसे कमजोर कड़ी समझा जाता था, लेकिन हमारी महिलाओं ने पूरे विश्व भर में इस नेगेटिव धारणा को पूर्ण रूप से समाप्त हो चुका है कि परिवार में महिलाएं सबसे कमजोर कड़ी हैं। अब वो सिर्फ हाउसवाइफ नहीं है, वो महिलाएं डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर, साइंटिस्ट से भी बहुत आगे निकल चुकी हैं। वो एक उद्यमी और एक बिजनेस वुमेन के रूप में पूरे विश्व भर में काम कर रही हैं। मैं खुद एक बिजनेस वुमेन हूँ। मैं भी बहुत स्ट्रगल करके यहाँ तक आई हूँ। ऐसा नहीं है कि ये मेरा जीवन बहुत ही आसानी से, मैं एक बिजनेस वुमेन के रूप में यहाँ पे बैठी हूँ आप लोगों के सामने। मैं एक पंजाब के बहुत ही छोटे से टाउन से बिलोंग करती हूँ, जहाँ से मैं परिवार की सबसे पहली सदस्य हूँ जो बिजनेस में आई हूँ। जब मैंने मेरा जो सपना था वो एक डॉक्टर बनने का था, लेकिन मेरे स्मॉल टाउन में इतनी उच्च शिक्षा नहीं थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बन सकी। जब मैंने अपना एमकॉम पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट किया, उसके 1 साल के बाद मैंने अपने पिताजी से अनुरोध किया कि मैं कुछ बनना चाहती हूँ, मैं बिजनेस करना चाहती हूँ। उन्होंने मुझे इनकार तो नहीं किया, लेकिन उनका एक क्वेश्चन था कि क्यों, क्योंकि मैं एक बहुत ही संपन्न परिवार, जैन परिवार से बिलोंग करती हूँ। क्योंकि जैसे ही हमारी स्टडी कंप्लीट होती है तो महिलाएं के लिए एक ही बात होती है कि उनकी शादी हो जाए। जैसे ही महिलाएं 25-26 साल क्रॉस करती हैं तो सब समाज में ये पूछते हैं कि आपकी शादी क्यों नहीं हुई। बहुत ही कम लोग ये पूछते हैं क्या आप कोई जॉब या बिजनेस कर रहे हो, अगर बिजनेस नहीं कर रहे हो तो क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो। मैंने अपने पिताजी से अनुरोध किया, मेरे पिताजी ने मुझसे क्वेश्चन किया जब क्यों, तो मैंने उनका जवाब दिया कि मैं दुनिया में आई हूँ तो मैं आपके नाम से जानी जाऊं और अपने पति के नाम से जानी जाऊं, इस बात में मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी, लेकिन उससे भी ज्यादा खुशी मुझे तब होगी जब मैं अपने नाम से भी जानी जाऊं। एक लेडी की भी अपनी कोई आइडेंटिटी होनी चाहिए। और मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मुझे पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है जिसके लिए मैं बिजनेस करना चाहती हूँ, लेकिन अगर मैं आपके अच्छे संपन्न परिवार में आई हूँ तो मैं कुछ बिजनेस करती हूँ, तो शायद हो सकता है अगर मैं कोई अपना एम्पायर खड़ा कर पाई तो मैं आने वाले टाइम में और भी महिलाओं को कुछ रोजगार दे पाऊंगी। तो मेरे पिताजी ने मेरी उस बात को समझा और उन्होंने अपना ही रियल एस्टेट का बिजनेस जो है मैंने उनका ज्वाइन किया, जो कि मैंने अपनी शादी से पहले उनका रियल एस्टेट का बिजनेस ज्वाइन किया था। परिवार को समझाना तो मेरे लिए आसान था, लेकिन एक छोटे से टाउन में लोगों को समझ आना कि एक लेडी रियल एस्टेट के बिजनेस में है, ये शायद मेरे लिए काफी मुश्किल था। लेकिन उसमें मेरे परिवार ने, मेरे ब्रदर्स और मेरे पिताजी ने मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्ट किया। जब मेरी शादी की बात चल रही थी उस समय जो मेरे लिए देखे जा रहे थे वो एक हाउसवाइफ, जिसमें मैं एज ए हाउसवाइफ काम करती, वो रिश्ते देखे जा रहे थे। लेकिन 2-3 साल काम करने के बाद पूरा ही नजरिया बदल गया कि मेरे लिए फिर वो रिश्ते देखे जाने लगे जहाँ पे फैमिली मुझे सपोर्ट कर सके कि मैं एज ए हाउसवाइफ और एज ए बिजनेस वूमेन दोनों के लिए काम कर सकूं। मतलब जो मैंने अपने परिवार से चाहा उन्होंने मुझे बहुत ही सपोर्ट किया। आज से 6 साल पहले जब मेरी शादी दिल्ली में हुई, उसके बाद मैंने यहाँ पे आके अपना एक नया बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया। मैं एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी में बिजनेस कर रही हूँ। मेरी एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी है विद नेम ऑफ Day8th। जब मैंने अपने पिताजी का बिजनेस ज्वाइन किया उस समय मेरा एक सपना तो पूरा हो गया कि मैं बिजनेस में आ गई, लेकिन जो मेरा दूसरा सपना था कि मैं खुद की अपनी कंपनी बनाना चाहती थी, क्योंकि वो कंपनी पिताजी की थी, तो मेरा दूसरा सपना भी भगवान ने पूरा किया। आज से 4 साल पहले मैंने अपनी नई कंपनी एस्टेब्लिश की। मेरा अभी वेबसाइट और ऐप है। मैं इस समय इंडिया की 400 से ज्यादा सिटीज में काम कर रही हूँ। ये सफर मेरा बहुत आसान नहीं था, मेरा सफर ये काफी लंबा रहा, लेकिन इसमें मुझे मेरे शादी से पहले मेरे परिवार ने और शादी के बाद मेरे इन लॉज, मेरे हस्बैंड, सभी ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया है। आज़ादी के बाद भी महिलाएं काम कर रही थी, लेकिन तब वो एक ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस में थी, लाइक पिकल्स, पापड्स, अचार, टेलरिंग। लेकिन आज की महिलाएं सभी आधुनिक बिजनेस में आ चुकी हैं। कोई भी ऐसा बिजनेस नहीं है, चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स हैं, चाहे ज्वेलरी बिजनेस हैं, चाहे ब्यूटी पार्लर्स हैं, इवन अभी का सबसे मॉडर्न बिजनेस ऑनलाइन बिजनेस में भी सभी महिलाएं इस समय आ चुकी हैं। मतलब हम यूं कह सकते हैं कि जो महिलाएं हैं वो 3 PS, पिकल्स, पाउडर, पापड़ से 3 ES, इंजीनियरिंग, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, इलेक्ट्रिकल्स में अपने आप को एक्सपेंड कर चुकी हैं। और जो महिलाएं हैं उनको बिजनेस करना बहुत ही मेरे हिसाब से बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि टू क्लेम इक्वल स्टेटस इन द सोसाइटी और अपना सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट करने के लिए महिलाओं के लिए बिजनेस करना बहुत ही जरूरी है। इस समय इंडिया में लगभग 20% जो एंटरप्रेन्योर ऑन बाय बिजनेस वुमेन है, और घाना में ये रेशो सबसे ज्यादा है। 46.4% जो महिलाएं हैं इस टाइम बिजनेस कर रही हैं। हमें अपने लिए सिर्फ इतनी सी ही बात समझनी है कि अपनी प्रतिभा, दक्षता, क्षमता, अभिरुचि, रुझान को हर महिला को पहचानना जरूरी है। मैं सभी को ये कहना चाहूंगी कि ईश्वर ने हमें जिन गुणों से नवाजा है, हमें उन्हें निखारना है। हमें हमेशा हर महिला को अपने आप से एक बात जरूर बोलनी चाहिए, मैं कर सकती हूँ, मैं करूंगी, मैं कुछ बनकर ही रहूंगी। ये प्रण हर महिला को हमेशा लेना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं है कि जब भी हम बिजनेस में आते हैं, बहुत सी ऐसी मेरी बहनें होंगी जो कुछ करना चाहती हैं लेकिन अभी भी वो कर नहीं पा रही, क्योंकि उन्होंने कई बार अपने हम विचारों को अपनी फैमिली के आगे नहीं रख पाते हैं। लेकिन आप रख के देखिए तो फैमिली भी आपको बहुत सपोर्ट करती है, और अपने आप से भी कहिए कि हम कुछ करना चाहते हैं। और जो महिलाएं हैं, हम हमेशा कहते हैं कि आज महिलाएं पुरुषों के बराबर हैं। महिलाएं आज के टाइम में पुरुषों के बराबर नहीं बल्कि पुरुषों से आगे हैं, क्योंकि एक पुरुष सिर्फ अपना, या तो वो अपना बिजनेस देखते हैं या अपनी जॉब देखते हैं। जैसे ही हम महिलाएं काम में आती हैं तो हम अपना घर भी देखते हैं, अपना परिवार भी देखते हैं, अपने बच्चों को भी देखते हैं और अपने बिजनेस को भी देखते हैं। कुछ लोगों का ऐसा मानना है कि नारी का कोई घर नहीं होता, नारी का कोई घर नहीं होता। अरे आप ये क्यों नहीं समझते कि नारी के बिना घर नहीं होता। महिला है, महिलाओं को हमेशा ही अपने आप से यही हमेशा बार बार दिन में 10 बार इस बात को दोहराना चाहिए कि मैं कर सकती हूँ, मैं करूंगी और मैं कुछ करके ही दम लूंगी। इस बात का प्रण हमें हमेशा करना चाहिए। मैं सभी को इस महिला दिवस के ऊपर सभी अपने देशवासियों को यही कहूंगी, महिलाओं के लिए ये समर्पित है 2 लाइनें मेरे लिए। जिसने बस त्याग ही त्याग किए जो केवल दूसरों के लिए जिए। जितनी भी हमारी महिलाएं हैं, हम लोग हैं, या तो हम अपने परिवार के लिए जी रहे होते हैं या अपने बच्चों के लिए जी रहे हैं। जिसने बस त्याग ही त्याग किए जो केवल दूसरों के लिए जिए, फिर क्यों उसको धिक्कार दो। हर महिला को जीने का अधिकार दो। हर महिला जो कुछ करना चाहती है उसे पूरा अधिकार देना चाहिए। परिवार में सपोर्ट जैसे कि मुझे मिला है, मैं अपने परिवार की सपोर्ट से यहाँ तक आई हूँ। और आज मैं डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे बहुत ही मोटिवेट किया इसमें पार्टिसिपेट, इस सेमिनार में पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए। तो मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहती हूँ। अगर आज मैं यहाँ पे बैठी हूँ तो मेरे पीछे कहीं ना कहीं मेरे ब्रदर्स, मेरे पिताजी और डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ जो मेरे बड़े भाई के समान है, उनका बहुत सपोर्ट है। थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ जी एंड ऑल टीम, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू मैम। मैंने आपकी स्पीच से बस एक ही चीज़ बहुत अच्छे से सीख ली है कि मैं डेली अपने आप से बोलूँगी कि मैं कर सकती हूँ और मैं करके रहूँगी। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, मीन्स अ लॉट टू अस। थैंक यू। I would hand over to Jeeva J ma'am for our next panel. Please introduce our next panel, ma'am.
Yes, Anushka, I'm really happy to have our panelists before us. And we decided that the panel will be having 3 members in it. And it also happens that today being the Women's Day, and we women are highly engaged in responsible jobs. And she has gone out on a very responsible thing. And she said that she'll be joining us while we are on the discussion. So let us move on with our 2 panelists. With the consent of the panelists. Yes, ma'am, shall I go on now? Yes. Yes, this will be our last panel today for discussion of the topic on 21st century women. It talks about the women of the 21st century, very ambitious in many people's words. And what happens when ambition combines with education? What happens to her is something different. And we have with us our panel members, highly educated, highly renowned, and who have established a social setup for themselves, a status for themselves. So they are much suited to give us the discussion and give us their opinions on 21st century women. Moving on to the question part, I would like to put my question to Madam Archana. Shall we start with question part, or shall we have a discussion among ourselves first, madam? Madam, your mic is muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, we could open it to the questions and then we could take a discussion.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yeah. Fine. Then, what do you believe, ma'am, that what can make 21st century women, what can prepare young women and put them as proper products of 21st century, where modern education aligned with digital technology makes an important impact in everybody's life.
Okay, first of all, thank you all for putting this up, and thank you, Mr. Siddharth. It's because of him that I'm on the panel too. I guess he's made this happen for all the lovely ladies on the platform, so thank you very much. So coming to your question, I think today we don't have a choice, whether we're a boy or girl or whatever gender it is. Digital technology is the way forward. Do you understand? And our women today, especially in our country, are so powerful, so much, they have so much knowledge, they are so hardworking. Like in event management, let me give you a small example. We keep saying that the detail is in the God, right? That's why we have to get into every detail of everything. That's when the event goes off well. And you will see that we have more women working in this industry than men. Even though the productions happen at night, all the client servicing people, all the creative people, all the people doing the bigger events are mostly women, because they have the patience, they have time to go into all the details, right? So similarly, now coming to technology, I think if women can be can have the right skills, if they have the right education with regards to technology, if they can be mobile, move away from their homes or their villages or their states, and if they are technology savvy, there is nothing stopping women moving forward in the digital age, moving forward in the next 75 years or 20 years or whatever you call it, right? Because I don't think any women will not be able to talk about this, right? Or work on it. Today, we are all on our phones. We are all, using apps. We are, thanks to the lockdown, I think everybody got, hard training that we have to order things online. You can't step out of the house. Everybody was dependent on technology. And I think we all survived, right? So when push comes to shove, if the whole world is becoming tech savvy and digital, all of us will be there, first in line. So I'm not worried about that at all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, what you say is right, because when the lockdown started, I was also like that. I never knew anything to do. I never knew how to buy even the essential provisional items online. Then I learned it, and now I know a little more than what I should know regarding the purchase
that's
of.
the way you learn. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the way you learn.
So this lockdown has given us a benefit, and it is somewhere a boon for me to learn the e-technology. So this is how it will help other women also, I hope. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now my question will be to Kanumega, ma'am. Madam, what in your opinion do you think that will make a highly educated woman balance her life at home? How is that she could balance her career and life in this 21st century, where she plays a major role in an industry or in a career?
Thank you, Jiva. So first, I would like to thank Siddhartha sir for inviting me for the panel discussion, and thank you, Anushka and Preeti, for your tireless effort since morning, and you're hosting the session. Okay, so yeah, as you asked, how to create the balance. So in my opinion, the balance is actually created by how you perceive the pressure, right? So, the women are working in various domains now these days, like we are working in space science, we are working in agriculture, brewery, and politics, and so many other domains. So now those women are also balancing their family as well as their the professional the professional career. So it is how you perceive the pressure, how you perceive your kind of work and the family. So the perception is very important. So when the perception makes you to understand how to create the balance. So actually it all comes from your brain. So if you take it as a great responsibility that you are having multiple tasks and you are taking this in a manner like it will create a pressure to your mind, so you will not be able to handle it. So in my opinion, it is how you train your mind to handle your professional development as well as your personal life. So in that way, if you just take it in that manner, so you can balance in both the things.
You mean to say that it's the mindset that matters,
yes, absolutely.
as Rajyashree madam put in her speech in the morning session. So absolutely. That's the mind. The mind in its place and itself makes a hell of heaven and a heaven of hell. Shall we take it like that, ma'am?
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let me again go back to Archana, madam. And I just want to know about the statistics or something value statistics on women's education and the ethics part of it while dealing in business. I have heard men talking like, when we do straightforward business, there is no progress. We cannot make much profit, they say. How do women view that? Do you think that women are more ethical when it comes to the part of business and everything?
Yeah, see, I can definitely speak for myself. I think definitely women are more ethical. I am ethical in the way I do business. And I might not even take on business if there is something dishonest or a kickback or something like that involved, because I don't know how to do that, And once you get into that, then you have to keep on doing business in a dishonest way, which is not my cup of tea at all. I understand that this kind of business method is not about you and me. It's about the country. It's how the country functions, right? I mean, there's corruption in the country, then everybody gets into it to, stand first in line and, get the account or, win the bid or whatever it is. So the more the country helps us, I think more than education, what is really important for women in India is skill development. So they can, use that skill to earn money and, be progressive in their own lives, be independent, and then move on, right? So coming back to ethics, I think Kanu just mentioned, she said that it's about the individual person, right? So, I mean, if a person thinks he wants to or she wants to be dishonest, it's going to be difficult to move up the ladder or not get caught at some point in time, right? So today you see the big guys who've conned our country, they might not be here, but they're on their way back and they're in jail. So that should be a good example for all of us women to use the ethical part and still succeed. I think most women today are, very, very successful. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We understand that women themselves are very ethical. That's why they are life givers. They give life to life and they cannot be liars. That's what we always believe. Thank you, ma'am. Then let me put another question to Kanumega, ma'am. And thereby, I hope that we will end this panel with her question, answer to that question. Ma'am, my question is, this is an emerging gig economy where women are also into the process of making this economy a more realistic one. And do you think that in this kind of a gig economy in India, women's contribution is more? Or do we lack somewhere, or we have to go in forward still?
Completely agree. Yes, women are contributing a lot to the economic development, and yes, we are yet to see a lot more in future. So if we see the present scenario, a lot of women like your Kiran Mazumdar-Shah, she's one of the iconic businesswomen in our country. So there are so many other women like in our country who are contributing a lot to the economic development. So yes, in this emerging gig economy, we must take our success in our hands so that we can contribute a lot to the society. So there are many more examples. So like if we talk about the ancient example of the Mahabharata, Draupadi was one of the best examples. She was the epitome of courage. She was the epitome of kind of decision making. So nobody counseled her. No one counseled Draupadi. She was the one who changed her own mindset. She was the one who made up her mind to fight for her justice. So it is no one, like, people will come out and counsel you, they will motivate you, but unless you motivate yourself, unless you prepare your own mind, you cannot excel or achieve something. So I still, again, I will just say that it's your own mindset which makes you to excel in life and contribute to the society.
Yeah, you mean to say that we are our destiny makers and we have to make our destiny good and well.
Absolutely.
Fine. Thank you, madam. Thank you. And I would like to thank both the panelists for all their valuable opinions and suggestions. It was nice talking to you both. And let me hand over the forum to Anushka now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists, for your very enriching discussion. I think this panel, I think all of our panels have been very different. All of them have dealt with different questions and different discussions, and this was a very important contemporary discussion that we had, and about gig economies, about women in 21st century. I think all the audience is taking a lot of information and a lot of knowledge with themselves behind when they like log out of here. So our next speaker, she will be speaking on a very contemporary and relevant topic. But before that, I wanted to recite a very small poem. Am I allowed, Jiva ma'am, to recite a very small poem before you?
Yes, Anushka. If this forum is not going to listen to your poem, then our day's work will be delayed. So it's important that you're also happy. We are also happy. So go on with your poem.
Yes, ma'am. So I seem to be like I'm reciting poems. I don't know. I've had a different role altogether here. So the poem goes: holding her head high with a resolute look, possessing dauntless courage and wisdom, she never feels subservient. The emerging modern woman fabricates her own traits by obliterating the customs of engulfing in murk named ignorance, and suppresses the routine of living a melancholic life. So this poem is by Bharati. I think Jiva J ma'am will be able to tell us a little more about it. So ma'am, could you please quickly sum it up in like 2 or 3 lines about what it is, and then we'll move forward to our next speaker who's already here.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Poetry is my cup of tea. I love poem. Poetry is, after all, the language of every woman. It's the language of her mind and heart, and it's not the language of your mind. It has got nothing to do with your mind. It has got to do with your heart, how you conceive, how you interpret, how you put it forth. Fine. So Bharati is my much, I just love the poet a lot, that I read every line that's written by him, and it's fully packed with energy, and it encourages you that you become like Shakti herself. Shakti can be reflected in his poem. When you read one poem, you feel that you are imbibed with enormous Shakti, that you can go on and on doing every work that a woman can do in this world. Nothing is impossible for a woman. And this poem goes like this, that when a woman becomes a very resolute person, resolute in the sense, very determined, firm to do what she has decided to do. When you decide something, you have to be firm in carrying out it. And when you are like that, you are afraid of nobody, because you don't falter. When you don't falter, you are not afraid of anybody. You have good hope. You have hope as your target, and thereby you don't go and bow your head before anybody who are at fault. See, many a times we feel that sometimes we have to give in, sometimes we have to reconcile, sometimes we have to compromise to get our work done. But Bharati says that a resolute woman, a determined woman, a woman who has firm targets, firm ideas, will not be like that. She is the woman of India. She is a new woman of India who will take the country forward, and she will also be like that, a woman with dauntless courage. That's what it says, dauntless courage. Enough courage, who will not go back in your commitments. That's what a new woman is, according to Bharati. And
Thank you
Anushka,
so much, ma'am.
yes,
Yes,
will
ma'am.
this do, or do you want
No,
me
no,
to
thank you
go
so much,
on?
ma'am.
Right,
No, no, no.
Anushka,
Thank
thank
you so
you,
much,
thank
ma'am.
you, thank
Thank
you.
you. So our next speaker will be speaking on a very contemporary and relevant topic, like I just said. Ma'am Sapna Kumari is a faculty member in the Department of English at Miranda House, DU. She is also associated with the Policy Center and Gender Lab of the college as a mentor, guiding young researchers in the group. She is pursuing a PhD in English, University of Delhi, on the intersectionality of various factors and concerns involving a focus on fourth wave feminism and social media activism with reference to a few select writers. She will be talking about room for one's own, women's fight to claim spaces and places in India. And I'm sure you must have found the topic very different and new. Let's find out what ma'am has to tell us. We welcome you, ma'am, to the forum.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anushka. First of all, a very quick check. I hope I'm audible, Anushka. If you could just confirm that.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am,
Thank you
you
so
are.
much.
You are.
Thank you so much for that generous introduction. And right at the very onset, I would just like to congratulate the entire team of Trans Brahma and Women for Empowerment, along with ensembleias Academy, and the entire team who has actually put in this entire plethora of all the host of speakers who've gathered together. I've been regularly following it, and I actually follow those speakers. Some of them I could manage to actually tune into. I follow the panel right now. And I must tell you that there's something very inspiring for me as well, something very important to take away from this entire day. So I thank Sumitra ma'am, because I believe that she gave me such a wonderful opportunity. So I would wholeheartedly extend my gratitude to ma'am for giving me this platform to speak and share some of my ideas. To begin with, yeah, one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. So there's a reason, I begin my speech by the following line, which has been given by one of the most powerful feminist figures, one of the earliest mothers of empowerment, we can say. So there's a reason why I use this particular phrase, because I want to reemphasize the fact that how even now a woman's identity is somewhere, determined by a number of factors, which is externally created and certainly detrimental for our growth. The title, as Anushka has very beautifully put ahead, yeah, it's a room of one's own, and women's fight to claim spaces and aces, in this particular country. And this particular phrase, which I've actually borrowed from another seminal essay, which most of you must be, aware of, and that is from Virginia Woolf, published around 1929. Now, the reason I picked up this particular phrase and added into a part of my own speech today is that it was a very important feminist text. Now, this essay, argues for both a literal as well as a figurative space for women writers within a literary tradition specifically, which is dominated by men. Now, using that extended metaphor right now, I would like to just argue, or I believe that all of us can actually argue together, that we are yet to explore a lot of social injustices and women's lack of free expression and right to make choices in her own life. So again, reiterating Woolf here, centuries of prejudice, financial and educational disadvantages have hampered women's creativity and sustenance. So this close association between financial stability, and independence has a strong impact on the overall existence of women, as well as in determining their own spaces and choices in life. So taking my argument, or rather inspiration, from these initial thoughts and considering the paucity of time as well, I would just like to perhaps draw the trajectory of this entire discourse about women's right and claim to two of the important areas. Now, I would just like to maybe just talk or discuss, or maybe open the forum for discussion, for women's spaces, specifically in their private life as well as in their public life, right? So here I would like to talk about spaces at home, and we are talking about individual spaces within the unit of family structure and what are its implications. And obviously I'll be talking, discussing a little bit about spaces at a public forum, or let's say in their professional life. When we talk about spaces at home, I was just pondering over, like we've grown so much, and certainly we made a lot of advancement in terms of women empowerment. But when I still talk about, women's situation and their status in these smaller family units, that it is there that we find out some of the very grassroots level experiences, which actually go otherwise our own experiences, and we would go against those claims that, okay, yeah, we've been progressive enough, right? For example, in a family structure, and India is necessarily is into it, right? So we have a whole lot of a joint family, neutral family, and you call it whatever you may. But when I look back into these small spaces, these private spaces, can we rightly claim that women have a say in our families? And by here, I would like to specify, I'm not just talking about the upper class and the upper, the higher class or the privileged, quote unquote, women of the family in our country, because that's also one of the concerns, and I've also followed some of the speakers today, some of the delegates and dignitaries who've spoken about it as well. So maybe extending it further, like how far do you think that women or girls in a family have a say in their own life, right? So if you talk about decision making, how many women do you see coming up really very frequently, and taking some of the important quote unquote decisions such as related to properties and financial status, some of the customary practices in tradition, some of the rituals which are being carried ahead. I just find women as a carrier and not actually decision maker per se. So this could be one of those concerns. Personally, I believe that we need to look at. Then what about the decision, other than the concerns, other than the decision making? I mean, do we find women actually, having that space in her own family where they have a say in making the choices of partner when it comes to marriage, right? Now, we are still living in a system where we definitely have arranged marriages. We also have moved ahead and we have also taken up, quote unquote, love plus arranged marriage, or let's say marrying on your own terms. But even if you talk about the majority, we still do believe in this arranged system, this entire structural pattern of marriages in our family, right? So how much a girl has a say in that? Is she free enough to choose a partner of her own, right? So whom would she like to marry? When would she like to marry? What if she never wants to marry, right? So are we really talking about the status of single women? I must say that maybe categorically speaking, if you talk about in the mainstream academia or even the mainstream culture discourse, I don't find much of a talk here going around about single women, right? Those who just choose to stay single. Similarly, how much of a say or a space given to a woman, or how much of a space can she claim when it comes to owning her own body, right? How much of a right does she have on her own body, right? With whom would she like to be intimate with, both before and after marriage, obviously? And here, obviously, I would like to bring in the entire talk about the consent issues and related to consent. And this is where obviously a lot of violence has already been, aroused out of it. And then obviously about one's own sexuality. And I was just following, one of the panelists also, mentioning about here, we need to actually look at, is a woman really free enough to even talk about her own sexuality? We don't talk about homosexuals very, very often in our own spaces. So in the private space, yes, in these home spaces of a family, I mean, it's still a big deal, right? I mean, look at the middle class and the necessarily, essentially the lower classes of the women concerned and these families. You don't find young women and younger, literally so liberal, maybe freely talking about these issues. I find that lacking. So where we have made some kind of progress, yes, we also indeed have to look at these complexities. Similarly, when we talk about public spaces, or let's say gaining or claiming spaces in their public sphere when it comes to their profession, when it comes to their workplace and career choices. Now, do we really welcome female leadership? How much are we really excited and passionate about transformative leadership? I mean, we've begun today's session, with one of the inspiring women leaders in our country, right? Srimati Maneka Gandhi ji. Now, I really wonder how many, such women leaders can actually be brought up in our own home spaces. Do we really welcome women who really do well and who are really brilliantly making progress in the professional sphere? I mean, I especially, and you have to agree, a lot of professional spheres, a lot of field of employability, where we find male dominant areas in specific areas in field. You have to agree that not many appreciate women taking up a higher rank or position in most of these professional spaces. And I say that from personal experiences as well, right? Just consider a woman holding a position vis-a-vis a man holding a position, right? So this is something, sort of an eyebrow raising kind of an issue. Even now, we have to talk about from there, those levels, because we are talking about every life and every experience that we just cannot overlook these factors. So maybe one very quick example could be, let's say, like I say, like I just mentioned about male dominant sphere and area. So take example, when there is a traffic jam, for example, when somebody is stuck in a traffic, right? And a woman driving a car, a four-wheeler, for example, or even on a scooty, and you just find out a couple of men as well, obviously being stuck there in a traffic. Just try to look at, I don't know whether anyone of you have ever observed, just maybe just one example, an anecdote. So if I have found many men, let's say, looking at those women with kind of an eyebrow-raising kind of expression, oh, who does she think she is, right? I don't think she can really handle that. I don't think she's really doing that. So there's a kind of a questioning, there's a kind of doubting the worth. And this is so symbolic of how are these patterns of hierarchy, is being carried ahead in our spaces, in our public space. And obviously catcalling exists everywhere, in every form. So what I really wanted to perhaps use this platform for was that maybe let us or enable us to go back to these particular situations and these particular problems as well, which are equally detrimental towards our higher, achieving of a higher self. These are equally detrimental towards our progress. And maybe to give it a kind of a conclusive shape, I've been, as a part of my entire decade long of teaching experiences, I would perhaps also look towards two specific areas which has equal potential, towards ensuring this kind of a women empowerment, or towards the celebration of women in the days to come, and not just a particular day, like even our chief guest for the day also said. So what are the possibilities and potentialities, and how can we actually tackle, and how can we actually free each other, right, from just not ensuring that, okay, we are pulling each other back. And I mean, like here, obviously I also talk about women, right? Even women can be equally patriarchal. So let's also agree that patriarchy is not just a system, rather it's also a mindset, right? So two specific areas where I find we need to definitely consider while we are tackling with these entire women empowerment issue. Number one, we need to definitely sensitize and train young women and girls. Like coming from a women's college and being thoroughly into it, like I said, for the past 10 years, I can guarantee, and I would like to vouch for this particular area, I can definitely say for sure that if we just take charge of perhaps training a younger mind, the younger women and younger girl, towards enabling them, so they become so free and they become so self-dependent, so much wiser, so much discerning about their own decisions, that they are able to make those choices for themselves, right? So that a girl does not have to necessarily ask in her own family about what to do, or for example, if a girl really wants to pursue a particular career, that girl is never subdued from doing so. For example, do we really give that freedom to young girl and young women in our family who would, let's say, can say without any fear that, yeah, I would like to pursue a career in modeling, or I would like to pursue a career of acting, I would like to become a dancer, for example. How about somebody saying, I would just like to take risks with life and become an entrepreneur? I mean, I'm just trying to draw our attention perhaps, and which I'm pretty sure most of you have already done and must have done also, and perhaps this kind of a reassertion about the same point. We need to look at these small spaces where perhaps a big change can actually be ensured and it can be brought in. So training these young minds can become very important. We have an intergenerational gap, no doubt about it. So I somewhere find there's a potential here. We need to bring the generations back together. So like I see the young ones here, like Anushka is one of them, right? And I've obviously heard a lot of the women out here who themselves are such an inspirational figures. So like how they're joining hands together and perhaps working towards this entire bigger cause. We need to ensure that there is a discourse happening between two generations. We need not just leave it like there's a generational gap and I don't see it happening. I don't see how two generations of women, one being younger and the become older one, can actually work together hand in hand. No, I definitely can say from my own experiences, give them some opportunity, all right? Listen to them. These young women perhaps are full of that vision, and perhaps that vision needs to be fueled further. So this could be one important area where I feel that India as a nation can actually work at, right? Because you may say that the older generation may be rigid enough and we can't do anything about it, but let's at least focus somewhere where we do have some power and some strength and some potential. And the second important thing I believe, and this is something which is also a part of my own research, and that I definitely feel that this entire discourse about feminism, quote unquote, movements happening here, or these issues about women empowerment, somewhere lacks some kind of an intersectionality. So perhaps an intersectional approach need to be involved, in our patterns, in our paradigms, where we work within the rubric of entire social structural norms, right? So we have to agree that all women do not suffer alike. So one section of a woman, let's say, or one section or one kind of category, let's say, of women coming from a lower strata may be entirely suffering differently from somebody who is coming from a privileged class. And we cannot go into that level, or let's say we'll be committing a mistake if we just go on to bring them back together and just try to look at them from a single lens. There cannot be a uniformity here when we are trying to approach their problem, because we have to understand India as a nation is pretty diverse. So we are talking about a land of diverse religion, a land of diverse caste and class. So we need to address these specifically, right? A woman from a lower caste or class suffers differently, and perhaps in many instances, she suffers more. So that approach needs to be, brought in, right? I mean, even in our own spaces, whenever we consider certain issues, we can't just claim and speak from a position of privilege. We have to consider that there are women who are suffering more than perhaps particular section who may be just a little bit privileged, let's say, for example. So what can we do to bring them in, right? So in order to bring that transformation, I believe this kind of an intersectionality need to be brought in. We need to consider these factors as well. So what are the reasons if a Dalit woman really suffers more than a woman who must be coming from a high caste? Just for example, we need to consider the age factor. We need to consider region. We need to consider class, definitely. We need to consider race in many manners, right? I mean, so these are different positions. And I believe that if at all we are discussing on such a wonderful platform, something like this, so perhaps two of the important areas where I would like to personally contribute and perhaps enable others to perhaps think about it, or where more interventions are welcome, and they have to be these two. Having an intersectional approach, so if we are making a noise, let's say we are making on behalf of every section. Now it may sound definitely impossible, but I believe that this is certainly fathomable, right? This is somewhere capable. This has the potential of bringing about that change. And yes, secondly, and nevertheless, I should say, training young women, training young girls. And I personally believe that, like you just listen to them and you'll find out they're so much full of power and so much full of vision. And we need not just subjugate their voices. We're talking about raising voices, right? Raising these words and making these powerful words. So I believe that if we, as a fraternity, as a community, would just listen to each other, I believe a lot can be achieved. So that is one of the ways in which I would like to just perhaps I may have contributed. I really don't know how much time did I actually take. I may be a little bit, maybe.
That's okay, ma'am. That's completely
Yeah.
okay. Thank
So
you. Thank you. It was a very
thank you so much.
refreshing. It was a very refreshing speech. I've been listening since morning, but I was enraptured. I was hearing every word.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Anushka.
No, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next speaker now. Educate a girl and she will change the world is a popular saying. Women are conservers of all life, and that is pure. They are life givers, and then therefore they're the prime engineers of an able society. We have with us the pride of young women, Ma'am Priyanshi Patel, who has won the title of Bharat Ki Lakshmi, given by the government of India. She believed she could, and so she did. She adorns the post of chairperson of the youth wing of Gujarat Chambers of Commerce and Industry. She is also the first women president of the Entrepreneurs Organization for Gujarat chapter. So I welcome you, ma'am, to share with us your valuable expertise on women moving up on the ladder of social development and the role of women as social engineers.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on this platform. Thank you, Siddharthi, thank you, Sumitaji, thank you, CSTV, Preeti, and all of you right here who've helped bring this up. It is a wonderful platform to exchange and share ideas on this beautiful day. So happy Women's Day to all the beautiful women right here. May we take on the world very soon. A little about women and social engineering. As a part of our foundation karma right here, we've gone on to do various social experiments in order to see how we can solve the problems of today in an innovative way, but along with it, ensuring that we're doing long run sustainable solutions. So whatever we do not want to do for a very short term or for profits or for alternate reasons. So the kind of leadership that we wanted right here was coming more from kindness, for compassion, to ensure that we along with getting developed, we're also making the world a better place. And who better to do it than women? So we started one of its kind sanitary pad manufacturing unit at the Sabarmati jail. So this was going to be a unit that the women inmates in Sabarmati jail were going to make, and they would be given to underprivileged girls in schools and rural setup. At that time, there's been not too many sectors within the Indian jail system wherein women were getting employed. They were doing basic weaving and stitching, but not a specific industry was set up for them. Versus the male jail, they've been having various different industries. So when we thought of that particular experiment, we wanted to see as to what these women were capable of doing. And to our surprise, the whole movement got so large that not only right here, but looking at our experiment right here, Tihar jail, Bondi jail, all of that, they also started this little experiment to see how we can empower women, even the ones who've been in a very captive setup, and how they can also make solid social change. So this one little initiative made us rethink how we look at the position of women, and when you give them a tool, what they're capable of doing. So right here, we're also surprised by seeing the kind of productivity that they have, by seeing the kind of leadership that they've put out. Initially, our foundation had somebody coming from outside to supervise. But now it's like there have been these two young girls within the jail who've taken on the responsibilities of doing everything. So we believe that the complex problems of today's world can be solved by more women leaders. Another little change that we did was the way that we run an organization in order to combat change. The kind of issues that we faced are more or less similar all across the globe. It's just the intensity and a few local approaches are there. But apart from that, most of the things are the same. So rather than a very cost-heavy model of having more employees in a foundation, we decided to pick up a problem, give it to more women leaders in a city, let them sit, think about it, and let them come up with solutions. Twice, thrice, 4 times, the kind of response that we started getting was, why don't you allow us to do something with it? We're going to try and solve a complex problem, for example, how to provide a good nourishment to street children, or how do you inspire those kids to study, or how do you get more women entrepreneurship in rural areas, which are not just handicrafts, but they are like real tech businesses, or real industry setup that can be run from village setup. So when we were trying to solve all of those issues, what we did was we allowed these women in villages, in cities, to form their own little groups and to go out and to try different ways of solving them. So what has happened in these little initiatives and these little experiments is the kind of solutions that not just here, which were happening or the world had been doing, these women have come up with groundbreaking ideas, which were innovative, which were creative, and which we know for sure will get the best impact. Most of the foundations, most of these kind of work and these kind of challenges are addressed at minimum 30 to 40% admin cost. Right now, I'd be happy to say that giving power to these women have gotten us results of less than 7 to 8% is our admin cost, because they've found new solutions to tackle these problems. So we believe that the way
this is Priyanshi Patel.
So the way that we've looked at women handling different portfolios in their life, we believe that when you give them the right resources, the freedom and the ability to do whatever they want, however they want, we feel that they have the resources, the skills to change things on a very, very large scale. So that has been my experience working with women and getting change done all across Gujarat. Thank you.
We thank you, madam. for your for your good speech that made our evening a good one. I would like Anushka to say a few words if she prefers, or let me take on platform. Whatever do you say,
Sure.
Anushka?
I'm very intrigued by ma'am's experience actually. So definitely, I would like to ask her, ma'am, you're very young when you began all of these things. What was the inspiration actually? I just wanted to know this one thing. What actually inspired you to go ahead with all of this, do this at a very young age?
I think maybe I have grown up seeing that. So my grandfather from my mom's side has been doing social work very actively in the state. He's been leading the ex-MLA Council nationally for more than 15 years. There have been farmer laws that have been given on his name. So I think maybe looking at all of it, it had always inspired me to, do something concrete. And I think more than anything else, more than any inspiration, when I saw people on the streets, when I would see elders in an old age home, it would break my heart. I would think, why? So I always questioned these gaps, these injustice, and it would, like burn my soul thinking, why? So I felt that, things, they do not need to be a certain way. And there's always a choice to make things better. So rather than cribbing, I decided to lead a change.
Right. That's what I've learned from the panel today. That instead of waiting for others to change the world or waiting for others to change the society, you become the harbinger of the change and you become the leader of, a revolution. Social and silent, but revolution. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Thank you for telling us. It was a wonderful speech, and your experience has been so, I don't know, mind boggling to me personally, because of various reasons that I would rather tell somewhere some other time. But definitely, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for gracing our platform, ma'am.
Thank you, Anushka. Let us now move on to our other speaker, and she is a dynamic personality. She is a model of today's woman. We'll just talk to her. Sorry. We'll just give the platform to her and allow her to express her thoughts to us. Anushka, I think we have to invite Charul Malik, madam, to this platform.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
to kindle the passion for acting and performing arts in entertainment media calls for a special quality and a prolonged patience. The actress should efficiently portray her role and convincingly connect with the audience with her acting. While our next speaker does not lack for anything, she's graceful, she's vivacious, and she's a complete entertainer. In her, we have one of the most celebrated entertainers of the entertainment world. With immense pride, I welcome Ms. Charu Malik, an executive editor and a lively model of free spirit. She was awarded with the prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award. She believes in doing the ordinary with extraordinary enthusiasm. She's worked with Aaj Tak, ABP News, and India TV on the most significant positions. She has also tried her hand in acting in a very famous TV show. So now we would like to welcome her. We would like to welcome ma'am. We're delighted to have you here and we cannot wait to hear you speak, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am. We can hear you just fine.
Yeah, thank you so very much. So it's second Women Power Summit 2021. Thanks a million for this honor. Today we are here to celebrate her. When we talk about women, the things that come to our minds are care, love, affection, strength, and fire. Being from the television industry, I have seen the transformation of women characters from being oppressed to a fiercely ambitious women. So this is an example of empowerment in itself. The woman is a key factor that drives societal change by breaking all the stereotypes. From घर की लड़कियां बाहर नहीं जा सकती हैं to लड़कियां आज fighter jet उड़ा रही हैं. So we all have fought a long battle and we have come a long way. But what's saddening is to watch some from our section exploiting the pride. Women empowerment is to celebrate the little joys and success and not bash the other gender in the name of feminism. It's about time we collectively correct the definition of feminism to being positive and progressive, and I'm pretty optimistic about it. As a woman and a TV celebrity, I have been driving a women-centric show for more than a decade. Today, TV shows highlight themes that portray strong women. What makes us more special is how we manage work-house balance. So from the sets to the kitchen, we are handling everything with a lot of grace. Many people ask me about the challenges that I face being a woman in media as an executive editor and as an anchor. I end up saying, ask men how challenged they feel when they see women working way better than them. And I bet they still don't know so far, रसोड़े में कौन था, कौन था, कौन था.
Definitely. I am. This was a very, very famous meme that we went ahead with. And the way that the way that you've actually linked it is a wonderful thing. I could not keep my mic mute and just silently listen. This was
Thank
wonderful.
you so much. Thank you so much.
This was wonderful. So, ma'am, as an anchor, as somebody who's trying to make her life here, I would just wanted to actually ask you, since you've already talked about it, that women are behaving better and achieving more than how men are achieving at this moment. What has been the experience in what has been an experience in going into a zone which has totally been men centric, like acting is something that has been completely men centric, and women are always associated with those cruel dadimas and bahus and sasus. There are where they're stereotyped in some other way altogether. Either they're so cruel, so evil, so negative, or either they're completely becharis. I cannot see a portrayal of a strong woman who is not a bechari on the television serial. So what do you feel about that? How does that actually affect the mindsets of the people who are watching these TV shows every day?
Okay, that's a very good question. But I think men are rather not being projected in a good way, because we have a lot of shows that are women centric. Like if we talk about a show called Saath Nibhana Sathiya, where we heard this popular dialogue coming from, Rasode mein kaun tha? So there was a Kokila Modi, a very dominating Sasuma who used to dominate all the bahus, who used to run the house, and somewhere she was the key member of the family and the key actor of that particular show. Because of that specific role, that show pulled on for more than 8 to 9 years. So I think women are no more becharis portrayed in the shows anymore. I don't think so. I think men, it's rather the other way around. Because अब जो लड़के लोग हैं, जो आदमी लोग हैं, जो मेल कैरेक्टर्स हैं, वो बहुत इनसिक्योर रहते हैं. They are like, हमारा रोल कहीं कट शॉर्ट ना कर दें. Because women, when they play their role, जिसमें नागिन की भी बात करते हैं, नागिन कभी बेचारी नहीं हो सकती. नागिन was a number 1 show. एकता कपूर ने प्रोड्यूस किया था वो शो. So the new season is also there. So I think I don't connect. ये बहुत पहले की हम बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी वाले जमाने की. अब तो times have changed. अब मुझे लगता है women are giving a tough competition to men. उल्टा अब आदमी लोग बहुत ज्यादा insecure रहते हैं कि उनको ये नहीं पता होता हमारा ट्रैक कब खत्म हो जाए, कब किसी एक नई कोई कैरेक्टर आ जाए सामने, भले सास हो या बहू हो या whatsoever. So I don't think so कि ऐसा अब है. अब मुझे आदमी लोग बेचारे लगते हैं कई बार, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कई बार.
So that's the way how society works. I think one of the gender has to get subdued so the other one can rise up, or what?
Yeah.
Should we take it like that? Is it
Yes.
is it
Yes.
something that's how it's working, right? So they are going to at least subdue one so that the other one can rise up and be the stronger one.
Yeah. And आज मैं एक कविता शेयर की है. वुमेन डे पे ना सब लोग वुमेन की बात करते हैं, लेकिन आज मैंने फॉर मेन उनको थैंक्स किया है. I tweeted also, मैंने इंस्टा पे भी पोस्ट किया है. If I can just say a few lines if you want, if you have time.
Sure. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So I have written this.
Ma'am, go ahead.
When we spell woman, it's woman, right? तो WO में एक हाइफन एंड मैन, इट्स woman की बात. हम आपसे हैं, आप हमसे हैं. I am saying it to all men. हम आपसे हैं, आप हमसे हैं. हमारी कामयाबी में आपका भी हाथ है. हम बराबर हैं, साथ साथ हैं. So women believes in equality. Okay? कहना बहुत आसान है कि जो किया हमने अपने बलबूते किया. आपने हमेशा हमारा साथ दिया और हमें हमेशा आगे किया. जितना धन्यवाद कहें उतना होगा कम. धन्यवाद to all the men. धन्यवाद हमें ये बताने के लिए कि हम नहीं हैं आपसे कम. So I have thanked all the men today on International Women's Day for being there for us, for supporting us, for encouraging us, for motivating us, and we are at par. And I am telling them that आप हमसे कम नहीं है. To all the men.
Definitely, ma'am. Definitely. I think this is one of the most path-breaking thing about our event and about our forum. We're not putting down men just because we want to highlight women. The main reason behind having an all-women crew was not to show that we can do it without the men. Our chief mentor is a man who is a man of substance who has supported not only his wife but all of us, like all of his students, all the female students, all the male students equally. He's never treated each of one superior over the other or one inferior over the other. So I just believe that as a platform, what I feel like is that the correct message that we're trying to send is that we're not trying to subdue any of the gender here. We're trying to
Overpower men.
bring
Correct.
both of them to equal level. Exactly.
Yeah.
So the wave of radical feminism that is on, that would like that radical feminism wave that says that men have to actually subdue a little bit so that women can come up to their level, their level. They can be at an equal. Why don't we rise up to that level
Yeah. So we are
and
at par now.
catch them where they are? Exactly. Catch them where they are. There is no point of saying that you have to come down. Or there is no point of saying that we are vulnerable, so you be vulnerable too, right?
Correct. I agree.
So,
I agree.
So I also have another question, since we have some time that we can talk to. So Siddharth sir and I were talking, and he told me that you're a wonderful entertainer, which I already have experienced, by the way, right now, because I've also seen the serial that you were working in. I have also seen you interact. So if you would like to quickly take 10 minutes and do a small something for us, something impromptu and something that could entertain everybody on the panel also and everybody in the audience also.
Okay.
Something, anything.
So see, I host a show called Saas Bhur Suspense. It's a daily show that I produce, I host, I take care of the entire content. So it's little, I am, I look very graceful. I'm just giving you interviews. So I'm like sitting with a, I'm like pretty static right now. So I don't sit like this otherwise. So when I'm doing my show, I'm like, hi, how are you all doing? I hope you guys are doing good. Okay, fine. मुझे आपके चेहरे पे स्माइल चाहिए. आप मुझे देख रहे हैं, इतने ध्यान से क्यों देख रहे हैं? लगता है आज आपको आपका एंटरटेनमेंट का डोज नहीं मिला है. ओके फाइन, यू गाइस वरी नॉट. आज मैं आपको सारे सीरियल्स की सैर कराऊंगी. नागिन, अनुपमा, बिग बॉस के घर में किसके झगड़े हुए हैं. सी व्हेन आई स्पीक आई एम नॉन स्टॉप. यू विल जस्ट कीप लुकिंग एट मी. राइट? बिग बॉस के घर में कितने झगड़े हुए हैं, किसने किसको, कहां पे कौन सा ट्विस्ट आया, किस नागिन ने किसको डस लिया, कहां पर ब्रेकअप हुआ, किसका पैचअप हुआ, किसकी शादी हुई, किसका झगड़ा हुआ. So it's like a back to back. I'm like throwing things, and viewers are like they get excited when they watch me doing all that. So I sing the गाना, मैं बीच में joke भी सुना देती हूँ. While speaking, I can suddenly start singing. So it's like a surprise package. When people look at me, they're like, "Oh God, अब ये क्या करने वाली है?" So I'm just going to say, जब कोई बात बिगड़ जाए, जब कोई मुश्किल पड़ जाए, तुम देना साथ मेरा, ओ woman. It's all for for all the ladies, pretty ones, all the women around. न कोई है, न कोई था जिंदगी में तुम्हारे सिवा. Let's support each one of us, oh woman. So हम ब्रेक के बाद, और ब्रेक के उस बार हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि कैसे अनुपमा सीरियल में आया एक बड़ा ट्विस्ट. और इसके साथ साथ हम आपको दिखाएंगे रियलिटी शोज का ताजा हाल. Stay tuned.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, not just for the mind, but for also for the for the entertainment quotient just went really high. So thank you
Yeah,
so much. We
thank
are
you so
ending
much,
the program with a
Siddharth
very
sir,
high
for
note.
special thank you, because he has given me a lovely platform, and I'm really thankful to him and you guys from the bottom core of my heart. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So now I have a question for my fellow hosts.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Can we indulge in a discussion among ourselves?
Yes, yes,
Since
yes.
we've
Very
already
well.
indulged in discussions with everybody, and I think the audience has not witnessed us having a discussion. So can we quickly have a discussion as to how everybody felt and what were their major learnings from the event that we had today? So I think we should let Jiva ma'am begin first.
Yes, dear. Yes, well, I'm happy to share my experience. It was a good experience right from morning and to until this time now. And a few things we learned. It was many speeches were really an eye opener for us. And something Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari came out with a fact which I have never heard all my life. She said that women are born to celebrate. They have to laugh, they have to love, they have to be joyful. That's what Charul Malik ma'am is also advocating. See, life is joyful, merriful, happy when you have a smile on your face. So that's what is she also represented in the morning session. And the last panelist, I mean, the last speaker of our evening session, Madam Charul Malik also reflected that, I think. Fine. So it started with a joyful smile and it's going on with a joyful smile. So that way, it's really a lesson to me. And she also said that we are going to steer off that victim image. Fine, you're not going to go in for the victim image. Don't call yourself as a victim. Dr. Sunaina Singh addressed this kind of word. She said that women should not project herself as a victim image of victim. See, that is really a positive idea where all these days we were always talking about, oh, this is what has happened, this is what is happening to me, this is what is happening in the far off place, this is what is happening on the street. People tease us, people call us by name. In house we work a lot, we don't do this at workplace, harass this and that. But that is all negative. Fine. So she has said that don't remember that and bring in such a kind of a good positive vibration into your life that you will slowly become what to say, person who will give positivity to everybody. So that is also a real eye opener from her. And these two things I think will remember. I'll remember until the end of my life. I'll try to be joyful. I'll put on a wide smile on my face. Do you like me smiling, Anuksha? You want
Yes.
me to smile always?
Please smile. You look good while smiling. You've got nice smile.
People are afraid of my smile when they see me in the dark, and my teeth alone will be brightly reflected. And I don't use any of the brand toothpaste.
Why should we think about people? If we love to smile, why not?
Yeah, fine. And I don't use any this branded toothpaste after this COVID-19 issues. I've started using only herbal tooth powder, which I myself make at home and do it. So I have become a self-reliant woman. So that way, this particular forum also has enlightened me how to make that, how to make yourself self-reliant. And by way of our people, entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs addressing us, that mindset, how you have to, Kanumega ma'am's address, which says that it's all, after all, again, your mindset that makes your life what it is. And you cannot search for external forces to put all these things on you. And it is you who have to search for yourself in that. And no external thing can guide you. And it's not the vice versa. Fine. So that is also a wonderful thought. And Madam Rajlakshmi also, she gave a wonderful thought. She also said that mindset. See, right from the beginning, before I got introduced to many of her speakers, she was the first person whom I contacted. And that was on the mobile. And I talked with her one evening. And she, after talking to her, I've fallen in love with her speech. Fine, the way she talked to me. And see, that's how women encourage each other. She also said how we have to be encouraged by ourselves. We cannot look at other forces. There are people who will put slime on you, put murk on you. They will all put, they will not feel happy when you're very happy. Fine. There are certain people because the world has beautiful flowers and briars all together. Fine. Everything is there in the world. It's not a smooth cakewalk. It's not going to be a smooth cakewalk for everyone. So that's how it is. But these ideas will stay in my mind and really make me go strong in my future walks of life. And I, being a college teacher, I can carry this message to my students. And most of my students are already into it, and they are strong women of India. And we hope that this kind of meetings on the virtual platforms or in reality will make us more stronger and will unite women of India to move forward in a victorious manner. And I thank all the speakers for their wonderful, innovative speeches. And now, what is your idea, Preeti? Do you feel that what I said is overdoing, or this is what you also felt?
No, ma'am, I felt the same like exact feelings, and it has been very enlightening. That's why when I was supposed to log out at 1, I'm still sitting. It's 4 a.m. In Pacific time zone where I am in, and I could not leave this meeting. It was so enlightening that I was like, every time I was thinking, after this panel, I'll log out. After this speech, I will log out. But I could not move out of this meeting at all. So all the speakers have been so, they have wonderful, and they have grabbed all the attention from us. And I would like to announce a break for 15 minutes because all three of us have and most of you also, like Rajlakshmi ma'am and Kanu ma'am, they have been there since the beginning of the program. So it's been a long while. So let's take a break.
What can be better than a day full of discussions? What can be better than a day full of discussions?
Exactly. For women.
What
Let's state a stereotype here.
Exactly. No. So what can be better than a day full of discussions is a night full of discussions only. So we'll not have a night full of discussions. We'll have an evening full of discussions in like 15 minutes. We'll have a small 15 minutes break. All the audience can also, drink water, charge their devices and come back, and we will also do the same. And we are not going to stop entertaining. We are ending this session, this particular session, with a really high note because Charul ma'am just entertained us. I mean, pure entertainment for the time being that she spoke. Even before, we were very, it was a very serious discussion all throughout. And then ma'am came and everything got light. Now I'm also relaxed. Everybody else is also relaxed. So what we'll do is we'll quickly come back. We'll take a 15-20 minute break. We'll quickly come back, and our audience does not have to go anywhere because we have voices. We have speakers who are amazing. You have already seen a trailer. I would want to go Charul ma'am's way and say, "Picture abhi baki hai mere dost." The movie is still here. This was only a trailer, so we will very quickly come back. And
so let me do the teaser for you all. सब वुमेन जानी जाती हैं बहुत सारी बातें करने के लिए, तो ये बातें खत्म नहीं होने वाली. Our discussion is still on. हम रुक रहे एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए, लेकिन असली बातों का डिस्कशन का ट्विस्ट अभी बाकी है. Don't go away. We'll be right back. 15 minutes. So just have a glass of water or tea, whatever, and bring it for us also.
And come back.
I'll be back. Right.
We will have virtual tea.
Exactly. So 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We'll be quickly back and move on again with the rest of the discussions. Make women feel empowered again. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Charul ma'am, for entertaining us for so long. Thank you. Thank you
so very much.
Yes. We will join back at 6 p.m.
Yes, we join back. We join back at 6 or 5 p.m. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hello.
Bhakti-lingappa, Kadavaleka.
Well, true to our word, just like we said, we are back we are back from the break, and I think this karma that we started, this amazing event that we began, we will definitely take it forward and lead it to a successful culmination in some time. Jivaji ma'am, am I audible and visible both? Ma'am, you're on mute. Jiva ma'am, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Am I audible and visible both?
Yes, you're audible, visible, lively, everything. Had all good positive qualities, you are that.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel highly appreciated. All right. So our next speaker will stun you with all her grace, elegance, and extensive knowledge. Ma'am Vandana Tiwari Sharma is an eminent designer and a convener for the Eternal Hindu Foundation. She's an extraordinary creationist. She will enlighten us on the very important and relevant topic on Sanatani women and the environment. Unfortunately, due to certain time constraints, she was not able to join us live today. So she has instead sent us a video of hers, and our audience will definitely enjoy her video message. So I would encourage our audience to watch the video message and learn what she is trying to tell us, and understand what she's trying to tell us. Go ahead. I would like to request our technical team to please air.
Full time. The homemakers have been playing a great role since eternity in keeping their households intact by grooming their children as well-nurtured people so that they become productive citizens of any nation. Moreover, her role as a nurturer is incredible. She makes herself available to her family, extended family, and friends. Such is her role description as a homemaker, and it's not an easy one. And they do it with such quiet and patience. But in today's society, the job of a homemaker is devalued, as she is of no worth in terms of profit gain. And on the other hand, they themselves feel like a dying breed, mustering courage to find loaded designations for themselves, like a home manager or a CEO of her home, or similar. Sad that they feel that there is a stigma in being called just a housewife, while our children's mental health statistics are crying out loud for help. Depression is the new age disease. This is reflective of the disruption that we have created in the role of the homemakers. I find this quote in the magazine Hinduism Today: a homemaker is a powerful and influential position that should be held in awe, not in disgrace. Let us hold the hand of every woman who finds contentment in making home and family a priority, and tell her that she's not less, she's more. She's the dying breed, and she's valuable beyond words. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, we are facing multitudes of environmental issues, namely the global warming, methane in air, plastic pollution in our water, accumulated piles of trash. Thus, we desperately seek more sustainable and less chaotic ways of life. To reverse this chaos, we need to bring our focus on the homemakers. The devaluation of a homemaker, as we Hindus prefer to call her, as the Devi, the giver, the blesser of the household. Hence, we need to revisit the sacred lifestyle of Sanatan Hindu women homemakers. Here, I'm addressing women as homemakers. So what are the rules of Sanatan Dharmi homemakers? The golden rules are perhaps with lesser conveniences, but definitely with lesser stress and more mindful and peaceful, that peaceful way of life. Though Corona seemed to have reset some of the pace a bit, but I have coined this term called peaceful way of life, so that life is not a blur, and the homemakers help you savor it. She helps you savor moment to moment. Here we check, Sanatan means practicing sustainable ways of life so that it's everlasting for all beings, living or non-living. Dharmi means self-monitoring yourself for doing righteous duties for the larger good. The golden tradition is depicted in the 14-piece paintings of S. Rajan in 1914. These paintings depicted the daily rituals performed as a routine from dawn to dusk by all Hindu homemakers all over India. in 1914 and prior. Thankfully, our rural women still live with those golden rules and mindfully touch upon all the 5 elements of nature in their daily routine, like offering water to the sun and making rangoli on the ground. And she does it with all the love for her family, for wholesomely thrive. And while our urban homemakers are always on the run and go, feeling uprooted from their traditional settings. Traditionally, a homemaker is a guardian, bringing joy to herself first, and then radiating that to the people around her, invigorating life. She celebrates each day by wrapping herself in colorful saris, putting some flowers in her hair, straightening her chakras by energizing her third eye with a red dot called bindi. Then offering few powerful mantra prayers to her deities. Then, Lord, behold, she starts her enchanting day. A festively dense Hindu calendar also helps her mundane day, to become a special one, with special recipes to go with, adding few minutes of rituals to mark the essence of the day. Hence, there is no deprivation and depression in her life. My precedent case study is that of my own mother, a well-educated woman who fulfilled her duties as a daughter-in-law, daughter, wife, mother, sister, sister-in-law, bhabi, and a grandmother. I appreciated her the most when she lovingly cared for my grandparents. In her daily routine, she would never miss her morning or evening aartis. She observed every single day in accordance to the Hindu calendar with utmost enthusiasm and reverence. I returned from school to a delicious surprise prasad or sometimes a request to draw on the wall for some symbolic ritualistic fun. She saved the world by stopping each kernel of rice and dal at a time as it mischievously tried to escape her rinse into the kitchen sink. Thus sincerely acknowledging the work of the fellow citizen, the farmer, every single time. Cooking is an important part of homemaking. Sanatani Hindu cooking is supposed to apply Ayurvedic food principles to balance the doshas in accordance to the weather and the climate. My mother would prescribe the above. My grandmother would also prescribe the above and would insist that food must be offered to the deities for it to become a blessed one that fulfills each one's soul. My mother's kitchen only produced compostable trash and not a lot of plastic, as she had time to mindfully think about the environment. But these days, most professional women, in their pursuit of happiness, choose to order food from the restaurants and it's delivered in the plastic containers. Who has time to think about the environment? Home cooked food also helps save the environment as there's less food wastage in comparison to the restaurants and subsequently less methane in the environment, whereas the plastic food containers from the food deliveries will stay in the environment for years. My thoughts were validated by Vandana Sahu in her words, in Hinduism today, we often mistake money, ambition, status as the standard of productivity. But don't we admire the inherent nobility of our grandmothers who chose to selflessly nurture a human being from infancy to adulthood out of sheer love and duty? But wait, the homemaking comes in 2 parts. The husband provides and keeps the marriage gratifying, fulfilling for his wife, and is a strong second part of this successful homemaker equation. Only if he values his wife's presence at home can this arrangement work equitable. In the end, I would like to say I acknowledge that some full-time homemakers neglect their homes, and then they are not certainly better than working women. And then there are a lot of working women who stretch themselves to fulfill both roles somehow. Though the very successful ex-CEO of Pepsi, Indra Nooyi, in her very famous interview acknowledged that women can't have it all. It's just simply impossible. I too pursued a career to be a successful designer, but my heart was always being as of a homemaker. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the homemakers within you, regardless of the gender. Your work is highly appreciated. So I thank you all for being one. Together, we will create well-groomed, well-nurtured future leaders to care for this world and this beautiful planet we call lovingly Ma Prithvi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am again highly gracious and thankful for this lovely time that I've spent here. Thank you so much again. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. I think all of us have learned a lot about Sanatani women, their life, and how they are, working, faring on these days. So I think we should move on to our next speaker, and I would like to hand over the panel now to the forum now to Jiva J. Ma'am, and for her to introduce our very next esteemed guests and speakers.
Thank you. Thank you, Anushka. And our next speaker would touch upon the topic of a world of turmoil and women. Women and peace administrators in the world of turmoil. She is none other than Professor Sharma. She is a visionary. She has the ability to see things beyond ordinary from different perspectives. Her vast professional experience is reflected in the way she delivered her responsibilities in the important administrative position she has been in. Students are fond of her. She is a dynamic personality. Her teaching abilities are so good that she is always surrounded by thinkers and students. She is an intelligent intellect, thinker, academician, political scientist, and an administrator. She is currently the principal of Mahila College, Patna University, and Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Patna University. As an author, she has many books to her credit. She is an excellent administrator. She is famous for all the work she does in the research field. We welcome her on the forum to give us enlightenment into the topic, Women and Peace Administrators in the World of Turmoil. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Jiva Madam, for giving me opportunity. Namaskar to one and all. A very good morning, afternoon, evening, and to one and all. Connected with the second Women Power Summit 2021. Happy International Women's Day to all women of this universe. Here, Principal Professor Shashi Sharma welcomes Srimati Maneka Gandhi, the Honorable Chief Guest of Program, all distinguished speakers, panelists, anchors, moderators, and organizers on the digital platform of Magadh Mahila College. Our college is an ISO certified Pioneer Girls Institution, a constituent unit of Patna University, Bihar, India, which is the 7th oldest university of India. Our institution is the most prestigious girls' institution of Bihar, where excellence is a tradition. We are celebrating 75 years of its existence. On this milestone year, it is really a matter of great pride that we are witnessing and participating in the second Women Power Summit 2021 on the auspicious occasion of International Women's Day. This is a matter of utmost pleasure and proud moment for us. I feel delighted to be here with all of you on this historical occasion of International Women's Day. Kindly accept my heartiest congratulations at this memorable occasion. First of all, I would like to thank the mentor of Second Women Power Summit 2021, K. Siddhartha Sir, Trans Brahma, Women Empowerment Forum, and World Intellectual Forum for extending an invitation to me to deliver this address and करती हूँ। Sorry for the interruption. I have repeated my words again. This is a technical fault. First of all, I would like to thank the mentor of Second Women Power Summit 2021, Sri K. Siddhartha sir, Trans Brahma, Women Empowerment Forum, and World Intellectual Forum for extending me to deliver this address and giving opportunity to our esteemed girls institution for hosting the International Conference on MMC web portal. As an administrator and educationist, I would like to congratulate our college technical team, Moria's IT Solutions Private Limited and Abhivev Technology Private Limited, and the team members of organizing forum for their sincere work regarding this wonderful digital summit, for which we are gathered here today to celebrate the same. Well, the topic of my today's address is Women and Peace, Administrators in the World of Turmoil. The topic of my talk sounds a little messy. As far as I have been able to understand, it is about the role and relevance of women and peace, and especially in the role of leader, administrators, stewardship in contemporary global scenario looks to be in a state of complete turmoil. Genetically, women are supposed to be more composed in nature, cool, and are supposed to be comparatively in a state of peace, even at stress. Women have proven to be best administrators, scientists, incomparable sons, social reformers, world leaders, entrepreneurs, practitioners, and decision makers. I shall substantiate my points through few examples and case studies. We all know the name of Marie Curie, who was the first woman to win Nobel Prize and also the first and only woman to win the Nobel Prize twice. She has been the only person to win the Nobel Prize in 2 different scientific fields. She sacrificed her life for the cause of science. She died of aplastic anemia, which was caused due to exposure from radiation during her research. She is an inspiration for all the women scientists in this world. Well, my another example of great woman, social activist and political administrator is Annie Besant, whose advent as an activist was during the state great social turmoil. She was a prolific writer who wrote about 300 books and pamphlets. She was one of the founders of DAY8th, a renowned Central University of India. She was supposed to be the greatest orator of England. She came to India and joined Congress in 1902 and was a proponent of Indian Home Rule. As a result, she founded All India Home Rule League in 1916 with Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and in December 1917, she became the first female president of Indian National Congress. She went to jail for
Ma'am, you're on mute. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Shashi ma'am.
अभी जिस बात को मुझे डर था वही हुआ। एक मिनट शुभम, क्या कर रहे हो? तो फ्री स्क्रीन दिखेगा तभी तो। वो नहीं है 8 मार्च। हाँ वहीं रहने दो। And epitome of stewardship was late Srimati Indira Gandhi, the former Prime Minister of India, seen as a political and intellectual lightweight. Indira Gandhi was dubbed a Gungi Guriya or dumb doll when she was catapulted to power as Prime Minister in 1966 by a group of Congress leaders who hoped to control her. But within 5 years, she emerged as India's most powerful Prime Minister. Under her stewardship, India won a war against Pakistan for the liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. She endorsed in the Green Revolution that ensured food security for India, nationalized banks in move that cushioned India from the worst of the current global recession, and abolished princely states. It was during her stint as a Prime Minister that India joined the nuclear club and took big strides in the field of science and technology. Gwyneth Shotwell is an American businesswoman and engineer. She is the President and Chief Operating Officer of SpaceX, an American transportation company where she is responsible for day-to-day operations and company growth. SpaceX was founded in 2002 by Elon Musk with the goal of reducing space transportation costs to enable the colonization of Mars. There is no aspect of human life which has not been thrown out of gear by COVID-19 pandemic. The role of women as administrator in the world of turmoil has been increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. Recently, we heard about the Russell attack in New Zealand, which shook the entire world. Mass shooting at 2 mosques in Christchurch left 50 dead and 40 injured. New Zealand had never experienced this kind of attack before. The response of the Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, had been lauded by many. She swiftly leveled the attacks, terrorism, and bluntly called an Australian lawmaker's suggestion of a link between Muslim immigration and violence a disgrace. When she went to Christchurch a day after the attacks, Ardern visited members of the refugee and Muslim community dressed in black and wearing a Muslim-style headscarf known as a hijab. She tearfully told them that the whole country was united in grief. In the present world scenario, women and peace subject is now recognized internationally. As we all know, the peace is a prerequisite variable for health, equality, and human security. However, patriarchy, inequalities, militarized masculinities, and discriminatory power structures inhibit effective conflict prevention, inclusive peace, women's right, and equal participation of women in all fields. Women have sound voice and power to be the agents of change. The women and peace subject has a transformative potential. We need women's voice and contribution at the front for in peace negotiations in every walks of life. It is a powerful tool for moving from exclusive to democratic decision-making, from gender inequality to gender justice, and from conflict and violence to sustainable and feminist peace. However, there is always room to grow and progress, and I myself, along with many other women, hope to continue the true essence of feminism, achieving gender equality. I strongly believed that 21st century must be the century of women's equality. Being a woman of the 21st century is really incredible. Let us all play our part in making the woman driving the hope for future and to achieve the substance of equality, inclusivity, sustainability, security, and respect in life. Lastly, I want to say a few words about the essence of theme. महिला दिवस पर सारे विश्व की महिलाओं को मेरा सादर नमन है। 47 रमन है सेकंड महिला शक्ति शिखर सम्मेलन की थीम ममता मातृत्व महिषासुर मर्दनी को। इस प्रसंग के संदर्भ में समाज से गुजारिश है जीवन पथ पर संघर्षरत बेटियों को किसी महिमा मंडन या सहानुभूति की चाहत नहीं। इन्हें सिर्फ आपका साथ, आपका अपनापन, प्यार और परवाह चाहिए। और संदेश है हमारी बेटियों के लिए, तोड़ दो सारी बेरियां। संदेश है हमारी बेटियों के लिए, तोड़ दो सारी बेरियां। तुम ममता मातृत्व का स्वरूप हो, तुम ममता मातृत्व का स्वरूप हो, और तुम ही महिषासुर मर्दनी हो। तुम देश की उम्मीद हो, वर्तमान हो, भविष्य हो। तुम ही देश की उम्मीद हो, वर्तमान हो, भविष्य हो। आशा की मसाल अपने अंतर में प्रज्वलित करो। तुम आशा की मसाल अपने अंतर मन में प्रज्वलित करो। अपने अस्तित्व और मान सम्मान की रक्षा स्वयं करो। अपने अस्तित्व और मान सम्मान की रक्षा स्वयं करो। किसी भी रुकावटों से कभी रुको नहीं। राह की दिक्कतों की परवाह कभी करो नहीं। किसी भी रुकावटों से कभी रुको नहीं। राह की दिक्कतों की कभी परवाह करो नहीं। जल थल से नभ तक अब तुम ही पहचान हो। तुम्हारे इस जज्बे को बारंबार सलाम है। तुम्हारे इसी जज्बे को बारंबार सलाम है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महिला दिवस की हार्दिक बधाइयां, उज्जवल भविष्य की असीम शुभकामनाएं। जय हिंद, जय भारत जी। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. I'm sure every woman out there, जितनी भी बेटियों ने, औरतों ने, बहनों ने सुना होगा, उन सबको बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ होगा सुन के। Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Now I'm going to announce one of my favorite speakers, one of my favorite panelists from all the lot, Dr. S. Mukherjee. Dr. S. Mukherjee is one of the best known geographers in the country. Her associations with Patna University Center for Development, Environment and Development, Ensemble Career Solutions Private Limited, and with every other several channels where she comes to participate on topics concerning education, geography, space science, and career counseling in general, have been all amazing and inspirational. She's an author, academician, and a teacher by heart. She's a prolific writer, both in English and Hindi. As an author, she has authored 12 books on geography, and I have received almost all kinds of inspiration to do better, to make a better identity for myself from her in the past few weeks. So I would now like to welcome Ma'am Mukherjee to the panel and give over her the control to dazzle us with her words, ma'am.
Thank you, Anushka. I will first of all welcome all of you, all the audience, all the dignitaries, Shashi Sharma ji, to have come here, and we have such a wonderful day throughout the day. आज हमारे पास में इतनी सारी बातें हुई, so many words, how the women are not allowed to take science, how women are not allowed to go out to work, how women are making so many higher ups and they have achieved so much. पर किसी ने women से कभी पूछा ही नहीं कि उन्हें क्या चाहिए। कभी किसी भी women ने first challenges हम लोग लेते हैं कि women have to leave their home, particularly in as a tradition in India, कि women have to leave their home, go to their in-laws. जब बेटियां विदा होती हैं तो माँ बाप रोते हैं। क्यों रोते हैं? कि घर की बेटी जा रही है। लेकिन what happens at in-laws? उसी बेटी को क्या वही सम्मान मिल जाता है? या वही बेटी क्या वहां पर जाकर भी बेटी बनती है या बहू बनती है? और why this discrimination? वो कहीं की बेटी ही तो है, तो वो वहां पे जाके बहू बनती है। बहू means not only to take care about the whole family, बहू means to take the family ahead, एक generation आगे लेके जाती है। She bears the child of that family. किसी ने कभी पूछा कि तुम्हें child चाहिए? कभी किसी ने पूछा कि कब चाहिए? Demography is the biggest challenge for a woman. और अगर इस challenge को women are aware about it, तो they will be in a better position to control. ये किसने कह दिया कि आते ही उसे घर गृहस्थी संभालने चाहिए? हो सकता है उसको मन हो वो पेंटिंग करे, हो सकता है उसको मन करे कि वो डांस करे, हो सकता है उसको मन करता है कि वो गाना गाए। इस गृहस्थी को जो थोप दिया जाता है, समस्या यहाँ से शुरू होती है। और ये समस्या नहीं है, वुमेन अपने आप ही ले लेती हैं। They are made like that. वो जो हम लोग दिन भर इतनी बातें सुने, कंपैशन, पैशनेट, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, लेकिन शुरुआत, एज वी से, द वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट बिगिंस एट होम। घर में घर के लोग अगर उसको वही सम्मान दे पाते हैं तो वुमेन ऑटोमेटिकली एक्सेल करेंगी। हम लोगों ने ये भी लेक्चर में सुना कि वुमेन को कुछ करना चाहिए, वुमेन को आगे बढ़ के अपने लिए करना चाहिए, वुमेन को अपने लिए स्पीक आउट करना चाहिए। लेकिन क्या आज, एक दिन पहले, अभी कल की बात है, I saw a serial in a TV whereby in a bright morning, जब सभी लोग खोज रहे थे कि कहाँ गई वुमेन ऑफ द हाउस, द होम मेकर, वो कहीं भी दिखाई नहीं दी। बच्चे आके चिल्लाने लगे, मम्मा कहाँ है? हस्बैंड बोले, मम वाइफ कहाँ है? मदर इन लॉ बोली, वो कहाँ है? लेकिन वो कहीं भी नहीं है। हो सकता है वॉशरूम गई हो सकता है किचन में हो, सभी जगह देख लेने के बाद शी वॉज नोवेयर अवेलेबल। तब तक में मिल्कमैन आता है और बोलता है ये दूध ले लो। नाउ हस्बैंड तो खुश होके जाता है कि शायद कहीं बाहर गई होगी तो वो वापस आ गई हो, लेकिन मिल्कमैन तो पूरा उसका मूड ही शैटर्ड हो जाता है। एंड कितना दूध लेना है, किसमें दूध लेना है, हाउ टू टेक द मिल्क, व्हाट इज द मेजरमेंट, ये हस्बैंड को मालूम ही नहीं है। बच्चे को भूख लगती है, बच्चे को खाना चाहिए, लेकिन हस्बैंड को मालूम नहीं है। हस्बैंड ऑफिस जाने को तैयार है, लेकिन उसकी सारी चीजें जो है, जो वाइफ अब तक हाथ में पकड़ा लिया करती थी, वो नहीं है। तो फिर सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न होता है, अरे बिना बताए कैसे चली गई? अरे वो कहाँ चली गई? अरे किसी के साथ भाग तो नहीं गई? अरे उसको कैसे, ये कौन अधिकार देता है कि बिना किसी को इत्तला किए हुए वो जाए? ऑल दीज थिंग्स, एंड पता चलता है कि वो अपने मंदिर में गई है, मंदिर में पूजा करने गई है। हियर द स्टोरी स्टार्ट्स कि अगर घर के कामों के बीच में इफ अ वुमन नीड्स अ ब्रेक, हु इज गोइंग टू गिव इट टू हर? वो वुमेन बनती है, मदर बनती है, ये हम लोगों ने दिन भर हमारे लेक्चर्स में अलग अलग डिग्निटरीज ने बताया। तो हम लोग इस बात को लेते हैं कि उस बेटी को, उस बहू को, उसके बाद जब वो माँ बनती है, वो माँ को वो दादी बनती है, वो नानी बनती है। कभी किसी ने जाके पूछा, व्हाट इज योर हैप्पीनेस? आप किस में खुश रहती हो? आपकी खुशी क्या है? किसी ने पूछा क्या? और पता है, वुमेन जो है वो मातृत्व, स्नेह, वो देवी, सभी चीज के लिए डेजिग्नेट होती है। लेकिन अगर एक दिन उसकी तबीयत खराब हो जाए तो पूरा गृहस्थी बिखर जाता है ना? अच्छा, अब हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि इफ डेमोग्राफी इज अ चैलेंज, तो उस वुमेन को क्या ये जरूरी नहीं है कि हम लोग एजुकेशन दें, हमें उनको अवेयर बनाएं, सो दैट दिस डेमोग्राफी इज इन अ प्लान्ड वे? ये प्लान होने से किसको किसको फायदा है? आवर इकोनॉमी विल गेन, आवर कंट्री विल गेन, और तो और एडोलसेंट प्रेगनेंसी से वो बच सकती हैं, एनी काइंड ऑफ सेक्सुअल इन्फेक्शन से वो बच सकती हैं। तो क्या ये एक एजुकेशन का पैकेज नहीं होना चाहिए जो कि स्कूलिंग के टाइम से ही उन्हें अवेयर बनाया जाए, हाउ टू प्रोटेक्ट योर सेल्फ, हाउ टू प्लान योर फैमिली? और ये फैमिली प्लानिंग का डिसीजन क्या ये औरतों के हाथ में होता है? डू वुमेन प्लान? Is the male member in the family generally, don't take it otherwise, it's generally that women are not given the family planning part in their own decision making. So it is either the head of the family, the male member, or जो सासू माँ होती है उनके प्रेशर में आके आगे डेमोग्राफी को हम लोग आगे बढ़ाते हैं। लेकिन if there is a prolonged gap between two child, it's the health of the mother which remains intact. तो क्या ये जरूरी है कि वुमेन को इस डिसीजन मेकिंग से वंचित रखा जाए? This is one of the challenge. Then we come to the second challenge, that is, बहुत लोगों ने कहा अगर लीडरशिप की बात की जाए, if leadership is taken upon, then women must go on to lead, but then how she will lead? अगर खेतों में काम करने के लिए देखा जाए, अगर ऑफिसेज में काम करने के लिए देखा जाए, अगर घर में काम करने के लिए देखा जाए, एंड दैट टू अगर रिसोर्सेस कम होता है, तो वो लीडरशिप कहाँ सीमित रहता है? वो उसी घर में तो सीमित रहता है। लेट अस टेक इट दिस वे, अगर इन लॉज के घर में माँ बीमार होती है और बेटी की माँ अपने घर में अपने मायका में बीमार होती है, ये लीडरशिप का क्वालिटी कहाँ दिखाई देना चाहिए? अपनी माँ के लिए या मदर इन लॉ के लिए? फाइनली वुमेन चूजेस द सेकेंड वन। वो अपनी सासू माँ को देखभाल करती है, अपनी फैमिली को देखभाल करती है, अपने बच्चों को देखभाल करती है, और इस बीच वो ये भूल जाती है कि लीडरशिप नहीं है, ये तो वो थोपा हुआ गृहस्थी है जिसको उसको करना ही है और उसके बगैर वो रह नहीं सकती है। तो ये हमेशा आता है कि वुमेन हैव टू गो अहेड, वुमेन हैव टू प्लान, लेकिन ये प्लान उनके अनुसार चलता नहीं है। Then we take agriculture as a field. Agriculture में from the sowing of the seed to the harvesting of the food, harvesting of the crop, and in all the processes, women are equally indulged in it, along with the household work to bring the drinking water. If it is far away, they bring the wood also, the drinking water also, and they prepare food for everybody. This is a leadership quality, no doubt about that. But then, is this leadership quality acknowledged by the male fraternity? Acknowledged by the elder members? Acknowledged by the society? Now, in this scenario comes in the social forestry. Wherever the social forestry has become successful, behind that there would have been, there we have seen that women have been there. We have seen the Chipko movement. We have seen so many places in West Bengal where women have made this leadership in such a manner that people go on to plant trees. They go on to make social forestry successful. Let me tell you what social forestry is. Social forestry is planting of trees within those areas which are not utilized. Suppose railway track, road track, panchayati lands, degraded forest land, and so on. So why not keep the woman as the guardian and make this social forestry a successful one? It happens that women are not involved in it, thinking that it is not their duty. But then when male and female both can go to work in agricultural field, the social forestry is a part of it and it will save our environment. So women can do wonders in this land also. Talking about all the pandemic and all the family bonding, we have seen that family bonding did increase during the pandemic period when people started either working from home or many were who lost their job. So that two things happened. एक, पहला तो फैमिली होल डे घर में रहती है, तो होल डे घर में रहती है तो वुमेन के लिए काम ज्यादा बढ़ गया। चूंकि घर में मेड नहीं आ सकती है, तो हु इज डूइंग ऑल द एरेंड्स? इट्स अ वुमेन। पहले संडे के दिन वुमेन एक रिलैक्स हो सकती थी, लेकिन अब एवरी डे became her working day, because कभी किसी को चाय चाहिए, कभी किसी को पानी चाहिए, कभी किसी को खाना चाहिए, कभी क्लीनिंग चाहिए, क्योंकि मेड तो आना नहीं है, मेड तो आ नहीं सकती है। तो इस इन्फेक्शन से बचने के लिए ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि फैमिली में सभी लोग खाना बनाने में लग गए या पानी पिलाने में लग गए। इट वॉज द वुमेन जो चपेट में आई, जो कि थक गई, जो कि कोई उसको बचा नहीं पाया कि पैंडेमिक है, तो पैंडेमिक से भी बदतर उनकी स्थिति हो गई, क्योंकि फैमिली मेंबर्स ओनली एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम देम कि शी विल मेक ऑल दोज थिंग्स। एंड द सेकेंड थिंग दैट हैपेंड वाज द इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस। द इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस वाज दैट जो दोज हु लॉस्ट देयर जॉब, द इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस वाज where people started working from home but they got तो क्या ये हाफ सैलरी में घर तो चलना ही है, पेट तो चलना ही है, वुमेन हैव टू मैनेज एवरीथिंग। अपना छिपा छिपाया धन निकाली, अपना स्त्री धन निकाली, अपना जितना कैलिबर में बन सकता था, शी मैनेज द फूड, हेल्थ, मेडिसिन्स फॉर एवरीबडी। बट डिड एनीबडी रियलाइज that this was the time, this crisis was maintained by the woman of the house, the homemaker. फैमिली बॉन्ड के साथ साथ इस क्राइसिस को भी गो थ्रू करना ये वुमेन का ही तो काम था, एंड शी डिड इट वेल. 1 साल तक इस तरह का लॉकडाउन में रहने के बावजूद भी शी वॉज हैप्पी, शी वॉज विथ हर फैमिली. एंड इफ वी सी टुडे, इट इज द लव दैट शी propagates within the family, outside the family, or ye love. This love can sustain the whole world. Now let us come to the next part, inheritance. When we talk about agriculture, then in agricultural work, she engages herself every time, wherever required. Even the livestock, they are taken care of them. But वो लैंड उनके नाम नहीं है. तो क्या ये गलत नहीं है? हम लोग कहते हैं कि ये डाउरी लेना गलत बात है. डाउरी, अगर किसी लड़के के घर से डाउरी मांग दिया गया तो गलत बात है. अगर किसी के भी पास इतनी सक्षमता है तो क्या फादर मदर दोनों मेल एंड फीमेल चाइल्ड के लिए बराबर हिस्सा रखते हैं? और फॉर दैट मैटर, अगर हिस्सा मांगने लड़की आ गई अपने मायका में, तो बोले कि ओह अच्छा, तुम्हें प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा भी चाहिए क्या? क्यों नहीं चाहिए? अगर लड़के को मिलता है जो अपने फादर के इनहेरिटेंस को वो ओन कर सकता है, व्हाई नॉट वुमेन? वुमेन को क्यों नहीं मिल सकता? और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि अगर वो इन लॉज के घर में है तो उन्हें ये जता दिया जाता है कि तुम्हारे मायका में ऐसा होता है, हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता है. तो जो हैबिट्स, जो एटीट्यूड, जो एप्टीट्यूड उसे अपने घर में मिला, उसको छोड़ के उसको ससुराल के हर ट्रेडिशन को मान लेना पड़ता है. इसके बावजूद भी ऐसा कभी होता है कि हस्बैंड और वाइफ को दोनों इक्वल इनहेरिटेंस मिल जाए? होता है क्या? कई बार नहीं भी होता है. So now we come to the part, woman as an educator. Definitely, woman is an educator. The first pre-literate and literate stage for every child is brought about by woman. Now, इस बात को जब woman ये decide करने के position में होती है कि the child should get a very good take care about the education also, even during pre-literate, कहानियां सुनाना, उनकी अच्छी बातों को सुनाना, उनके अच्छे ट्रेडिशन को फॉलो कराना, अपने सारे ट्रेडिशन के बारे में उन्हें बताना, is the duty of the woman. Or women is not the decider, but they should be made deciding factor where children कितने साल में स्कूल जाएंगे, कहाँ जाएंगे. अगर घर में income is lower, then once again the conflict starts. लड़के को इंग्लिश मीडियम के स्कूल में भेज दो, लड़के को सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्कूल में भेज दो. लड़कियां क्या है, लड़कियां पास के स्कूल में चली जाएंगे. जबकि यू टीच अ मदर, यू टीच अ नेशन. तो वुमेन के पास में ये चॉइस नहीं होता है. इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस अगर आता है तो हम लोग हमेशा मेल फ्रेटर्निटी को देखते हैं कि अच्छा ये हॉस्टल में रहेगा, ये स्कूल जाएगा, ये सीखेगा. वुमेन में यानी आई मीन टू से the female child, she is kept at home so that she can help her mother also. शाम में खेलने वाली बात होती है तो स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स, सारे जो एसेसरीज होते हैं वो मेल चाइल्ड के लिए आते हैं. फीमेल चाइल्ड ठीक है, जाके कबड्डी खेल लो, जाके लूडो खेल लो, जाके कैरम खेल लो एंड मदर को हेल्प कर लो. दिस इज द सिनेरियो. ज्यादातर इन रूरल एरियाज, I'm speaking in Hindi because the women of our rural areas, they can also follow this. Ki in the rural areas also, women has to be encouraged so that the male and female, both of them get equal opportunity. अब equal opportunity के समय हम लोग हमेशा कहते हैं हाँ equal ही तो है, लेकिन जब घर में दूध कम पड़ता है तो पता चलता है मेल चाइल्ड को दूध मिला, फीमेल चाइल्ड को नहीं मिला. कई बार फीमेल और मेल चाइल्ड को दोनों को मिला, लेकिन माँ ने अपना दूध कटौती कर लिया. किसी ने देखा है कि माँ अपना दूध क्यों नहीं ली? किसी ने ये देखा कि माँ सभी को खाना खिलाई और लास्टली बैठकर अकेले खाना खा रही है? क्या ये किसी ने देखा कि वो जूठे बर्तन को साफ करने के लिए अगर तो मैन पावर है तो इट्स ओके, अगर मैन पावर नहीं है तो कौन उसको साफ करता होगा? और किसी ने ये देखा, इज मदर हैप्पी? हमारे बड़े बड़े काम करने वाले लोग, हमारे बड़े बड़े अचीवमेंट पाने वाले लोग, हमारे अब्रॉड में जाने वाले लोग, क्या वो पलट के अपने माँ को देखने आते भी हैं? और अगर आते हैं तो 2-4 दिन आने के बाद वो चले भी जाते हैं, forgetting that कि it was their childhood that mother cared and taken care of. बल्कि वो बड़े होते, माँ तुम्हें समझ नहीं आएगी, ये ऑफिस की बातें हैं, तुम्हें कैसे समझ में आएगी? अरे टेक्नोलॉजी कहां से कहां चला गया, माँ तुम कैसे समझोगी? This is what a mother has to bear. Lastly, what I mean to say is कि अगर वुमेन की ये पोजीशन, ये स्टेटस आती है तो ये हमारे पास में हर स्पीकर ने कहा है कि वुमेन हैव टू चेंज देयर लाइफस्टाइल, यू डिजर्व व्हाट यू गेट। यहाँ डिजर्व होने के पहले हमें दे दिया जाता है। तो those people, I mean to say by this forum, कि those people who have got a betterment in their life, क्या वो ये पिछड़ा हुआ वुमेन जाति के लिए कुछ कर सकती हैं? अगर तो आप आईटी में हैं तो क्या आईटी से एक एप्स बन सकता है जहां वुमेन को अपना स्किल दिखाने का मौका मिले? वुमेन बना सकती है अचार, पापड़, पेंटिंग एंड सो मेनी हैंडीक्राफ्ट थिंग्स। क्या उनको हम लोग कोई मार्केट का एक एक्सपोजर दे सकते हैं? अच्छा, जो टीचर्स हैं, क्या वो टीचर्स ऐसा है जो एडल्ट एजुकेशन या वुमेन एजुकेशन को लेके प्रमोट करे? दे आर द टीचर्स। अपने 1 घंटा लेकर के क्या इसी प्रकार का वेबिनार करके क्या स्टूडेंट को, क्या वुमेन को, क्या रूरल फोक को जिनके पास ये सुविधा नहीं है, क्या वो उन्हें दे सकती हैं? इंटरनेशनल वुमेन डे है, तो इंटरनेशनल वुमेन डे के दिन वी मस्ट टेक केयर कि अगर हमारे पास में, हमारे सोसाइटी में किसी चीज की जरूरत है, दैट इज द अवेयरनेस लेवल, दैट इज द हेल्पिंग हैंड, दैट इज व्हाट दे शुड डू फॉर द वुमेन फोक। आज हम अचीव कर चुके हैं तो वुमेन फोक के लिए हम क्या दे सकते हैं? व्हाट वी गिव बैक टू द सोसाइटी। वी आर वुमेन, वी अंडरस्टैंड। वुमेन का दुख अगर वुमेन नहीं समझे तो मेल तो नहीं समझ सकता। तो वुमेन जो लोग हम लोग अचीव कर चुके हैं, कैन वी गो बैक एंड गिव द सोसाइटी समथिंग सो दैट द लेफ्ट ओवर वुमेन कैन कम अप with from their stature and they can also achieve something in their thing. The thing is, if women are happy, the whole household is happy. Even the male members, they are also very happy if the women folk are not frustrated. But women folk के प्रति देखना, even to educate the male fraternity how women feel about it, even to educate what are their senses, how sensitive they are. छोटी छोटी बातों से अगर वुमेन बुरा मानती है, कोई जाके उसे भी तो फुसला ले, बहला ले। जब एक आईएएस ऑफिसर मेल होता है और एक वुमेन उससे शादी करती है, वो भी आईएएस ऑफिसर होती है, आई कैन गारंटी घर लौटने के बाद चाय कौन बनाएगा? एवरीबडी नोज अबाउट दैट। दो दिस इज नॉट अ कॉमन फैक्ट, लेकिन ज्यादातर यही होता है। अगर ये कहा जाता है कि वुमेन बाहर क्यों जाएंगे काम करने के लिए, वो तो घर पे काम कर सकती है, लेकिन घर में किसको सैलरी मिलता है? घर में माँ को मिला कभी सैलरी? बहू को मिला? सासू माँ को मिला? बेटी को मिला? किसको मिला? क्यों नहीं सैलरी मिल सकता है? अगर घर में 20,000 का एक नौकर काम करता है, 20,000 घर ले जाता है, तो जिसके घर में नौकर नहीं है, एटलीस्ट 20,000 का वर्थ कोई उसे बताए तो सही, यू आर वर्थ दैट 20,000, और तुम्हें हर महीने मिलने भी चाहिए जिससे कि तुम अपना शौक पूरा कर सको। और उसका शौक है भी या नहीं, या तो वो गृहस्थी के इस भारी भरकम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के नीचे दब चुका है। दिस इज द टाइम। हमारा दुनिया बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। लड़कियां पायलट्स बनती हैं, लड़कियां एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनती हैं, लड़कियां साइंटिस्ट बनती हैं, लड़कियां स्पेस जाती हैं, लेकिन वो कुछ ही लड़कियां हैं जिनका नाम हम लोग जानते हैं, जिनका नाम न्यूज़पेपर पे आते हैं, लेकिन 80% ऑफ द वुमेन जो पीछे छूट रही हैं। आज हमें, हमारे जैसी वुमेन का ही काम है कि उनको हाथ खींच के पकड़ो, होल्ड देयर हैंड, ब्रिंग देम फॉरवर्ड, मेक द सोसाइटी मोर रिच एंड रिच। आज वुमेन ही होंगी जो कि देश को आगे भी बढ़ाएंगी। देश में लीडरशिप वुमेन का अपना एक इनबॉर्न क्वालिटीज होता है, बट वो लीडरशिप घर को छोड़े तो बाहर जाए ना। और कहते हैं, लोग कहते हैं बाहर जाती है इतना स्ट्रेस रहता है, इतना झंझट रहता है। मेक देम इंडिपेंडेंट। क्यों नहीं लड़कियों को कराटे क्यों नहीं सिखाया जा सकता है? उनको भी ताइक्वांडो क्यों नहीं सिखाया जा सकता है, जो कि एक साथ में कम से कम 3-4 लोगों को वो हैंडल कर सके? ये कौन सी बातें हुई कि वुमेन को बाहर ना जाने दो, दे आर द वीकर सेक्स, तो वो बाहर जाके नहीं कर सकती हैं? बट दे आर नॉट द वीकर सेक्स। आज किसी वक्ता ने ये भी कहा कि वुमेन को हार्ट अटैक नहीं हो सकता है, या हो सकता है तो काफी दिनों के बाद, काफी उम्र के बाद, बिकॉज भगवान को ये मालूम था कि वुमेन को ये स्ट्रेस, वुमेन को ये दुख, वुमेन को ये अंदरूनी जो दुख होगा उसको झेलने के लिए शी मस्ट हैव अ स्ट्रॉन्ग हार्ट. So here I will end my speech saying that all women are very strong, but the strongest woman must lend their hand to those women who have not got this opportunity to excel, not got this opportunity to be happy, not got this opportunity to tell the world that yes, I am there. Thank you.
There's a reason why you're my favorite speaker. There is a reason, and I think everybody else now knows it, why you are my favorite speaker out of the entire panel. I might be biased, but I am proud that I am biased. I am so happy, so happy I could hear your words, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anushka.
So next up, we have Professor Anjum Fatima, ma'am. Professor Anjum Fatima, ma'am, is presently a professor and head of Department of Chemistry at MMC Patna University, Patna, India. She completed her PhD in chemistry at the Patna University. She belongs to Lucknow from a modest but highly educated and respectable family. She was raised in an academically rich environment. She also served as for a couple of years as a professor in amazing foreign university. She published many papers in national and international journals. Her field of research is organic chemistry and related areas. Ma'am, I would now like to welcome you to the forum. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome you with open hearts and folded hands, ma'am. Ma'am, you're mute. Yes, thank you.
Okay, is it all right? A very good evening to our chief guest, Srimati Maneka Gandhi, former Union Minister, our guest of honor, Dr. Genesi Darbari, Honorary Consulate General of Republic of Montenegro, and Dr. Professor Sunaina Singh, Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University. All distinguished speakers, anchors, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate Second Women Power Summit 2021 on the occasion of International Women's Day. International Women's Day is a global event dedicated to the right of women in our society and is annually celebrated on this day. Women's equality, dignity, and women's rights are always been a sensitive topic. Women are oppressed and they are drawn to live marginalized life. Still, they are progressing with a very fast speed, and this is the time to reflect on progress made by them and call to change, and to celebrate acts of courage and determination by ordinary women who have played an extraordinary role in their countries and communities. The world has made unprecedented advances. Like 50 years ago, man landed on moon, able to photograph the black hole. Internet with high speed connected the whole world by these technologies. But today, not a single country can claim to have gender equality. Due to the mindset of the society, multiple obstacles remain unchanged. Women continue to be undervalued. They work more and earn less and have fewer choices. They still experience different forms of violence at home and in public places. The global consensus is that despite many efforts, the real change is very slow for the women and girls of the world. Understanding the need of women is important, but what is more essential is the action taken to ensure this. If change is in household, then slowly the society changes, and with that government too, and will have to create stricter laws for this, for the same. The government has already laws for equality and reservation in many areas, but it has to be ensured that these laws are being followed appropriately. The united effort of both gender is the only possible way of eradication the social ends that prevail in our nation. The empowerment of women starts at home. Men should take up the responsibility and change the mindset that men should not do the household work and it is solely the responsibility of the woman in the house. The change in this ideology should implement in the society immediately, and very important to move towards sustainable development. The need of the hour is to create a change. Educating society is the tool. The women should not be left to become the victim of societal expectation and standards. The women empowerment and change in mindset is the answer to many problems. This is the time to make some major changes in the mindset. To give empowerment to women, it is must to include them in business and economics. This is my topic. Today, I want to bring the light, the importance of lifting the woman to achieve economic empowerment. Globally, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of jobs as men. Of 189 economies assessed in 2018, 104 economies still have laws preventing women from working in specific jobs. 59 economies have no laws for women in workplace. And in some economies, husbands are legally prevent their wives from working. Gender equality is important in its own right. Development is a process of expanding freedoms equally for all people, male and female. Greater equality also enhances economic efficiency and improve other development outcomes. Now the woman representing 40% in the global workforce and more than half the world university students. Overall productivity will increase if their experience, their talents, the skills are used more fully. Elimination of barriers against women working in certain sectors or occupations could increase output by raising women's participation and labor productivity by as much as 25% through better allocation of their skills and talents. Greater control over household resources by women either through their own earning or cash transfer can enhance countries' growth prospects by changing spending ways that benefit children. In household expenses, if household expenses are in the hands of women, they spend more on food and education. Empowering women as economic, political, and social actors can change policy choices and make institutions more representative of a range of voices. Globally, women are paid less than men. Women are more likely to be unemployed than men. I belong to a very modest family, and I'm very proud of my family, especially my father, who supported my education and my in-laws and my husband also did help me further. I am here to be among all of you and put my views because of forward and advanced mindset of my family. The economy of any country is dependent on its workforce. Women account for 50% of their workforce globally. We have to uplift the large workforce which is not in mainstream. The only way that we can boost the economy of any country is to integrate this large workforce. Educating a girl is a smart investment. Take several examples from most developed countries where women and men equally work. And it is absolutely not a taboo for a man to be a house husband. They say, if you educate a man, you educate a person, but if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. To meet the demands of our changing world and economy, we must go beyond math, social studies, science. The future of the education lies in helping students develop lifelong skills that will set them up for success in the 21st century. Soft skill as being the most important driver of success in every level of courses and in the workplace. The age of internet dramatically increased access to knowledge. Students need to learn how to process and analyze large amount of information. The work identifies the fundamentals life skill as decision-making and problem-solving, creative thinking and critical thinking, communication and interpersonal thinking, self-awareness and empathy, and coping with emotions and stress. The women take mental stress and psychological stress 3 times more than men because they are biologically different. To all the girls and women who are watching this, never doubt you are valuable and powerful and deserving of every chance and opportunity in the world to pursue and achieve your own dreams. One day you will win. You are power. The woman can change the world, uplift the society, and change the way for future. Focus on your skill, whether it is working in a kitchen or running a business. Women are never allowed to take the center stage. Women's celebrations in Indian society and a celebration is restricted to the urban elite pockets, which organizes female solidarity march, female lunch, kitty parties, etc. to celebrate Women's Day. The real India, which reels under poverty, struggle for survival and earns daily bread to sustain life, is least concerned, bothered, and impacted by such events. So we say Women's Day is really non-existent in rural India. Most girls, not boys, handle household chores from childhood at the cost of going to schools. Women are suffering from malnutrition, neglected health, ailment, domestic and sexual violence. It is the scenario. Indian women are lucky enough that our government is opening schools in remote areas, special funds for girls, free education with uniform and free cycle. They are given some money also when they complete their education at different level. Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao is the slogan of India. But you know, women empowerment is not a product that you go to the market and buy it. Actually, it is a continuous effort to make progress and ultimately have equality and empowerment. Life without women is simply unimaginable. The constant support and love provides make it easier for a woman to handle the daily grind with a breeze. Of course, you don't have to wait a special day to appreciate for the effort they made to help you sail through the storm of the challenges with ease. In our history, several dynamic ladies who have changed the way we see women in this world. It is not possible to take all the names, but few are worthy to mention. First, Madame Curie. We have to take her name. She was first to take the Nobel Prize. Dr. Ibadi, she was awarded the Nobel Prize for her effort to promote human rights, children, and political prisoners in Iran. She is the first Muslim woman to receive this prestigious award for peace. Tawakkul Karman is the Yemeni Nobel laureate, journalist, politician, and human rights activist. Malala at the age of 17. Malala Yousafzai is the youngest Nobel Prize recipient ever. Malala was young and in spite of being from underprivileged society, fought for rights of education of women and children in her native Swat Valley. And I would like to add that all three women get the Peace Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize for Peace. Now I would want to say education. Education and education is the only way to achieve women empowerment in every sphere of life. Educate yourself. Be confident. You will achieve anything. The most beautiful thing a woman can wear is confidence. And by confidence, you will win. I am thankful to the mentor of this summit, Mr. K. Siddharth, Trans Brahma, International Women Forum, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this encouraging speech. It was really insightful, and we feel encouraged and moving towards the progress of women empowerment. We know that decision making is women's empowerment, education is empowerment, and thank you for reminding us, and it will stay with us as a motivation forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me now welcome Dr. Kanu Mega, who is working as an assistant professor in the School of Social Sciences, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai campus, UAE. She obtained her MSc Bioscience Animal Sciences degree from Banastali University, Rajasthan, and awarded with PhD degree in Medical Biochemistry from University of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. She completed a postdoctorate from National Brain Research Center, India. Her areas of interest lies in neurodegenerative diseases and possible therapeutic interventions. She has published various papers in peer-reviewed international journals such as CBB, IJT, Neurotoxicology, etc. She is also a recipient of a DAY8th Inspire Fellowship from Government of India. She has guided various graduates, postgraduates, and medical students. She is a life member of various professional societies across the globe. She has come into the platform to give us an insight about girls studying abroad and her experience studying abroad. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. Thank you, Siddhartha, for this opportunity. So an hour back, I presented on another platform where the Trans Brahma and World Intellectual Forum talked about the scientific temper. So yes, here I would like to talk about, as you said, you want me to address the studying in abroad. So yeah, but before I go to address this topic, so I would like to just tell you little about scientific temper, which I discussed on another platform. So scientific temper, when we talk about this term is very Indian in its origin. This term was first coined by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in his book, The Discovery of India. So this term was actually coined by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So before that, there was nowhere it was mentioned about the scientific temper. So scientific temper is not actually something which is some kind of some notion. It is a kind of a practice. It is a way of living, right? So it is a way of living in a rational and the logical manner. So by means of scientific temper, I would like to say, when you are raising some questioning and analyzing, communicating, so when you are thinking in a scientific aspect, so scientific temper is kind of a way of thinking and thinking rationally and logically. So this scientific temper is not only restricted to people who are involved in science, but this can be the attitude in any in any discipline, right? So because it is a way of living, so it is not restricted to only the scientific people. So we should understand that scientific temper is just a way of thinking rationally. So it is not restricted only to the scientific community. So when I talked about the scientific temper, so I talked about Charles Darwin also. So Charles Darwin, way back around 250 or 300 years back, he gave the theory of natural selection. So when he gave the theory of natural selection, he was highly criticized by some religious authorities, because we have been, the religions are always based on your preconceived notions. We have been believing that the human life was evolved in such and such way, because all the religious authority, different authorities, they talk about some or other notion. But when Charles Darwin he gave the theory of natural selection, he was highly criticized for his theory. Similarly, Galileo, when he discussed about the sun as the center of the solar system, he was also highly criticized by the religious authority of not being discussing the earth as the center, where it was not true. He gave the right theory, but people having this preconceived notion from the religious authorities, they did not believe it. So like this in our history, in Indian history also, and in the across the globe also, these authorities have been rejecting the theories which were proved scientifically. So the scientific temper, I mean to say that when you develop a scientific temper, it will make you disbelieve those preconceived notions which have been propagated from generation to generation. So you will think rationally and logically that those preconceived notions are just based on some beliefs. They are not proved scientifically, right? So that is what we need to address, that scientific temper is very important to develop in a society, so that we can develop a creative society. Because right now, what kind of society we are living in? It's a consumerist society. So I would like to tell you what is a consumerist society. So consumerist society is something in which whatever is served to you, you will accept it. So whatever have been told to us from since childhood or from the generations, we have been believing that. Despite of proving it scientifically, we have just believed that. So, but now it is the high time we need to develop that scientific attitude in our lifestyles. So need not to be need not to study the science in that way. We just need to develop the scientific temper to have the courage to disprove those preconceived notions. So yeah, so as Jiva asked me, so I would like to address about the studying abroad. So yeah, I know that now these days, earlier also people have been coming out of the country and getting the exposure in studying abroad, and it's really challenging. But because when you're on a foreign land, you have entirely a different exposure. You're having entirely new people out there, and you have to survive on the foreign land. So you should have that the rational and the logical approach to question if something is wrong, if or analyze if something is you have to choose it in between. So like as I in my during the panel discussion also, I discussed about the Draupadi. She was the epitome of courage and the decision making, right? So she, as I discussed earlier also, nobody counseled her to take that step of fighting for the justice. She was the one who made up her mind, right? So it is we as the individual who have to make up our mind to pursue whatever we want to do, right? So these social beliefs and the religion, the preconceived notions of the religion will always try to stop you. They will always try to put some kind of limitations in your life. But it is you as an individual who has to take the initiative, has to have the courage to lead your life. Right. So it is, if you have dreamt of something, if you have planned of something, despite of having these preconceived notions, beliefs, religious and societal limitations, you have to cross all the barriers and you have to pursue whatever you want to do. So with this, I want to just, I would like to, one more thing I would like to discuss here. I read a very good book long back. The name of the book is Magic of Thinking Big. So I want to quote some few important, one important topic from there. So this book is written by David Schwartz. So in this book, actually, he mentions one term which is known as excusitis, right? So we always come across the terms like conjunctivitis, hepatitis, right? So the itis word, the itis is the suffix which is used for the infection, right? Conjunctivitis and your hepatitis, it means the infection of eye, infection of liver. But this term is known as excusitis. Excusitis is a term which refers to a kind of a habit of giving excuses, right? So it is a kind of a disease which is developed by yourself, in which you get a habit of giving excuses. Right. So this is a very good chapter in which he mentions 4 different types of excuses people usually give. The number one excuse we give always of age excusitis. Oh, I'm too old. Oh, I'm too young to do that. I could have done earlier, or I would do later in my life. So something like that. So that is called age excusitis. Right. And the second one, people have the habit of giving a luck excusitis. Oh, I'm too unlucky. That the person out there is so lucky and he or she has achieved such, great things in life, but we don't see that why that person has achieved. What was the difference in that person? What X factor was there in that person that he or she has achieved those things in life? The third one is your time, the time excusitis. So we always give excuses about the time. Right. And the fourth one is the health excusitis. We sometimes, because this has been like very common, like people are like, oh, I'm not too well today, I will do it later, I'll do this maybe after 2 days or something like that, that I'm not feeling well, I have such or such problem. So these are a kind of habit of giving excuses, which is termed as excusitis. So, in life, when we develop such habit, so it is our own mindset which is developing the habit. Nobody else is coming and telling you these things that you think that in that term. So it is your own mindset. So if you can develop, it means you can change your brain by yourself. It means you have the potential to change your brain thinking, right? So as we all know, brain is the master controller of your whole body. Only brain in your whole body has the potential to control or regulate itself. Can liver regulate itself? No. Can pancreas? No. Even the stomach? No. So when brain has the potential to regulate your whole body, it has the potential to regulate itself as its own self as well, right? So it is our own thinking. It is our own brain potential, thinking which can be changed, right? So if we can change our mindset, earlier also I talked about the mindset. So it is the mindset only which makes you to achieve or not achieve in life, right? So it is the mindset only which makes you to think that, okay, that person is lucky, I'm not lucky, I'm so unlucky. So this is the thing which you have to change in life. As an individual, every person has to take the initiative and think in a creative manner rather than the consumerist manner. Right? We should not think in a consumerist manner. Okay, what is being served to us, we will accept it. Then we will not, ask for more. So that is a kind of situation which will give you regret later in life. Right? So for now, you will definitely accept it. You will become a kind of a consumerist approach. But later in life, you will have a regret in life that, oh, I would have done that. I should have done that. The other person has achieved so high in life. So in order to get rid of these things, you need to change your mindset and develop creativity in your mind and think in a rational and logical manner. So if each and every individual go by this approach, we will develop this kind of approach. So we can definitely develop a creative society where we can bring peace and harmony in the world. Right. So, and we always try to work in a collaborative manner, right? As we always talk about the bringing peace and harmony in the world. So we always try to work in a collaboration. It's not I know the boundaries are there in our like on this in the world, but if we collaborate more and more with the people, so we can bring more innovative ideas, right? So it is so finally I would like to say only, this is the mindset only which matters a lot in your life. So I would like to tell all the young, if some young students are listening to me, so I would like to say that brain definitely can change itself, and you just try, and then definitely it can make new neural connections. You know, this is a research proved. I'm not talking on the basis of some facts. These are some topics which have been researched. And recently I was reading a research article where it says that there have been, I think I have not discussed on this platform, on another platform I discussed, there have been some experiments which have been done on some patients who were not able to stand properly. So some sort of experiments were done by making some artificial apparatus. So by making the artificial apparatus, the brain understood brain made some new neural connections, and by making the new neural connections, brain healed itself. So brain has the power to heal itself. You see, in our lower organism, we talk about regeneration, right? In case of lizard, in case of hydra, we talk about regeneration. When some of the body part gets cut, it can regenerate itself. So same is with the brain. So whatever we have been thinking till now, whatever we have been taught till now, that brain anatomy is fixed, it is not true. By some your regular practices, your appropriate practices of your thinking and your learning, you can definitely make new neural connections in your brain, and you can enhance your learning, and you can think in a broader way, right? So with this, I would like to finish. And being a neuroscientist, I would like to just only say that do not think that your brain is limited in its potential. It has unlimited potential. It's only you who need to explore it in a constructive manner. You just think, plan, learn, and then execute the practices in such a way that you can explore the brain potential more and more.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This was educationally very, very insightful. I did not know about so many things that you told me. I don't belong to the scientific background, but even then, despite being a layman, I think I understood every point really well, and I'm really sure the audience would have understood it too. So we will definitely try to broaden our horizons, as they say. Yes. And think that we can do everything, and depend on our brain, focus on our brain. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to our next speaker. Rini Lin ma'am is an activist, author, columnist, and founder for The Voice of India. Rini Lin ma'am was born and raised in New Jersey. She is best known for raising issues and awareness about India's political and social issues. Traveling all over the world, she has seen many different cultures, which was one of the best experiences of her life, India being the most life-changing. Rini Lin exposes the media and propaganda against India and shows the truth and reality about India. In her book, India Stripped, she investigated the mainstream media and told the world about the real India. Her passion for getting the truth about India is perpetual. Due to time constraints, Rini ma'am couldn't join us, but she has sent us a video message, so we will all see it and learn various things about India from her.
Namaste and pranam. I am so honored and delighted to be a part and invited to speak during this International Women's Day event. So thank you all. Thank you so much for inviting me. And during my allotted time to speak, I just wanted to share why I love India, Hinduism, and the importance of Shakti. So those of you who don't know, I've been to India 23 times, and everybody has the same question. Why have you been to India 23 times? So as a world traveler and traveling all over the world, different countries, I really fell in love with India on my very first visit in January 2009. It was just an array of everything, the hospitality, the country, the people, the Hindu culture. It was amazing how strangers off the street would just come up to me and touch my feet and do just small gestures like namaste. And the hospitality of the people is just so amazing. I never felt so much love and warmth, like one big happy family when you're in India, and it's so colorful. I've been in other countries, they didn't have that warmthness, that like hospitality. So India is so welcoming. It's so welcoming, and you just feel like a part of the family. No matter where I went, trains, buses, day, night, all over the country, people just were just so helpful, and it was just amazing. And I believe a lot of this stems from Hinduism and the culture and the Hindu values. So that's why, traveling to different countries, and not to say that some countries, were not hospitable at all. I mean, Japan was nice, and Israel, but nothing to the extent as in India. India is just like, even a foreigner like me, they're like, no, you're not a foreigner. You're part of the family. So India has that to offer, and that's why I love India so much. Now it's considered my home. It's my motherland, and in all my work on social media and the youth, I always encourage them. Be proud you're Indian, be proud you're born in India, and be proud of your Hindu culture and Hindu values, because it really is the best. And it's so sad that nowadays, especially the youth, everybody wants to emulate the West like it's the best and forget about the Hindu culture, the traditions, which is so powerful and so meaningful. And I'm still glad that it's still intact after thousands and thousands of years, because it really is life-changing, and it really is transforming, because it transformed my life so much. And even just being in India alone itself, you really get smacked in the face with reality. Like it's just so different. And then you look at life differently. And I love the Hindu culture, how they respect animals as life. And the Western people, they slaughter cows and pigs and, like nothing. But in Hinduism, I love the non-violence in Hinduism. That is what really touched me. And even when I'm in India, the stray dogs on the streets, the local people are coming in and they're putting coats on the dogs to keep warm during the winter months. So it's just all these little things that are so meaningful in life. And again, a lot of it, I believe it stems from Hinduism and just their teachings. And also during this Women's Day event, I like to mention the importance of Shakti. Shakti is at the core of Indian culture. You have an array of goddess forms like Rama, Sita, Krishna, Radha, and then you have powerful goddesses alone like Durga and Kali. You see how Shakti is at the very core of Hindu culture, and see how it resonates within India. The USA, we are very advanced, but we have never had a woman president yet. India has had a female prime minister, Indira Gandhi. I believe because there is a disconnect which has to do with religion. In Christianity and Islam, men are considered head of the household, and in many other aspects, so it kind of dilutes the essence of a woman's empowerment. In Hinduism, it is ingrained from birth, the divine feminine, which is central to Hinduism, the equality of both. See, Western media portrays Hindu culture negatively, but this is far from the truth, because in reality, without listening to the propaganda of the media, Islam is severely repressed. Women have no empowerment. Same with Christianity, but to a different level of degree than Islam. This is not prevalent in Hinduism. Hinduism is the only religion that upholds the goddess feminine energy. When looking at the goddess energy, we see that there are so many attributes to it. The caring and charitable Lakshmi, the fierce and fiery Kali, the powerful Durga, the sympathetic Parvati, and many, many more. We each have these different divine elements of the goddess within us. Hinduism teaches us to embrace it all. Sanatana Dharma is as ancient as it is modern, and the women and men are seen as equals. This is Hinduism. This is Shakti, the equality and appreciation between men and women. This is the power of Shakti. Learning to tune into your own Shakti is so life-changing. This is why I love Hinduism. Namaste.
I think with the simplicity with which she has completed and defined Hinduism is unbelievable. And for a person who's not an Indian and not born into the roots of where this religion was born, I think it is very difficult a feat to achieve, to understand the culture of some other country and embrace it so well. So I have a quick question. Would Sapna Kumari ma'am join us? Sapna ma'am? All right. By the time she joins us, I would like to ask Jiva ma'am a question. Would Jiva ma'am be open to answering?
Yes, Anushka, I'm ready.
So, ma'am, we have heard so much about women from different people involved in different professions today. We've heard an entrepreneur, we've heard a doctor, we've heard a homemaker, we've heard almost every profession but a teacher. I mean, we have not had a conversation regarding how women as a teacher is playing a role into changing the countries, playing the role into changing the world. So would you like to keep some of your thoughts for that purpose, how women are changing the vision of the society as a teacher, in the role of a teacher?
First, I should thank you, Anushka. You have come to my topic. I'm happy that at least now I've been given this opportunity to express my heart. I being a college teacher, I do have various ideas, opinions, and experiences to share as a teacher to you all. When I joined this college service in the year 2000, those days I was very young in my early 20s. So my outlook to the job of teaching was entirely different then. Now, my past experience has put me on a track where I see students as my children. Those days when I joined the service, it was like they were my friends. Now I look at them as my own children. But what is the difference between this outlook? I've been always thinking of how to tame the children who are untamed. See, I'm working at a government college where you have people from all sects of life walking to for their admission. Sometimes people from very big status enter. There are many a times where people from the broken families, the last strata of the society, where they don't even have a proper house to house it, they come in. Right? So how to cater them? We have all groups of students in the classroom. There are students from background where they don't have any economic independence. The parents, they may have had a broken relationship. You have all kinds of, name the problem, every problem will be there in the family. And psychologically, mentally, physically, financially, economically, socially, any kind of problem you name, it will be there in their family. So how to bring in an initiative, how to motivate the children, how to make them feel that this is the place where you can learn your life, tame your life, and make yourself fantastic, make your life fantastic. So that was my initial research. I started researching about this, and then I understood that, see, I have seen children behave in a different fashion. Many are very rude, a few are problematic, a few are very gentle. But before 20 years, I used to think that the children are like that. They are responsible for that, I thought. But later, after my experience as a college teacher for more than 21 years, now I realize, see, though they are responsible, the environment, the atmosphere in which they grow up, it's very important in designing, in shaping their life. And we cannot blame them. We have to blame the environment in which they are growing up, in which they are brought up. So who can we blame for that? Can we blame the parents? No, they are also in such a condition where life becomes a misery for them. And sometimes, and these days during this COVID lockdown, I understood how pathetic their condition is. So who are we? What are we in their life? Was this what we could decide about that only during this lockdown? So children look at us as a mother, the figure of mother. Yes. So that is how they look at us, and when they are in need, we step in. We say to them how they can manage their life, how these problems will dissipate like dewdrops in the morning, and how when the light comes in, their life will be happy, and how education alone can drive away the misery of ignorance and all such things. When we say that, they take it. And one thing you should know, Anushka, that when children, when we say something to children at home, they think twice to obey us as parents. But when the teacher says, it has its own merits. For a teacher, they will do anything. You have to know the fact that I'm able to go on to this program only with the help of my student. But that is my PG student who helped me quite a lot. It was he who said, "Ma'am, I'll be there with you all throughout the program. Don't be afraid. If there is any technical snack from our side, I'll make it right." So now, do you understand that what is our role as a teacher in the life of the student? If a student is going to be that attached with a teacher, and when he takes the duty of the teacher, has his own responsibility, imagine the kind of bonding we teachers develop with students. This is what I think will develop people, and will develop women into models of good society, models of mentoring people's mind. No amount of lecture which I give will change them, but my model as a teacher, as a mentor, how I am, because they look at my life and therefore they decide how they have to be. I cannot teach them theories, but have to live up to their expectations, and they have to follow me and see my life and practically take it. So there stands a teacher's role. Have I answered your question, Anushka?
Definitely. So I also now have another teacher on the panel. We're welcoming Sapna Kumari ma'am back on the panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anushka. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. So I had this one question. We have a lack of skill development centers and those kinds of pathshalas or schools for women in the country. So what are your thoughts about that? Does it affect how women are inducted into workforces? Is it one of the reasons that women workforce percentage is not, as much as it is supposed to be?
Yeah, absolutely right. Like you yourself has, hinted towards the possible answer, towards one of the reasons why we do not have that much of employability or opportunity for women per se in our country. Like, we at Policy Center in Gender Lab at Miranda House, like we recently had one of the research projects where the undergraduate students, they took up this particular research, trying to look at the scope of these skill enhancement projects, these skill enhancement programs, that are being run in the country. And as a part of one of their research, one of the observations that they came up with was that not all of the institutions are being able to offer it simultaneously along with the other branch of disciplines they are being offering, on a regular basis. For example, we talk about vocational training, we talk about technical training, right? But what we really find out that we do have some, several national schemes in place. So we cannot actually talk about these government initiatives that are not being properly laid out. We do have these initiatives. But yeah, somewhere I feel that when it comes to offering that kind of a efficiency or offering that kind of a employability, that opportunity to grow, their own skill and enhance their skill and get directly into some kind of an, job option, I mean, somewhere some of the institutions really need to up their standard. We really need to pay, specific attention to it. A lot of factors go into the making of it, like we at Delhi University also try to, think about having several skill enhancement centers, try to incorporate them. And we at Miranda House definitely, look ahead to doing that on a larger scale. So one of the ways could be launching these kind of certificate courses or launching these kind of skill enhancement courses, where we can bring in more number of young women so that when they get into it and when they finish these courses, at the end of these courses, they can even feel confident enough, that, okay, I'm fresh out of my training and I'm there and I can grab a job. I know that these cannot be that simple, but this certainly guarantees some sort of a security when it comes to employability or coming to, gaining some kind of sustenance for their matter. So yes, it is definitely one of the reasons having these kind of shortage of skill enhancement centers or even technical centers, being, so they need to be merged. And also we need to reach out to the grassroots level, right? Like some of the panelists have also spoken today. We need to also think, how can these universities, these institutions, for example, we talk about education and how education can play a role in the empowerment. So we also need to reach out as these parent institutions perhaps and reach out for more collaboration where we can bring in, work in, togetherness and closely, and where we can offer certain courses to them. And that way these training courses can actually help out a lot. So even as an educator, I can say that this has been one of those areas where I feel, somewhere we as educators need to really bring in these initiatives, and those national level schemes must be there. But we need to really, maybe ensure that they are being implemented on a deeper level, and perhaps not just taken granted for, like even the condition of vocational education in our country in several, leaving alone several institutions, it may not be completely positive, right? They may not be able to generate employability. So that generating of employability is where I specifically find that our country definitely, and those institutions can for sure, think about. And yeah, so that's one of the ways, I believe that can be ensured.
I also have the teacher of teachers over here now with us in the panel. So I would like, my next question regarding the same thing is to Dr. S. Mukherjee, ma'am. So ma'am, while since you were into training civil students who are civil aspirants, civil service aspirants, ma'am, what is the difference that you feel between female aspirants and male aspirants regarding their aspirations towards joining this particular service?
Very good question, Anushka. Nowadays, people have a great craze about being an IAS, being preparing for civil services, not only in the union state services, but UPSC, that is UPSC, but in the state civil services as well. The main difference between the woman preparing the subject and the male fraternity is the two types. I would explain. Nowadays, girls are bringing so good marks. They are topping the list. They are becoming first ranker, second ranker, third ranker. But majority of the girls, they still follow the traditional way of rote method. They still follow that whatever subject is given to them, they will learn it and that is all. But the boys, they have got the opportunities, they have got the zeal, they look here and there, they go to the bookshop, they find out what new things has come about. That is where I see a change, that boys, they have so many insights, they talk to so many friends. Now the girls, they do not believe in combined study. So what happens, whatever they study, it is their limited areas. But then those girls who really open up, though they really see so many things are going on, whether on net, on bookshop, many new things are coming out every day, they do top the list. And nowadays you'll find, and since last 10 years, you have seen Ira Single topping the list. Even recently, what's her name?
Tina Dabi, ma'am.
Tina
Dabi,
yes,
ma'am.
Tina, she topped the list, and so on and so forth. So we find that women are doing very excellently, but then the rest of the women have to bring forth so that they also do their share.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much for answering, ma'am. So we'll move forward to our next guest. Ma'am, Anya Thakkar is based in the US for 24 years with 15 plus years of experience as an information technology client partner, sales and business development lead, and product management user experience consultant. She's extremely motivated and successful commerce practitioner and an IT consultant with 15 plus years of experience in top mortgage, retail, and CPG company, a self-starter, intensely involved in prospecting, networking, marketing, branding, and have successfully created single-handedly from the scratch a book on mortgage business with a strong base of referral partners and closed $20 million the first year and 20% increase year over year. Ma'am, we welcome you here to our panel, to our forum, to our platform. Thank you so much for coming over here and sharing your thoughts with us. We are welcoming you with folded hands, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me over here. I am privileged and so honored to be over here with all of you ladies. So I would like to thank Trans Brahma and Women Empowerment Forum for providing this global platform to women by organizing this historic event once again. I'm so honored and privileged to be sharing this morning with all of you and these incredibly amazing and powerful women from around the globe, discussing diverse women empowerment. In life, there are moments when you stop and ask yourself, how did I get here? Why am I here? Well, this is definitely one of those moments for me right now. I'm going to tell you my story because I'm hoping that it will inspire somebody and women will learn from what I've been through as a woman next door and see that anything that you put your mind to is definitely achievable. I find myself going back to the beginning, back to my roots and observing my life journey until now. How growing up, I was so rebellious and strong-headed, so eager to create my identity in this world, and how those traits have helped me grow and evolve into what I'm today. My passion to become a model, not just for the runway, but being a model in day-to-day life, questioning the norms set by the society, and the need to experience life to the fullest while inspiring and uplifting others around me. My passion to become an entrepreneur, how people from my own motherland were not there for me when I looked up to them while growing in my career here in the US. And in spite of those odds, I was able to carve out a niche for myself. I was born to amazing parents. My dad is a lawyer and my mom is extremely passionate about education and women empowerment. I was the firstborn, and like most firstborns, I made my parents immensely proud and happy most of the times. My parents raised my sister and I as boys, giving us every possible opportunity to be successful in life. And I compare our upbringing to that of a male child because when I was growing up, it was not very common in India to give your daughter all the opportunities that you would give to your son. More often than not, this was definitely an exception. It was a privilege for us. I grew up in a middle-class family with extremely philanthropic parents who constantly reminded us how blessed we were and how giving back to those who were less fortunate was not just a choice, it's a way of life. They constantly pushed us to do better in life like any other parents, not only in achieving our academic goals, but also being good citizens and responsible human beings. I completed my bachelor's in India and moved to the US and received my second bachelor's in a completely different field in information technology. Started my career, got married, and had my angel child a few years down the road. But one thing that kept on bothering me was that time was slipping away, and I had yet to check off one of the boxes on my to-do list, get my master's degree. I went back to school when my son was 6 months old, taking classes in the evenings 3 times a week. I had to meet my team for team projects on Saturdays, and then I worked on my individual projects on Sundays. And I did this for 18 months to earn my master's. It is not easy by any means when you're a new mother of a 6-month-old baby, have a career, no house help like you have in India, and then going back to school. It was challenging, but what does not kill you makes you stronger, right? I moved up in my career, and after spending almost a decade on corporate treadmill, I eventually hit a point in my career where I loved the paycheck, but did not enjoy my work. I enjoyed working with really smart people and cutting edge technology at these Fortune 500 companies here in the US. However, after working on those numerous IT projects, I was just not passionate about e-commerce websites anymore. They all felt the same to me. I felt stifled and craved autonomy and creative freedom. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to make a difference in people's lives. Since I was the breadwinner, it was not easy for me to just get up and switch careers. After contemplating and exploring my options for a few months, I decided to take a leap of faith and reached out to my network in the mortgage banking industry. I did not know anything about mortgages from the industry perspective, except that I had a mortgage and I was paying one. That's all. But I was strong headed and had the confidence and soft skills to be successful. Once hired, I'd be trained to learn the trade and kickstart a fulfilling career by helping my clients make the most important financial decision of their lives. I enjoyed what I did for a living, but I had always wanted to be a model. With the right networking, I landed my first fashion show a few years ago. Now, mind you, I was not in my 20s at that time, but age is just a number, and my stubborn heart wanted to try out modeling so bad. I love the world of glamour. Now, which girl would not enjoy photo shoots and walking the ramp, right? So I worked for a few years with some amazing designers, photographers, and makeup artists on different projects, one weekend a month, while still juggling to be a mother and having a full-time career that helped me pay my bills. 2 years into my career as a full-time mortgage banker and a part-time model, I was itching for intellectual stimulation. I missed working on cutting-edge technology and being a part of bigger technological solutions. So who says you cannot have your cake and eat it too? I decided to work in both industries, mortgage as well as information technology. I wanted to carve out a niche for myself, build an identity, build a legacy. I knew exactly what I wanted in life. After numerous meetings and consultations with my amazing mentors, I decided to start my own IT company. I was successful in securing a multi-year contract and delivering it with my global team. I love what I do and thoroughly enjoy serving both the industries. I've crossed paths with amazingly smart people in both industries and would have missed out on these professional connections, friendships, support system, and most of all, experiences had I not had the courage to get out of my comfort zone. Have the courage to try new things. You may succeed, you may fail, but most of all, you will learn a lot. Life is not just about making money. It is about learning. It's about experiencing and evolving every single day. I'm nowhere close to where I'd like to be, but I'm definitely on the right track. I feel that as women, we all have the power to change our lives and change the world around us. We must get out of our comfort zone, know the value of our self-worth, have the ambition, the hunger to grow and succeed, be confident, lean in, ask for help. There are some people who would help you, there are some who won't, but as long as you keep on manifesting and putting it out there and you are willing to work hard, the universe is going to put right people in your path, and they are going to be the ones who are going to guide you to your destination. So choose to create a life of your dreams and live it to the fullest. We owe this to ourselves. We owe it to our next generation. We need to teach them to take life by the horns and live your life to the fullest.
So much, ma'am. Thank you so much. This was the most interesting speech I've heard so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, wow, what a grueling, mind-boggling, immensely fruitful day. I am sure everybody would agree with me to this. We have heard some great minds speak about women empowerment. We have heard some great stories of survival, challenge, and even better, we have learned that all the great achievers from the past had the power to choose their own lives, work for it, and finally achieve it. So we've simultaneously peeked into the plethora of opportunities waiting for the women of today and tomorrow. So finally, I would like to bring this day to an end and hand it over to Dr. S. Mukherjee, ma'am, who's also the convener of Trans Brahma and Women Empowerment Forum, for a closing note.
Thank you, Anushka. So finally, we have come to an end, though this type of seminars, this type of webinars, it's very a rare case that so many talented women, they come at a single platform and they give us so many insights regarding all type of women having their talent, how they have done so many good things about doing their business, whether she is entrepreneur, whether she is an officer, whether she is a space scientist, and so many things that women are doing today. Life is colorful because of women. They add the needed hue and completeness to man's world. Woman is the origin of that good and tenacious. She holds the value of our culture and spread the knowledge of heritage like lighthouse does to the mariners sailing on the sea. She is a hope for mankind. When he is lost in the monotony of life, she brings rejuvenation in life like soft showers on the wild meadows. It is a great boon to be born a woman, says an ancient Tamil woman poet, Avaiyar. God created man and understood that he is incomplete, and therefore he created woman also. Now, even today in the household, when we come to know that man is speaking of doing everything on his own, we come up with a dialogue saying, there is a woman behind every successful man. Not to praise herself, but it is a true fact that there is always a woman behind a successful man. Now, it is those women who are behind the scene and they have come up with their talent to pacify that person who is successful, to make him happy, to make him continue in his life with much more power and satisfaction. We have heard many speeches, opinions, views of our guests and speakers. It is still ringing in our ears like music. Honorable Minister, Madam Maneka Gandhi, said how our government has put Beti Bachao on the executive side. She has done so many things for girl child and how they have done wonderfully well. They have been able successfully, they have been able to bring about the sex ratio from 735 per thousand to 956 per thousand. Even the respect that we command today in the society has definitely improved, and definitely each parent in each household, they have started thinking about educating their girl child at parity with the male child.
Ma'am?
So here I would like to thank you.
I'll have to interrupt you, but this is a happy interruption because our most sought after guest, Leslie ma'am, is here. So we'll have a small speech from her side and then let you continue the closing.
Okay, not an issue. It's wonderful.
That's what I said, ma'am. It's a happy interruption. It's a happy interruption.
Yeah.
So I would now like to introduce our last speaker for the day. Ma'am Leslie Shannon is a futuristic and novophiliac, someone who's in the love with the new. In the world of technology, that means so many wonderful things: 5G, augmented, virtual, mixed reality, visual analytics, next-gen gaming, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and on and on. She specializes in standing at the center of all these innovations and understanding how they will influence and encourage each other and what our future world will look like as a result. Leslie ma'am is a futurist, trend scouter, and a go-to expert to understand the future of AI, ML, XR, and other leading-edge technology. Ma'am, we would like to welcome you on our platform. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm afraid my computer has just frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. We can hear you and we can see you.
Oh, okay, good. It's just that I can't I can't see you. That's okay. I will just continue to talk anyway. So my name is Leslie Shannon, and I am Nokia's head of ecosystem and trend scouting. And so what that means is my role is I live in Silicon Valley, so greetings from morning in California. And my role is to look at the new technologies that are coming and to understand what our life will be like and what our interaction with computers and each other will be like in 2030. Now, and I do have some interesting things to tell you about the technology that I'm seeing, and that will be actually life-changing for all of us. But before I get to that, it is such an honor to be part of International Women's Day, and so thank you so much for inviting me. And I just wanted to have a quick word about my experience in technology as a woman. I do have a science degree, but it's not actually in engineering or anything like that. My degree is in neuroanatomy. So I spent a lot of my time working with cutting up rat brains when I was at university. And but what that has meant is that not only am I female, but my discipline is not.
I think there's a network lag, ma'am. The technical team, could we reestablish the connection? Dr. Mukherjee?
Yes, I'm here.
Ma'am, I think ma'am's link is stuck, so you can continue for the time being that her link is connected again, her connection is connected again.
Okay, okay. I'll continue. Madam Professor Sunaina Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University, portrayed how women should steer clear the victim image and move forward to build an utopia for her kind. Her thought that women are the problem solvers and that she should be given a place by man to balance her life and work is really worth of mention. Her Excellency Dr. Janice Darbari gave a novel thought that women are born peacemakers. They are born to be happy and joyful. The thought that a woman should make her post and not vice versa is worth mentioning. Archana Tracy showed her mettle and why the entertainment industry remembers her. Miss Sapna Kumari, India Mentor Policy Center and Gender Lab Miranda House. Priyanshi Patel, India entrepreneur. Charul Malik in India, entertainer and anchor and executive editor. Jiva John, professor in Presidency College of English Literature. We must thank all the dignitaries, Madam Honorable Maneka ji, our keynote speakers, Madam Professor Sunaina Singh, Professor Neera Mishra was super insightful, Miss Preeti Upala was knowledge wrapped in glamour, Mana H. Naseem from Maldives was as humane as we know her. Dr. Divya Tanwar, India, showed a lot of potential. Dr. Kavita Ashok showed her environmentalist flavor. Raj Lakshmi Joshi ji was as good as she's normally on channels. Urvashi Agrawal, Urvi, was majestic in Hindi. Sonali Datta and Namrata Jain both were so motivating beyond words. Mrs. Kavita Devgan gave so many tips for betterment. Dr. Seema Mehra Parihar was as electric as she was when she was very young. Priya Batham surprised to me in terms of her insight. Sangeeta Tetarwal has been very close to us, and as usual, she was super modest beyond expectation. Kavita ji hit the nail right on the head. Manushi ji, as usual, was exceptionally scholarly. Miss Manisha gave some simplistic examples. Mridula Nair, India was naturally like a naturopath and nature healer. I believe she can heal anyone she comes across. Avani Desai was brilliant as her stature. Now, these were the women who have done wonders in their own walk of life. Now, I would like to thank all those who have worked behind the scene. First of all, I would like to thank Magadh Mahila College IT team, Shubhamji, and all other those names I have not come to know, but they have done wonderfully and made this event successful. Then we will talk about Amay Sharma, who has been the coordinating link between all the team members. We have Hemendra Goel, who has been our main support of all the technical ideas and who has been working since 9:30 in the morning. We have Khushbu, who has been supported with all the ideas of how women should be doing in today's scenario. And if I have left somebody, then I don't intentionally to do so. But then Anushka, then Jiva, then Preeti, all have been working so hard behind the scene that saying thank you will be a very small word. Is the wonderful, and I wish that they do wonderful in their career in the next coming years.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, Leslie ma'am is back, so we'll.
Yeah,
also...
definitely. We can have her back.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome back, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Forgive me that my computer completely crashed. I had the blue screen of death and everything. So
it's the age of technology, ma'am. That's okay.
Exactly. But you know, one of the things that we women know about is perseverance, and so I've persevered, and now I'm back. So so let me begin again. I actually don't know how far I got before I lost contact last time. But yeah, so I'm Nokia's head of trend scouting located in Silicon Valley. And so I'm looking at new technologies and understanding what's coming in the future. But my experience as a woman in technology is largely shaped by the fact that even though I deal with largely engineering technologies, I myself don't have a background in engineering. My science background is in neuroanatomy. And so I studied the structures of the brain and the interworkings of the brain. And so, you know, and while that was a really interesting topic, when you actually get to engineers, they actually don't really care about that. And so it was almost as though I'd had no credential at all. And so, so I find myself, as I imagine many of the women in my audience find themselves quite often, being the only woman in a room full of men. And in my case, with a good credential, but a credential that doesn't seem to count in the eyes of many of the people who are with me. And so one of the challenges that I've had is making myself heard. And the thing that I've learned is that all it really takes is, number one, knowing what you're talking about, and number two, having courage and confidence. And so lifting up your own voice and sharing your own voice and not putting the thoughts that you suppose are in the heads of the people around you, not putting those thoughts into your own head. Instead, having your own thoughts and keeping your own thoughts and keeping your own courage and confidence. Now, one of the experiences that I have is that I've also been a contestant on the United States trivia game show Jeopardy. I was a winner on the game show back in 1992 when I was 27, and I was a 5-time winner, and I was retired undefeated, which is yay, very fabulous. But the reason, and then Jeopardy has brought me back several times. And the reason that I mentioned this in this context is that there are tapes of me speaking in 1992 when I was 27. And what is fascinating is that my voice has completely changed, my actual voice. So when I was 27 and speaking on this game show, my voice was kind of soft, and it was almost as though I was asking permission for anyone to hear me. And I was really, it was almost as though I was tiptoeing and not trying to offend anyone. And then the last time I was on the show in 2014, I sounded like I do now. I am actually speaking from my full self, from the depths of my lungs, from my heart, from my own belief that my voice is worthy of being heard. And and it's funny because actually winning on Jeopardy was one of the things that gave me the confidence to then go forward and to try new things and to go into new fields where I don't have any credentials, because you know what? I learned the neuroanatomy. Of course I can learn the telecommunications and the other things like that. You're not limited by the education that you got in school. You can continue to educate yourself and continue to move into new things. I didn't get into telecommunications until I was in my mid-30s, and now I'm a senior telecommunications executive. It's always possible to start again, to try again, to start over, and the most important thing that is needed is belief in yourself and belief in your own abilities. And dear women, we all have those abilities because we know how to do stuff and we know how to get things done. And whether it's getting the children off to school in the morning or getting our own selves to a position of prominence after a lifetime of study, we have the tools and the power to do it all, and all of us do. And so my wish for all of us here today is to hear your own voice, have confidence in your own voice, and to speak from your own heart.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Despite the network connections and all the technicalities that were obstructing us meeting you, we finally made it, and it feels really nice to hear something as inspiring, as amazing as you are. I think from the little short time that I've known you, I just believe that you're one of those ladies who never believe that this is the end. You are always pushing yourself and out of the comfort zone, and you're always thinking of what should I do next that will push my comfort zone forward, that will broaden my horizon. So thank you so much. I think that is the one lesson that I'm going to take away from you and your discussion right now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me join you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am
I would continue with the closing speech.
Yes, ma'am.
I was thanking all the backend team, and everybody has done their best, and we finally came out with the wonderful outcome of the hard work that was done behind the scene. And also my all salute to all the speakers, so that they were so wonderfully right, correct, and provided their insights, so that women of every walk of life, any younger generation, they will definitely benefit from you. So let us end today's day of International Women's Day. Let us make the world a happy place to live in. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And I hope and pray that we will be back with the third session very soon, because I know that after this program, we are going to receive even more requests for organizing another session. And I really hope and pray that you organize another session for all the little students like me who really like to connect to people, who'd really like to talk to inspirational ladies and gain more and more as they can. Thank you so much.
Why not? Everybody liked it. It's our privilege. We will definitely do such work.
Thank you so much. So I would like to wish all the speakers who are there with us a very good night or good morning or good evening according to your time zones. Have a good day. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being with us. And I just feel that I think Siddharth sir has to say something.
We have to ask everybody to wait.
We
have come out with a message to wait for all of the people.
Right. So if our panelists and our audience doesn't mind, we please wait for a few moments, and we've come up with a new message.
Anushka,
yes, sir.
The Russian members, I just came to know that the people from Russia are waiting. I have not been able to, I was not in the forefront right through the day, but then certain issues with respect to communication, and they are in the waiting room. They are trying to utilize this platform for the purpose of getting ourselves associated. I have not talked to Anya ji as well, Anya Thakkar as well. I just going to see her right now, and it's so nice to see her. All in all, please allow the Russian panelist to be a part of it.
Sure, sir. Sure. If we could see the pictures of everybody, if we could have their photos right in here, we would love to invite you all to the platform. I see Olga ma'am, I see Anna ma'am. If I'm pronouncing your names correctly, please correct me.
रशिया वाले लोग हैं ना, वो लोग एंटर कर गए, तुमको जब लाना है ना, कहते उनको उनकी बात ही हमको समझ में नहीं आ रही है.
Right.
एंटर कर गया है.
Right.
हाँ.
So sir.
Allow them to enter, Anushka. Allow them to enter.
I am, ma'am. I am.
एक मिनट हम इसी बात करते हैं हम इस बात पर, ठीक है ना? हाँ.
So good evening, everyone. Right? Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. It's good. Yes, good evening here. Good evening. Sure, ma'am. The platform is all yours. You can use it how you like it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anya, I mean, it has been a great confusion, right? Please.
Excuse me, what?
I say it has been a great confusion. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. How is it that we can go to manage it from here onwards? Right? Are you getting me?
Yes. So
Okay.
just you could continue have as we planned, right?
Please continue and let me know how is it that I can go to cooperate with you, in which manner I can go to cooperate.
And now?
The platform is all yours. The platform is all yours, right? You're going to consider that I am going to be your host right now. So you can go to continue in any manner that you like. You give us direction, we're going to follow it.
Oh, great. Because we have prepared, you know.
Namaste.
Namaste.
So please plan it. How is it that you want to do it from here onwards?
Well, we have
Great,
prepared
thank you so
like,
much.
the introduction word and everything, but now like it's kind of changed. So we're kind of trying to, you know, figure out what we're doing here. So probably I will start then and we will introduce our speakers. Is it okay then? Yeah.
Yes, bilkul. Completely okay. Completely okay. We're going to get it recorded and you're going to play it on your platform. Okay.
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 Right.
That's good. That's good. Then take the lead, please.
Okay, great. So, well, greetings everyone. My name is Christina and I'm a participant of Alatra International Public Movement. And with me along is beautiful Anna. She'll be co-hosting as well.
Greetings,
and
everyone.
we would like to, you know, congratulate all women on this lovely holiday, on an International Women's Day. And also for me personally, this holiday associates with love because we women are love. It is our essence. So that is why we would also like to congratulate all people on this holiday of love. Right, so, and of course, we would like to introduce our first speaker, right, Anna?
Yes, greetings to all. I just would like also take this opportunity to congratulate everyone on this great holiday, the International Women's Day. And also it's for us as a participant of the Creative Society project and Alatra International Public Movement, it's an honor to participate on this Women's Summit 2021. So thank you so much, and really would like with the pleasure to introduce our first speakers, Olga Kovtun. And she is a web designer. She actually from Detroit, USA, and she would like to talk on the topic, the basis of peace. So Olga, please.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm so excited to be here. And I do want to wish everybody a happy International Women's Day. And it's important to celebrate this day, but it also is important to know that we all should be celebrated as a human race every single day, because we have such a great opportunity to live in one peaceful society. Now, how do we get there, right? We all talk about peace on earth and how do we get to this peaceful state of being? And I would like to read the definition of what is peace. I found it online. And peace is a concept of friendship and harmony in absence of hostility and violence. In a social sense, peace is commonly used to mean a lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. So that's a definition of peace, but really peace is so much more. If we look at the peace, is peace internal or is peace external? Well, peace is probably both, right? So on the external, we really don't want to have any type of conflicts. We don't want to have any type of violence. We don't want to have any separation, any of that. But then peace is also internal, right? We want to feel safe internally. We want to make sure that we are at peace and living in the moment internally. So peace can be defined as so many different things, but at the end of the day, peace is what you feel. It's a feeling. It's not, something you buy in a store. It's not something you can go and, borrow from someone. It's just this internal feeling of understanding that you are in peace with yourself. You are aligned to who you are. You are truly being authentic. You're truly being yourself. And as a previous speaker said, you really have your own voice and you speak from the heart. You're not pretending to be someone else. You're not pretending to cater your message to someone else, but really speaking from the heart and from your soul and really shining the light that we all have as a woman inside of us into this world. So for me, peace is really being aligned with, mind, body, and soul, that concept of alignment. But also it is very important to create peace conditions. So as we know right now, on planet Earth, we live in the consumeristic society. And what does it mean, consumeristic society? Does it mean I'm just going to go buy things? No, it's not just buying things. Consumeristic society means that profits rule over human life. So profits right now are so important. And because of this constant chase for money, we forget to be human beings. And because of this, we have wars, we have conflicts, we have separation, we have all the troubles of the world. We also create nuclear bombs to kill each other. So when we do that with our own money and the taxes we pay and everything, how can we live in peace knowing that we don't know what tomorrow will bring, because we see a lot of destruction happening? And also consumeristic society does not allow us to be at peace because it's a constant fear of tomorrow. And when we live in fear, love cannot enter. So you cannot be in love or give love or show love and also be in a state of fear. So right now, the way the whole world lives is very consumeristic. It's very chasing the next shiny object or impressing your neighbor. But in reality, when we ask people around the globe as volunteers, we ask people, what type of world you would like to live in? And everybody says, I really want to live in a world where love, happiness, mutual respect, understanding, safety is #1 priority. So how do we go from this consumeristic world that is eating us alive and not allowing us to feel that peace inside of us to that world of where we have conditions where peace prevails, and it prevails on the outside and it allows us to be peaceful on the inside as well? Well, how do we get there? We as volunteers have been conducting social surveys around the globe for the past 9 years. And we asked people around the globe what type of future you would like for yourself, your family, so you can feel happy. Simple as that, right? You can feel happy. And we all strive for this happiness. And based on the answers we received from millions of interviews that we took, we were able to put together 8 foundations of the creative society. So what is a creative society? A creative society is a new format that will allow us peace on outside and peace on inside. And it is all-inclusive society where everybody works together, and where human life is #1 priority. Can you guys imagine living in a world where human life really matters? How awesome would it be if we all can really say, you know what, my life matters. If my life matters and I really take a pride of my own life, then I won't be able to touch or even think of doing something to another human's life. So this is the world. Creative society is really a world where we all benefit. But how do we get there? So we have the 8 pillars, 8 foundations of a creative society that were the voice of people around the globe. And I know some of the speakers will mention them and go through them a little bit more in detail, but I will read them quickly for you, and then you can go on the website allatraunites.com and read through those foundations for yourself and just study and see if they resonate with you and if that's the world you would like to live in. So quickly, without going into the details, the 8 foundations of the creative society, a society of peace, is human life as a #1. #2 is human freedom. #3 is human safety. #4, transparency and openness of information for all. #5, creative ideology, or ideology of positive messages, development of personality, justice and equality for everybody, and a self-governing society where we take personal responsibility for the peace on outside and the inside, and we build a balanced world where everyone is happy and everyone has the basic needs, and we are actually able to find that inner peace in ourselves and share it with the world, because we are creative creatures and we have to share our love and we have to share what's inside of us with others, and that's how we inspire each other, and this is how we move forward in most peaceful evolutionary way as a whole civilization into the creative society. So I know we have a little bit more time left. Anna, did you have any questions, or Christina, do you want to ask me any questions about more of the peace idea of the creative society?
Yes, Olga, we would love to. Thank you so much for your speech. And like today, actually, this the days of women, right? And I think every woman actually strive to get those peace in society, because it's really in our nature. Not only women, of course, in all humanity, in the man and women nature, but also like women is like the association of love. So that's why peace is so important. So in your opinion, what actually those conditions should be in society that it's definitely guarantee peace here?
Yes, most definitely. So I think, as a mother of 2 kids, the two most important conditions for me is human safety, because I really want to make sure that my kids can go out and play in a front yard, backyard, or anywhere, and I don't have to worry about them being hurt, stolen, sold for some type of slavery, like all of this, like just a safety on the outside, right? So the safety of expressing myself, the safety of knowing that I can be my own person without being attacked for my opinions or for my way of life. Just that safety that really allows us to be free, and we know we will not be judged because we all accept each other the way we are, because each of us can really benefit the society when we work together towards one goal of building a creative society. So for me, human safety is very important. And of course, human life. Human life is the #1 priority for a reason, because if we think right now, how would medicine change if human life was #1 priority? How would our food on the table really change if human life was #1 priority? How would the housing change if human life was #1 priority? How would social services change? All of it. Like, if we really put human life first, then we can really achieve this peace that we all strive towards. We all can become happy and fulfilled in place where we are. And also the safety of it, going back to the safety, is having the basic needs. So we know that we live in a world where some parts of the world are not do not have food, do not have water, do not have electricity, do not have internet. And we know that because we talk to those people, and they all want creative society. Unfortunately, right now, the way money are distributed, they're going towards killing each other. They're going towards weapons instead of helping us. So it's really right now is the time to put the human safety first, put the human life first, and really see what we can accomplish and what human potential we can tap into by putting human life first.
Super, thank you so much. Christina, maybe you have some questions.
And how can creative society help us to achieve this?
Most definitely.
Peace, and how can we unite? Because I mean, we're talking about unification, right? So how can we unite around this idea? How can it help us?
Yeah. So when we talk about peace, we are not talking peace in one place. We're not talking peace in one country. We're not talking peace in one city. We are talking about peace around the globe. Well, what do we do? How do we unite to create this peace? We can't unite with our wallets. We can't unite with the cars we drive or don't drive. We can't unite with what we like and don't like. We can't unite on our opinions because there's way too many. But what we can really unite under is one idea of building a creative society together in order to achieve this inner and outer peace for all of us. So it's very important not to use our time and attention and put it into one goal. That's it, one goal of a whole humanity, of building a creative society that benefits every single person in the world, no matter where you are, no matter if you know about creative society. We are already building and spreading information about creative society so we can unite under one goal. And that is a goal of building creative society in a framework of 8 foundations or pillars. And that framework, again, was the voice and opinions of people around the globe of what we really want as human race. I hope I answered it.
Yes, yeah, thanks a lot. So, Christina, maybe you will introduce our next speaker, or let me.
Up to you. I can go. I can go ahead. So our next speaker is Alexandra Grinevich, who is a data analyst, and she's also a participant of ALLATRA International Public Movement. She's from Kiev, Ukraine, and she will talk on the topic of the role of women in our society. So, Alexandra, the floor is yours.
I don't see her in our Zoom chat, so maybe she had some kind of internet problems. Do you guys see her?
Let me check.
Yeah, it's possible, maybe. Okay, so let's then move on. And we have also Karolina Hronova from Czech Republic. So Karolina, we give you the floor. So please tell us about the Harmonious Society. And this kind of society actually is our responsibility. So please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, very nice speech, Olga. I really enjoyed it very much, because when we talk about peace, we have to put the inner peace on the first place every time. That's the very important point. And my topic for today is that harmonious society is actually the responsibility of everyone and each of us. Well, yes, because we can decide of the inner peace that we carry in, that is within each of us. That is the only decision that we actually can influence, that is in our hands, that is the only freedom that we really have. Well, if you talk about society, can it really be harmonious? Well, maybe if we look into our education times, we learned much about historical data, about wars, about fighting, and we somehow, well, as though it was absolutely normal that between human there are wars, there are conflicts, continuous fight for and struggle for power. And we learn historical data of big battles where dictators and many people died drastically. And we learn about dictators, we learn about their expansions, and what is it good for, actually? Let me ask this question. Well, should we think that these processes are normal, that we are not able to live in peace, that we are not able to build harmonious society? Well, I disagree, because until now, I'm not quite sure that children at school are learning about peaceful societies. I don't know how is it in India, but for example, in the middle of Europe, it is still not like that. We are still learning very much data of conflicts and wars, but actually there are many evidence that in the past, there were large harmonious societies that were based on peace, on harmony, on living in prosperity, not fighting, with no real evidence of finding any weapons, really. That means, well, not fighting with each other, although these societies were quite diverse. And we don't have to go far, because we have heard much about Harappan civilization, which is really interesting, and in which, namely, not really clues of fighting were found. And also the society was quite different. And what we can find there are also many statues of women. Like it is evident that woman was very appreciated in that civilization. And it is similar to Tripoli civilization that was on the area of Europe. Also very peaceful civilization 5,000 years ago. And we may find other examples, for example, in Turkey also, a civilization that was peaceful, and the statues of women can be found actually all over the world. Because what about the history? Because officially the history of our civilization starts 6,000 years ago with Sumer. And is it really like that? Wasn't there something more before? Well, it was, and there are many clues that these civilizations were highly developed, that woman was very, very appreciated in these societies. And sometimes we also talk about matriarchy, but the historians said we are not quite sure that matriarchies really existed. But on the other hand, there are many evidence that these civilizations were quite different from our society today, our consumer society today. So yes, there are clues that we can live in harmony. And how to achieve that? Because today is a wonderful day. It is a day that is celebrating women, that is celebrating the best in us, the real power of women. And I've heard some speeches today and really got that impression that we all women understand that it is actually the real power of women is love, is nothing more, nothing less than love. And that is what stays behind our diversity, because we are all different. We come from different parts of the world, but it's wonderful because behind there's something that unifies us, and that is that love within. And you know what's interesting? Well, the feminism, for example, was accepted like we have to be equal to men. We have to show that we are as good. We have to show, we have to struggle for the position and to show success. But actually, maybe there is one beautiful history that we learned from the social service that Olga was talking about. We made an interview with a lady. She's a painter, and she spent some time of her life in India. And she's European, so she's used to wear, well, here's a different culture, so different clothes, and she was quite used to be dressed very freely. And when she moved to India for some time, she realized that the culture is different. She has to dress in a different way. And she wanted to find the answer for herself, how to express her ladyhood, her woman power then. And she started to observe the women around her. And it was really beautiful what she said. You know, I went more profoundly. I started to see what's behind, because I understood suddenly that I was quite superficial before. And seeing the example in India, I could understand that being a woman means that you are prone to integrate everything, that you are there to bring peace. You are there to calm down all the situation. You are here to bring harmony. And I think that this is the most important role that we as women play in the society, not to show that we are as good as men, but to show our love and to develop our love, because I think that we all have the experience that if the love within us blossoms, then everything around changes. And the men also start to blossom. That's it. And well, harmonious civilization is creative society. And we can achieve that, really. It's up on every one of us, on our choices. And there's one more thing we have learned at school, and I would like to point to the 8th foundation of creative society, which is self-government. And we have learned at school during our lessons that if we assemble a crowd of people, it will be never smarter than an individual, that actually crowds of people are stupid and they will never come to positive solution of anything. And this psychology of crowd is based on the thesis of Gustave Le Bon. So I was quite interested in this topic because when we made a survey with all the people actually want the self-government. Not that others decide about us, but we all decide about how our society looks like. And what I have found a book of James Surowiecki, which is called Wisdom of Crowds. On the contrary, that actually under certain conditions, we as people can create a really wonderful, let's say, group, crowd, society, which is, well, so smart that we could never imagine that we could create something like that. And what are these conditions? Well, the more diverse our society is, it was shown in many social surveys and many observations, the smarter we are as a crowd, as a society. So that's a really very beautiful message. I would like to say that our diversity is actually a really great advantage that we have, because together we make a really wonderful creature, let's say. And the second thing is independence, that we have our own opinion, not guided by any authority, which tells us you have to think like this, you have to do like this, and we are all actually thinking in the same way. This is not good for our, let's say, intelligence, crowd intelligence. And the last thing, except independence and diversity, is decentralization. And decentralization, so no centralized authority dictating us, makes us really smart. And it points to self-government. It is nothing else than self-government. And if we all people agreed on 8 foundations of creative society, that human is on the first place, that the safety is on the first place, that freedom of choice is on the first place, then can you imagine how smart society, how smart crowd we can create, and how smart our self-government can be, the worldwide government, because I think this is something that we all strive for.
Yes, thank you so much, Carolina. Great, and that's super that Alexandra Krinevich are now with us. So Alexandra, we also would like to hear you about such very important topic, because today is really a special day, Women's Day. So it's interesting to hear what actually the role of a woman in society.
Yeah, thank you. But first of all, I would like to add a few words to what Carolina said just right now about the crowd and society. I would like to add that there is a difference between crowd. Crowd is, is a gathering of people who do not think, actually, and who are very easy to be conducted by someone, to be dictated by someone, and who obey. But the difference between this and the organized, harmonious society is that all people that come into this society are really people who can think, who can compare facts, who, who can invest their lifetime into thinking about what can I do personally to make our life better? What can I do personally to help my neighbor? What can I do personally to make the city I live in, or the village I live in, or the country I live in better? So thank you. That was really, Carolina, that was really interesting and new information for me. And, thank you for giving me the food for my brain also. And I would like, first of all, to thank all the audience, all the viewers and participants for the honor and for the organization, for those people who organized this event, for the honor to be here with you today and to have the opportunity to speak about the woman and her life in society. And as a woman, I understand what is going on. And when I was a child, I saw my parents, saw others, saw the society I lived in. And when I grew up, I was curious about relationship between people. And I studied philology at the university and saw the examples of my teachers and elders. And I learned how they communicated with each other, what kind of culture of relationship between people was alive not so long ago, just a few decades ago. And this strikingly differs from what we see nowadays. In my opinion, our future starts with raising a little human being when he or she just enters this world. And the first person he meets is a woman, is our mother. And we feel the beating of the heart of the child, yes, while being in the womb. And we hear the tender voice of our mother singing lullabies, and we feel her love and care. And we've been listening about love and care and those great feelings today from different speakers. And it is very, very important thing for everyone. And, it is with the understanding of one's role, the role of a mother, sister, daughter, that the civilization of this world begins with. In every, social role, a spiritually free woman evokes feelings and teaches us how to feel. And, every woman, just speaking about myself also, always strives for comfort, for warmth, joy, love. And it is in our nature, actually. And if this is not suppressed in early childhood, when then the woman starts to blossom, gives this love, creates warmth and comfort wherever she is, whether at work or at home or in society. And I want also to speak about just to mention that women always inspired poets, artists, sculptors, and we know such beautiful examples like Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci and Mother of the World, beautiful painting by Rorick, which to this day inspire people and many others to stop a bit and to think about our life, in what emotions and what feelings we live, and what is our future. And I also heard today, and I fully agree, that wise women in the history led society to prosperity, just as the same as a wise wife would lead the family to prosperity, to comfort, and to peace, to the inner peace we've been also talking about, yes? And while such women, great women, ruled, there were no wars, no conflicts. Culture and art flourished. And I would also like to add that the essence of a woman is really to create, to give life, educate, and lead society to peace and prosperity. Evolve and preserve cultural, moral, and spiritual values. This is really important. And, you know, we see a lot of women in such professions where mercy, kindness, love are required. Women always prevail in such professions like educators, teachers, doctors, painters, and sculptors, and many, many other professions that require human warmth, care, and love. And I would like to take a short deep dive into the history. We will not dive deep dive, I'm sorry, because of the lack of time, but shortly we can mention different mythologies, yes, different sacred texts that speak about the divine feminine principle as the creating power that formed the universe and our world and all living beings. And this principle is presented as the creating power of God. For example, in the ancient Chinese mythology, in the archaic, there is the archaic female deity of the mother, Nuwa. So she's a woman gently sliding into the other world like water, the one having a connection with both with the earthly and the heavenly worlds. And in the legends, she was called the creator of all things and all people. And if we travel, just imagine that we're traveling right now to Egypt, where we see Isis as the mother, the great mother, often depicted precisely with the Alatra sign on her head in the form of a cup-shaped crescent with horns painting upwards, above which a circle is located, like a protruding side of a pearl. And this symbol indicates that this power belongs to the one who created everything in the universe. So the great goddess, who was called by different epithets, which were later transformed into names, initially acted as the conductive power of Ra. So the one who is eternal. So it is also shown here that women, great women of ancient myths, ancient history, they were, the aim of their existence was to create both material and spiritual and to preserve it. And at various times, besides Isis, the bearers of such a sign and such a role in ancient Egypt were goddess Hathor, a daughter of the sun Ra. Her name also means the home of heaven. And I would also like to mention goddess Iwaset, also in Egypt. And her name means the creating hand of God. It was considered, for example, that if a person tastes goddess Hathor's spiritual gifts, then this will give him or her more spiritual powers, and she will help this person to cross over from the earthly world to the other spiritual world. And, this is why the following epithets were bestowed upon her. Like, again, the great mother, goddess of love, spiritual joy, the one shining in the rays of Ra, and the great woman, the creator of all living beings. And also in India, I have found that there were such devadasis, women who served the deity, and as a result of training, the bodies of devadasis became sacred vessels through which the pure power and energy of goddess Lakshmi flowed. And there is a modern interpretation of this word that sounds like slaves of God. But in reality, devadasi have never been called like that during that time, during their lifetime. Their, whole life was a song and a dance in the name of God. And they also sensitive were just, they could sense the slightest nuances of subtle vibrations, and they were able to masterfully perceive the powerful energies of invisible and, to change the landscapes and influence people and their life in the best positive way, in the spiritual way. And, other historical examples show us that women who lived in the lands of Canaan, these are modern Israel, Syria, Jordan. So these women, the temple attendants of the goddess of love, fertility, and sexual ecstasy, Kadesh, were also called Kadeshes. And this word, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but this was the information that just was so interesting for me that I would definitely like to share it with you. And this word has always meant to be holy. But however, when church authority comes, it naturally introduces its own connections and distorts and corrections and changes the meaning. And now these women are already called harlots, traitors of the god Yahweh. But, the same story comes with Mary Magdalene, that was called a harlot for many centuries. And only many years later, church apologized for it, and now her image is praised as the image of the Virgin. And I would like to come to the different part of the world to introduce Islamic mythology, just briefly, and to tell about the, legends about sisters a lot. These were women who led and helped people on their spiritual way also. So in each example, we see, the spiritual aspect that is prevailing. And this was the time of the spiritual rebirth of mankind. And there was 1,000 years, just imagine 1,000 years of reign of the Allied sisters. And well, the most interesting thing is that the knowledge and references to this have been preserved in this day in the same Islam and in the same Christianity. And for example, in Surah called Star, there are such words, I will read them out right now. Have you seen Allat, Al-Uzza, and the third, Manat? Indeed, they are the revered angels on whose intercession one must or can rely on. So this is really mentioned in the Quran. And peoples of the, for example, North have preserved legends that after the flood, when there was practically nothing alive on Earth, during the time of Hyperborea, there were just 12 virgins who taught people again the spiritual aspects and the spiritual knowledge. And they kept faith and knowledge in purity. That is very important. Nowadays, we are losing this spirituality. That is why our society goes into the, wrong direction. And, it was a spiritual community that what we are striving for. And after all, after the Allah sisters, Allah Ta'ala continued their work to thousands of years too. Just imagine thousands of years without wars, without any hunger, without any struggles, but in purity, friendship, without any separations. And just I would like to try to live in such society. And I would also like to mention briefly some other examples. Because of the lack of time, I will be brief. For example, even now you can find such references as the worship of the 7 goddesses. They were called Saptamatrika or 8 Ashtamatrika. Somewhere it was 9 of them. Somewhere it is mentioned that there were 64 women. For example, in the Tantrism, in the tradition of Tantrism, they mentioned that there were 64 yoginis. In Buddhism, there were 5 daikinis of wisdom. So women who served the god and who preserved the wisdom and taught everyone this wisdom. And what is interesting that according to the legends, with what were they connected? The same Saptamatrika, for example. That is, these 7 goddesses who helped the Great Mother in the fight against demons. That is, this was the main function, yet to help to find with evil. Separately, they are just people, but when they get together, they turn into something incredible. They become part of this Great Mother, the Great Goddess. And historians find confirmations of this on the territory of India in the Harappan civilization. And the seals of this civilization, of the Harappan civilization, depicts just 7 women who perform a common practice. As we know from Alatra book, this is the fiery lotus practice. And it turns out that these 7 women who are depicted there are directly associated with the Saptamatrika, that is, with the 7 goddesses. So coming to the end of my speech, I would like to say that, really for the millennia, this was a matriarchy, and there were no wars, again, no hunger, but there was harmony, fraternal relationships, relations between people, equality, spirituality, and high moral values and qualities. And this is the merit of women who bring up their children in good, love, and justice. So, nevertheless, we're not goddesses, but we can bring love to this world and to our families and to the places where we all are. And now we can build such a society, as my friends Olga and Christina mentioned, that we can build the society of goodness together with you, all of us, in this world. And this unification is already taking place on the platform of Alatra International Public Movement. And, this movement, this is the movement that arose after the publication of the popular science book Alatra. And this book, which has already become a bestseller and has been released in millions of copies. This book conveys important knowledge for humanity in culture, archaeology, history, physics, sociology. And the last 80 pages, I would like to stress and take your attention to this fact of this book, describe the principles of building the creative society, which at the moment is the only chance to change the current situation in our world. And this is more than realistic today. And thanks to the technical, for example, capabilities that we can distribute this information and give our civilization a chance not only to survive in the upcoming climatic cataclysms, but to build a new, harmonious, and prosperous civilization. And now this knowledge has united millions of people, as just girls also shared. And I would like to mention that people from more than 180 countries of the world already joined. And we have several international conferences, numerous roundtables, interviews. Just interviews are being held every day. And in reality, it brings people together on the basis of kindness, interaction, and community. And also the knowledge in the book *ALLATRA* has already united millions of people, regardless of religion, nation, nationality, and place of residence. And we, volunteers of International Public Movement *ALLATRA*, continue investigations started more than 9 years ago. We continue making interviews, asking people on how they envisage the society they would like to live in and the world, happiness, friendship, and love. And I also invite you to join us and to express your own vision of this. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. And I just would like to, if I have a possibility actually, and I would like to show the video, because now we are talking about really that we are so striving to live in a peaceful, harmonious society. And we are talking about that really we need that change. So that's why I would like just a short video to show our audience.
We people deserve a better future than this.
Tell me what law I have broken. You cannot tell me any law that I've broken.
Hang on a minute, don't take her away. Hey, don't take her away. Don't take her away.
All of us want to live in peace. Friendship and harmony. Can we people transform the life into symphony? On the face of our kids, we want to see the smile. You want the truth. The end of lie. We don't need revolutions. We need evolution. What do you choose? This or the world of peace? Let's make this world a better place. United we can. If we choose the change of mind, create a real world of humankind. Creative society, what the prophets dreamed of. Unifying Global Conference on March 20, 2021. It is time to create the world that all the prophets dreamed of. The smallest thing that you can do for the better future is to join allatraunite.com platform.
Yes, so we really need this change in our society, and today is the most important time we are living in. So thank you for all speakers, and just would like to give the floor for Christina.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful speeches. It was truly an unbelievable experience of this special day, on this holiday. And we, women, can make such holiday every day. It doesn't have to be just the 8th of March, because the power that we have is in our love, in our care, in compassion, and firstly in creation, because these values are so missed in our world nowadays. So the time has come, and we can build a creative society, where our families, our friends, and every single person on earth can live comfortably and happily, where human life is the highest value. And it all depends on each of us, on our everyday choices and actions. And the real unity could happen only when we see our common goal. And by pressing the Join Us button on ALLATRA Unite's website, we stop being silent and by peaceful means build a new world. And as you've seen on the video, we would like to invite you all to this important international online conference, which will take place, I remind, on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, what the prophets dreamed of. Because the truth is one for all people. So you're all more than welcome, and we would like to see you all there. So thank you one more time for such an amazing event and just for being women. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all. So, Mr. Casey Tartwell, would you like something to say or to add? Maybe your opinion as well is interesting to hear, and some maybe final words as well. Maybe I think he cannot hear us, but anyway.
Yes, thank you so much for all the organizers for putting this together and really uniting us all. And thank you so much for giving us opportunity to shine our light through this conference. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being our guest. Thank you so much for being our guest. And apologies for any type of a trouble that may have been caused inadvertently.
Yeah, thank you so much for your invitation. And, like this actually show us that we have to collaborate more, communicate, and then everything will be clearly and smoothly, as in creative society, more collaboration, more communication, and everything will be clear. So that's only with much experience we get from today's event, right?
Yes, that's right. It has been a similar type of thing for me. I'm not an administrator. I'm not an organizer. I'm not a manager. I happen to be mentor, and I have been mentoring the people. How is it? What type of a topic to pick up? What type of topic not to pick up? What are the issues that confront the women in the world? But then being a mentor and being an organizer is completely different. A lot of people mistook me for administrator, and that created a lot of problems. They thought that I'll go on to fix some administrative problems. And there where exactly the main problem lied. So you can understand an administrator is able to coordinate a lot of things. A mentor keeps on thinking. So that has been one issue. Of course, second has been that whatever that, let's say I wanted to say and whatever that I could have said that couldn't have been properly conveyed. That was not properly conveyed or not properly understood either. That was another one. The third was that maybe this is going to be our first venture together, but that's not the last. Maybe next time you can go on to think of, we're going to bring women from the whole of the world. I mean, name anyone, we're going to bring them on the platform. It has been like so. So we can go to make it better, and we can remove all the flaws that had creeped in this time. All the flaws. I repeat it. Any type of mistake that has happened, we can identify it and go on to fix it. That's been the third part. And the last part is many thanks to you. We have been our guest, and if at any point of a time, any trouble that may have been caused, we are really sorry for that.
Thank you for everything. And interesting to be your guest here, because like recently we saw you as our guest on the week of solidarity. So thank you also for joining and came. So now we're visiting you, so that's great.
Thank you. We're going to give you a recording, and this is something that you can go to put it completely on ALLATRA TV, right? It's completely on Electric TV. This recording will be completely free. Free in the sense it will not be with any type of a logo or any of these things. So you're going to get it and you can go to put it in Electric TV. This ad goes as complete property of Electric TV. Right?
Sounds good. Thank you so much. All right. Have a wonderful day or night.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
that's
or
right.
night.
For you, it's going to be a day. For me, it's going to be night.
For me, it's morning still. I'm still just waking up to this beautiful holiday.
Okay, you are on holiday
this evening.
You are on a holiday.
Holiday is finished already. So good luck, Olga.
Thank you. I'm going to continue celebrating for all of us.
And then Anya caught you even before you had finished your holiday. No. You must go on to take another holiday from her interest.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, have an amazing day, night, and
yes.
Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to all of you. Happy Women's Day to all of you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste. Namaste. Namaste.